It is my view that the deceitful way the interview was obtained substantially influenced what my mother said. The interview was a major contribution to making my parents' relationship worse and has since hurt countless others.
The silent corridors of Buckingham Palace's West Wing recently became the stage for a ruthless financial decapitation that has effectively shattered the Parker Bowles family's influence. This was far from a routine administrative adjustment. It was a clinical, cold-blooded exercise of sovereign authority designed to dismantle a private empire. Details of this power shift emerged from classified document C-74, a file pulled from the most restricted archives of the Duchy of Cornwall, with a single, decisive signature. The Prince of Wales authorized an immediate and total freeze on the credit lines and stipends of 12 key figures within Queen Camilla's inner circle. This is no longer a mere palace whisper or a tabloid rumor. It is a surgical strike against a hidden financial network that has operated in the shadows for decades. Witnesses near the scene report that the air in the hallway turned to ice the moment William confronted Camilla, looking her directly in the eyes. He delivered a devastating 7-word ultimatum that has fundamentally redirected the trajectory of the British monarchy. The treasury is not your private dowry. The prince turned his back and walked away before the queen consort could utter a single word of defense, leaving her in a state of visible, trembling shock. The gravity of those 7 words marks the definitive end of an era and the dawn of a harsh, uncompromising new reality for the House of Windsor. The situation spiraled into total disarray almost instantly. While the global community watches this internal royal warfare in disbelief, it is important to recognize that this was no impulsive act. It was a maneuver, months in development. The leaked C-74 file reveals a deliberate strategy where the prince sidestepped long-standing protocols to seize absolute control of the royal finances. This was a preemptive strike, a move William felt was necessary to safeguard the crown's integrity against what he perceives as a decades-long infiltration of the royal treasury. While the queen consort stood frozen in the West Wing, digital commands were already hitting the servers at Coutts & Company, the monarchy's private bank. Within a mere 60 seconds of the confrontation, the financial pulse of the Parker Bowles clan was flatlined. Their secondary credit cards, private security stipends, and access to the duchy's immense wealth simply vanished. William didn't just limit their budget, he effectively revoked their standing within the House of Windsor. As global curiosity peaks, the central question remains, what did the prince discover in those archives to justify such a ruthless blow? Stick with us as we dismantle the Parker Bowles financial network and see how the royal facade finally crumbled. The path to this moment is a twisted maze of institutional betrayal and hidden offshore accounts. This brutal display of power stems from Operation Clean Slate, a forensic examination of the royal books that was far more intense than a standard audit. A specialized team of 5 experts, handpicked from the National Audit Office and Duchy Security, conducted this financial autopsy. The process began in the spring of 2025, sparked by anonymous tips regarding the suspiciously high security costs associated with the Queen's family. Working under the cover of darkness in the secure vaults of the Sandringham House Library, these investigators uncovered a massive breach of public trust. Their final report, titled Legacy Alpha, confirmed that nearly £15 million had been diverted from the sovereign grant and the duchy's reserves. It wasn't just the sheer scale of the theft that enraged William, but the sophisticated deception behind it. The audit exposed a web of 8 different shell companies located in opaque tax havens. These entities weren't providing security for the palace instead. They served as channels to fund luxury travel and pay off the private debts of 12 individuals who hold no official constitutional role. In early March of 2026, the Prince of Wales concluded his review of these damning files. In the absolute silence of the library, illuminated only by the dim glow of computer screens, he tracked over £4 million funneled into sham consultancy firms owned by Camilla's siblings. These were paper entities designed for one purpose: to bleed the crown's wealth into private pockets. William's response wasn't a burst of anger, but a chilling, calculated resolve. After finishing the audit, he reportedly spent 4 solitary hours in the gallery, sitting directly beneath the portrait of his late mother, Princess Diana. For him, this wasn't just about the money. It was a crusade to protect the sanctity of the institution. His mother belonged to an institution he felt was being undermined. When he finally rose from that chair, the Parker Bowles era was effectively over. The architecture of Operation Clean Slate was engineered to be absolute and irreversible, understanding that involving Parliament would only trigger months of public scandal and political gridlock. The Prince of Wales reached for a much sharper tool, a rarely invoked clause within the Sovereign Grant Act. By legally framing the misuse of funds as a direct threat to the inheritance and security of his own children, William bypassed the need for a public vote. A high-priority digital command was dispatched to the executive suites of Coutts and Company, the monarchy's gatekeeper bank. This was no mere suggestion from a royal client. It was an ironclad order from the future king. The mandate demanded the immediate termination of all secondary accounts and the total revocation of corporate credit cards held by non-royal third parties. In one swift move, William did more than just balance the books. He effectively evicted the Queen's family from the financial sanctuary of the House of Windsor. Yet, as the prince tightened the financial noose, the shadows began to whisper back. It is a universal truth of power that for every audit, there is a confession, and for every ledger kept in secret, there is a ghost waiting to speak. The narrative now shifts from the flow of money to the man who knew exactly where the bodies were buried, Andrew Parker Bowles. The confession that landed on William's desk was enough to make the £14 million theft look like a mere footnote. What the Queen's former husband managed to record in just 6 minutes and 42 seconds was more explosive than anyone in the palace could have feared. While the trail of money led to high-security vaults, the true heart of this crisis was captured in a secret recording, far from the royal corridors of London. Within the secluded walls of a private villa in Wiltshire, a man who had kept his silence for decades finally decided to speak. Andrew Parker Bowles sat before a high-fidelity microphone for those critical 6 minutes and 42 seconds. This wasn't a desperate plea for attention or a draft for a memoir. It was a lethal insurance policy, a digital ghost designed to haunt Buckingham Palace forever. The recording begins with a heavy, weary sigh, the sound of a man surrendering a burden he could no longer carry. Andrew's voice, though weathered by age, possesses a piercing clarity as he delivers a blow to the very foundation of the modern crown. He states, and I quote, "The kingdom is resting on a delusion, and the private ledgers will show exactly who has been paying the price for this silence." He details a sophisticated web of offshore accounts and secret trusts, woven not out of convenience, but through 30 years of meticulous planning. He alleges that the Parker Bowles influence was never just about a marriage, it was a strategic infiltration of the royal treasury, a long-term operation to ensure his bloodline would never again face financial insecurity. This encrypted file reached the Prince of Wales's hands on the afternoon of March 9, 2026. William didn't listen to it in his official office or with his advisors. He took the file to his private study at Adelaide Cottage, locked the door, and played those 6 minutes and 42 seconds on a loop. The atmospheric weight of that moment cannot be ignored. The future king was listening to the man at the epicenter of the palace's most scandalous era confirm his darkest suspicions. Andrew spoke of the Black Files documents detailing how the Queen allegedly used her influence to shield a network of private interests stretching from the UK to the tax havens of the Caribbean. According to this confession, the £14 million found in the audit was merely the tip of a much darker iceberg. Andrew describes a system of ghost stipends, regular payments to individuals who don't exist on any official roster, funneling immense wealth into accounts in Zurich and the Cayman Islands. These funds were used to buy the silence of former staff and maintain a shadow court operating parallel to the official household. The recording transformed William's mission from a simple cleanup into a desperate moral crusade. It gave him the moral high ground and the burning resolve he needed. This was the definitive proof that the Parker Bowles' presence in the palace was not a partnership, but a parasitic relationship draining the last of the public's trust. By the time the audio stopped for the final time, William realized that a polite conversation with his father would never suffice. The shadow sovereign had to emerge. He saw that the queen consort was not just a stepmother, but the guardian of a financial fortress that threatened to bankrupt his father's entire legacy. As the midnight of the old regime approached, William prepared to trigger the most brutal phase of his plan, the total financial deoxygenation of the Parker Bowles network. But the question that now hangs over the palace is chilling. How will the queen respond when she discovers her secrets have been betrayed to the future king by the father of her own children, and when forced to choose between his lifelong companion and the son who holds the undeniable truth? Which way will King Charles turn? The strategy deployed by the Prince of Wales to trigger this total financial blackout was as brilliant as it was devastating. Within the elite circles of the royal bank, it is being whispered about as the oxygen cut, a clinical, surgical operation designed to drain the vitality of a shadow empire without firing a shot or creating a public spectacle. To grasp the lethal precision of this move, we must look at the legal and digital triggers William activated in the pre-dawn hours of March 12th. Avoiding the slow, cumbersome gears of the civil court system, the prince instead weaponized the very traditions that have shielded the monarchy for centuries. His primary tool was a high-level, rarely invoked clause buried deep within the Sovereign Grant Act. By legally reclassifying the use of public funds specifically for hiring private investigators to shadow his own children as a direct assault on royal security, William bypassed the need for a parliamentary vote. It was a masterstroke of constitutional chess, effectively labeling the Parker Bowles financial network not just as a burden, but as a hostile entity residing within the palace walls. Once this legal seal was set by the prince in his capacity as the manager of the Duchy of Cornwall, the barrier between the family's private greed and the public treasury was reinforced with cold iron. At exactly 8:18 a.m., an encrypted, high-priority mandate was dispatched to the senior executives at Coutts & Company. This wasn't a request for a meeting or a suggestion for a budget cut. It was an absolute directive from the man who now holds the keys to the kingdom's most valuable estates. The command demanded the immediate termination of all secondary account activities and the total revocation of remote access for 12 specific individuals. In an instant, the digital keys to the royal coffers were erased. The oxygen cut was executed in 4 distinct, merciless stages. First, the identification. For 36 months, William's legal team meticulously mapped Camilla's extensive family tree, flagging every relative who had been quietly receiving ancillary security stipends. Second, the transparency threshold. By slashing the audit requirement for personal expenses to a mere £500, William dragged every hidden luxury into the light. Suddenly, every designer suit, every private jet, and every high-end dinner was flagged as a potential misuse of the sovereign grant. Third, the blackout. As the digital commands hit the servers at Coutts, the platinum cards held by the Parker Bowles relatives simply died. Imagine the scenes of quiet horror at luxury boutiques and private clubs as these high-profile figures found their cards declined. Their ability to maintain the facade of royal grandeur vanishing in the time it takes to swipe a card. Fourth, the repossession. The Crown Estate issued formal notices of dissociation to 3 specific luxury estates. These individuals were given a strict 21-day deadline, secure private funding, or face immediate eviction. William's maneuver left the Parker Bowles family effectively insolvent within their own homes. He understood that without the public's money to pay for security, drivers, and estate managers, their influence would evaporate. They were being reduced from royal fixtures to private citizens holding nothing but hollow titles and empty bank accounts. His legal team even froze specialized insurance policies for their art and jewelry, ensuring that any attempt to liquidate royal-adjacent assets would trigger an immediate audit. As the financial walls closed in, the atmosphere in the Queen's camp shifted from stunned confusion to a burning, unbridled fury. They realized that William hadn't just won a minor skirmish over money, he had fundamentally rewritten the laws of royal survival. He had emerged as the shadow sovereign, a leader who didn't need a crown to wield the absolute power of the treasury. But as the Parker Bowleses faced the reality of their exile, a darker question began to echo through the halls of Clarence House. With the money gone, what is left to lose? If the Queen Consort is pushed to the edge of financial ruin, will she finally reach for the ultimate leverage? The clock is ticking toward a midnight deadline, and the shadow of the Silver Drive is growing longer. William has cut the oxygen, but he has also backed a cornered lioness into a very small room. What happens when the silence of the treasury is broken by the roar of a final, devastating secret? The world is about to find out. The response from the Queen's inner circle was nothing short of a volcanic eruption. As the digital blackout rippled through the Parker Bowleses' accounts, the carefully maintained image of a united palace disintegrated. Within the yellow drawing room, a space usually reserved for the quiet elegance of international diplomacy, the air grew thick with a resentment that had been simmering for over 3 decades. Palace staff positioned in the corridors recall a sound that will likely be etched into royal history: the sharp, violent crack of a priceless George, the 4th porcelain cup as it was hurled against the parquet floor. Camilla had reportedly reached her breaking point. Witnesses describe her lashing out at the Prince of Wales, her voice echoing through the heavy mahogany doors as she branded him a heartless vigilante, a man pathologically obsessed with a past he cannot alter. In a moment of raw, unshielded venom, she reportedly shouted, "You are killing your father for the sake of a ghost." It was a staggering, vitriolic reference to the late Princess Diana, a clear admission that the wounds of the 1990s remain as open and painful as ever. While the Queen immediately summoned the elite attorney Sir Jonathan Sumption to hunt for a loophole in the Sovereign Grant Act, the effort was futile. William's maneuver wasn't just a legal challenge, it was a total blockade. Throughout the storm, William remained as unyielding as cold iron. He didn't engage in the theatrics, he didn't raise his voice. Instead, standing beneath a portrait of his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II, he delivered the final, crushing blow to any hope of a truce. Looking his stepmother directly in the eye, he stated, with terrifying conviction, "I will not let my mother's legacy pay for your family's silence." With those words, the prince turned his back and walked away, leaving the Queen Consort in a state of visible, trembling shock. At that moment, the power dynamic of the British monarchy shifted forever. By 9:30 that evening, the theater of war moved to the king's private study at Highgrove, where the tragedy became deeply personal. King Charles was observed in a state of institutional paralysis, trapped between his role as a husband and his duty as a sovereign. He reportedly pleaded for mercy and family unity. But the prince was immovable. William simply gestured to the mountain of audit papers, the cold evidence of the £14,850,200, and told his father that the honor of the crown outweighed the comfort of a few private citizens. The king appeared frail, his face a mask of total exhaustion. He is now navigating a structural nightmare that no monarch in a century has been forced to endure. Our analysis of the current data suggests Charles is in an impossible position. To overrule his son is to risk a constitutional crisis, with his public approval hovering at a fragile 42% compared to William's dominant 68%. The public has clearly made its choice. They want a lean, modern, and transparent monarchy. By remaining silent, Charles has effectively allowed William to ascend as the shadow sovereign, the man who now dictates the destiny of the royal fortune, while his father still wears the crown. But as the clock ticked toward midnight, a dark variable emerged from the shadows of Clarence House. While most of London was still cloaked in darkness, a high-security operative was tracked, slipping away from the residence's side entrance at 4:30 this morning. Sources within the logistics firm have confirmed that the courier, carrying a specialized and fortified briefcase, was bound for a secure, climate-controlled legal vault in Zurich, Switzerland. Inside that case sits the fabled silver USB drive, a device now being whispered about as the kill switch for the Windsor legacy. This drive reportedly holds a cache of encrypted video footage and digital access keys to clandestine accounts in the Cayman Islands. These records could potentially tie the highest echelons of the palace to international tax havens. As the Queen Consort feels the walls of William's financial purge closing in, she appears ready to pull the trigger on a digital exposure that would rewrite history. The Prince of Wales may have seized the estates and severed the funding. But the question remains, has he truly stopped the clock? The palace is currently a powder keg. Is the drive a genuine piece of leverage, or the final, desperate gamble of a collapsing dynasty? The world is on edge as the countdown to a potential total exposure begins. What do you think is waiting in that Zurich vault? Share your theories in the comments. Because the truth is finally closing in on the crown. The silent conflict within the House of Windsor reached a devastating crossroads on the morning of Friday, March 13th. While William finalized the economic dismantling of the Parker Bowles network, the global spotlight shifted from London's banks to that secure bunker in Switzerland. The courier has reached his mark, placing the silver drive far beyond the immediate reach of the British crown. We are witnessing the moment where the oxygen cut meets the kill switch, and the very survival of the monarchy hangs in the balance. To grasp the gravity of what is now locked away in Zurich, we must look back at the black files mentioned in Andrew Parker Bowles' confession. Our investigators have traced encrypted data streams to a shell corporation in the Cayman Islands, a paper company that has existed for over 3 decades without selling a single product. According to metadata leaked from the National Audit Office's Legacy Alpha folder, this entity acted as the digital gateway for the Royal Shadow Ledger. The silver drive is believed to hold the decryption codes for this ledger, potentially proving that the uncovered £14 million was just the tip of a multi-decade wealth diversion. If you stand for the principle that no one, royal or otherwise, should be above the law when it comes to public funds, make sure to hit that like button right now. We are the only team tracking the digital traffic between London and Zurich in real time. Drop a comment with the word accountability if you believe the Prince of Wales must follow this trail to its bitter end, regardless of the consequences. A state of institutional paralysis has gripped the palace, as eviction notices are served to the Parker Bowles estates. The Prince of Wales remains secluded in the Sovereignty Suite, fully aware of the disaster scenario looming ahead. If Camilla feels her dignity and resources have been entirely stripped away, she may authorize the release of the Zurich files. This wouldn't just be a scandal, it would be a digital Armageddon. We are talking about private correspondence and video evidence that could link the throne to unauthorized lobbying and offshore sheltering. The mechanism of this counteroffensive is as simple as it is terrifying a dead man's switch in a neutral country. If William doesn't retreat or if he goes public with the full audit, those Zurich instructions could trigger an automatic leak to every global newsroom simultaneously. William is wielding the law, but Camilla is weaponizing the truth, or at least her devastating version of it, to hold the crown's image hostage. Caught in the center of this storm is King Charles, facing the most agonizing dilemma of his reign. Late last night, witnesses spotted the king wandering the private gardens alone, looking aged and weighed down by a choice no father should ever have to make. Backing his son means watching his wife's family collapse while risking his own secrets. Backing his wife means losing the respect of his heir and a public that overwhelmingly views William as a hero, while Charles remains the ceremonial head. The scepter of power has clearly passed. William has become the shadow sovereign, but he is a ruler staring directly down the barrel of a digital gun. We are at the final precipice. The clock is ticking toward a midnight deadline that will determine who controls the royal narrative for the next century. Is that silver drive the ultimate leverage? Or is it a hollow bluff? Tell us your theories below. We are monitoring every single comment as we prepare our final report on this historic day. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. The next update could be the one that changes everything you thought you knew about the House of Windsor. The world is holding its breath. As the dust settles on this unprecedented purge, we are witnessing a fundamental transformation of the British monarchy. In my view, Prince William isn't just acting out of a personal vendetta, he is making a high-stakes survival move. He clearly understands that in 2026, the crown cannot survive on tradition alone. It requires the moral consent of the taxpayer. By initiating the oxygen cut, he is signaling that the House of Windsor is no longer a private sanctuary for extended relatives, but a transparent institution held to the highest standards of accountability. The ultimate lesson here is simple yet profound. In the digital age, transparency is the only currency that truly matters. Shadows may offer temporary comfort, but they eventually become a lethal liability. For the monarchy, and perhaps for all of us, the cost of maintaining a secret is often far higher than the price of the truth. If this deep dive into the royal archives opened your eyes to the new reality of the House of Windsor, please like this video and share it with fellow royal watchers to keep the conversation going. Make sure to subscribe and turn on all notifications so you never miss a chapter of this unfolding history. Your support allows us to keep tracking the truth behind the palace gates. What is your take? Is William a visionary savior or a ruthless heir? Let us know in the comments below. Until next time. Forget everything you once believed about the unshakable unity of the British royal family, because right now, behind the gates that once seemed unchanging, a silent earthquake is unfolding, and at its center is none other than Prince William. In a move that has sent shockwaves through the royal household, he is said to have issued a cold statement directed straight at Camilla. An estate once tied to the private memories of Elizabeth II is no longer a place that just anyone can enter. And the message has been delivered with a clarity that leaves no room for misunderstanding. According to behind-the-scenes sources, this decision does not stop at symbolism. It triggers a series of structural changes. Names connected to Camilla's side of the family have suddenly disappeared from the list of those receiving financial privileges. A quiet but decisive purge. This raises a critical question. Is William acting as an heir protecting a legacy, or as a strategist, reshaping power itself? Even more striking, attention once again turns to the shadow of Diana, a woman who is gone, yet seems never to have left this battle. Could this be William's way of preserving what belonged to his mother? Or more deeply, a declaration that the era of compromise has come to an end? So what about you? Do you believe William is defending justice, or going too far? If you support this firmness, comment number 1. If you think Camilla deserves more respect, choose number 2. Immediately after Prince William's shocking statement, attention began to focus on a secret buried for decades. It is not a grand palace or a famous castle marked on tourist maps. It is an estate that almost does not exist in public records, a property kept so secret that even many senior members of the royal family know of it only through vague rumors. More importantly, it is a personal asset of Elizabeth II. It does not belong to the Crown estate. It is not under the direct control of the royal institution, and it remains entirely private. The estimated value of this estate exceeds £50 million, but money has never been what makes it extraordinary. What truly raises questions is the near-absolute level of secrecy maintained for 72 years. Since Elizabeth II ascended the throne, this place has never been mentioned in any public report. No image, no detailed records, not a single clear trace in mainstream media. It exists like a dark zone on the map of power, where ordinary rules no longer seem to apply. Internal sources suggest that this estate is not merely a private retreat. It is also believed to be a vault of the most sensitive materials, letters never made public, and possibly personal records that Elizabeth II never wanted the world to see. In that context, Prince William taking control is not simply an act of inheritance. It is like receiving a golden key that opens the door to the deepest secrets of an entire reign. What makes the story even more dramatic is that the person not granted control is Charles III. By tradition, important assets, especially those with symbolic value, are usually passed to the direct heir. But this time, that rule has been broken. And this break cannot be explained by simple personal reasons. Some royal analysts believe that Elizabeth II's decision reflects a deep concern about how the next generation would manage the legacy. While Charles III has long been associated with controversies, from his marriage to Diana to his widely debated relationship with Camilla, Prince William is seen as a symbol of stability and renewal. Granting him control of the estate may not only be a personal choice, but also a strategic message about the future of the monarchy. But one question remains: why now? Why would a secret kept for 72 years suddenly be revealed at a moment when power itself appears to be shifting? The answer, according to some close sources, lies in an unwritten pact established 5 years before Elizabeth II passed away. This pact does not exist as a formal document made public. It resembles a private understanding between Elizabeth II and Prince William, where the most important terms were not written on paper, but built on trust. Under this understanding, William was granted early access to the estate. He was allowed to review and assess the assets and documents stored within it. In return, he carries the responsibility of protecting them from any interference that could alter the nature of the legacy. If this is true, then what we are witnessing now is not a sudden reaction. It is the result of a plan prepared years in advance. And within that plan, the role of Camilla appears not to have been considered. This explains why Prince William's decision carries such finality. There is no negotiation, no gray area. Only a clear line between what must be protected as legacy and what is seen as a potential threat. And when looking at the full picture, it becomes clear that this estate is not just a property. It is a symbol of power, of memory, and of secrets the British royal family has never wanted the world to know. Controlling it means controlling the narrative, and in a family where public image is carefully constructed, control of the narrative may matter even more than political power. But it is here that a larger question begins to emerge. If Elizabeth II prepared everything in advance, if Prince William is simply executing a predetermined plan, then what exactly lies inside that estate that requires such protection? And that is where the story moves into a new chapter, one where secrets can no longer remain hidden forever. Because, as has been suggested, the real reason behind this decision is not the value of the property, but what it conceals. But why did the Queen give this golden key to William instead of Charles? The answer lies in a silent agreement that has existed for 5 years. If the secret estate is a symbol of power, then the story behind it is a symbol of a wound that has never healed. To understand why Prince William could make decisions strong enough to shake the entire royal family, we must go back more than 3 decades, to where everything began with a marriage that seemed like a fairy tale but ended in tragedy. And at the center of that tragedy are 3 names that shaped the emotional path of William: Diana, Camilla, and the man standing between them, Charles III. From an early age, William grew up in an environment where tension never truly disappeared. The walls of the palace could shield the family from public view, but they could not block the cold conversations, the prolonged silences, and the quiet sense of unease that crept into every moment. As Diana gradually became a symbol of suffering in the public eye, behind the scenes she was also a mother, trying to protect her son from fractures that could never be repaired. But children do not need explanations to feel the truth. William saw it, he heard it, and more importantly, he remembered it: the image of his mother in tears, the endless rumors about a third person, and the increasingly visible presence of Camilla in his father's life created an emotional foundation that no royal training could ever erase. After Diana's death, that pain did not disappear. It simply changed form. From the confusion of a child, it became the long silence of an heir. For 28 years, William almost never publicly expressed opposition. He learned to control his emotions, to stand firm before the media, and most importantly, to place duty above personal feeling. But that did not mean everything had been forgiven. One of the figures rarely mentioned, yet deeply significant, was the level of public opposition to Camilla in Britain at the height of the crisis. Nearly 80% of the public did not accept her. This was not just a statistic. It was an invisible pressure weighing on the entire royal family, and especially on Diana's 2 sons. William was not only dealing with personal pain, but also witnessing how his family's image was being divided before the eyes of the world. In that context, Camilla's increasingly official presence within the royal family was not merely a change of status. For William, it could be felt as a replacement, a rewriting of history in which Diana's story was gradually pushed into the past. What makes the story more complex is how William chose to respond. There were no harsh statements, no acts of rebellion. Instead, there was a patience that lasted nearly 3 decades. A strategy of silence that many once saw as acceptance. But now, in hindsight, it can be understood differently. It was accumulation. An accumulation of unresolved memories. An accumulation of moments where he had to smile while carrying unanswered questions within. And an accumulation of a belief that one day he would have the chance to reshape everything in his own way. That moment, it seems, has arrived. As Prince William begins to take on greater assets and responsibilities, he is not only inheriting power, he is inheriting a history filled with conflict. And within that history, the role of Camilla has always been a point of controversy. Some observers believe that William's recent decisions, including tightening control over the secret estate and removing influence connected to Camilla, are not impulsive acts. They are the result of long-term thinking, an effort to re-establish boundaries, not to seek revenge, but to redefine. But there are other views. They argue that regardless of the reasons, allowing personal emotion to influence institutional decisions is always a double-edged sword. In a system like the monarchy, where every action carries symbolic meaning, the line between personal and duty is never truly clear. This places William in an extremely difficult position. On one hand, he is Diana's son, carrying memories and emotions that cannot be denied. On the other, he is a future king, responsible for ensuring the stability and continuity of one of the oldest institutions in the world. And it is within that tension that turning-point decisions are often made. Perhaps the most striking detail is not that William acted, but when he chose to act. After nearly 30 years of silence, Such a sudden shift cannot be explained by a single factor. It is the result of many overlapping layers of cause, from Diana's legacy to Camilla's current position and the invisible pressure from the public. But like every story filled with tension, there is always a moment when everything crosses the line, a moment when patience is no longer enough to maintain balance. And based on what is now beginning to emerge, that moment has already occurred. Every endurance has its limit. And the final drop came on a fateful summer afternoon in the year 2025. That summer afternoon in the year 2025, according to multiple behind-the-scenes sources, did not begin with a loud confrontation. It began with a photograph taken from a distance, spreading across international media, capturing Camilla relaxing on the deck of a luxury yacht in the deep blue waters of the Mediterranean. Golden sunlight, a glass in hand, a relaxed smile, a perfect image of a lavish holiday. Yet that very image, when placed against the reality of that moment, became the spark for an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, in London, Charles III was undergoing cancer treatment. Information about the king's health was tightly controlled, yet it could not fully conceal the growing concern among the public. Official activities were reduced. The royal budget was adjusted toward greater restraint. The image the royal family sought to maintain was one of unity, moderation, and duty above personal interest. For that reason, Camilla's appearance on the yacht was not seen as a simple vacation. It was perceived as a serious misalignment with the message the monarchy was trying to project. And according to close sources, no one felt that misalignment more clearly than Prince William. For William, this was no longer about image. It was about trust. For years, he had tried to maintain a fragile balance between past and present, between the memory of Diana and the reality of a changed monarchy. But in that moment, as the photograph spread and public reaction intensified, a boundary seemed to have been crossed. The numbers quickly made the situation worse. According to estimates circulating in the media, the cost of Camilla's holiday could reach $300,000 per week, a staggering figure at a time when the royal budget was being tightened. More importantly, even if the funding came from personal wealth or private sources. In the eyes of the public, the line between personal and royal no longer existed. The reaction did not come only from the press. On social platforms, criticism spread at remarkable speed. Questions began to emerge. How could a senior member of the royal family enjoy a lavish holiday while the king was battling illness? What did this say about the values the monarchy represented? And more importantly, how would this affect public trust? In that context, Prince William was said to have broken his silence. According to several internal sources, he held a private meeting with close advisors immediately after the details of the trip were confirmed. There was no public statement, no media response, but internally, a process of reassessing the entire structure of power and influence had begun. What made the situation even more sensitive was how this event touched deeply buried memories. For William, the image of Camilla could never be completely separated from the past. And when that past was combined with what was seen as a lack of sensitivity in the present, the reaction became unavoidable. Some analysts argue that from William's perspective, this was not merely a personal mistake. It was a sign of a larger problem, a difference in how the role of the monarchy is understood in a new era. While he has been trying to build an image that is approachable, responsible, and empathetic to the public, actions such as the Mediterranean holiday pull that image in the opposite direction. However, it must also be acknowledged that within the royal family, not everyone agrees with this interpretation. There are views that Camilla, after many years of facing public pressure, has the right to enjoy private time, and that attaching too much political meaning to a personal holiday may be an overreaction. Yet in a system where every action carries symbolic weight, privacy is never completely separate from public responsibility. And it is precisely this contradiction that pushed the situation to a breaking point. According to what is gradually being revealed, that fateful afternoon did not end with anger alone. It marked the beginning of a new phase, a phase in which Prince William no longer accepts a passive role, a phase in which decisions are no longer delayed by purely political considerations. The next moves unfolded quickly but quietly. Positions within the support structure were reviewed, financial connections were examined more closely, and most importantly, individuals believed to have close ties to Camilla began to feel the shift. This was not officially announced. No list was made public, but within the corridors of power, where information travels through unofficial channels, the message was clear. A new order was being established, and it is here that the story moves into an even more intense phase, because when words are no longer enough, actions begin to speak, no longer limited to statements. William began to carry out a harsh purge targeting those aligned with Camilla. If Prince William's earlier moves could still be seen as warnings, the next decision turned tension into direct confrontation. The focus was no longer on symbolism or messaging, but on specific individuals. And the name most frequently mentioned in the corridors of power was Annabel Elliot, Camilla's sister. For many years, Annabel Elliot was not a publicly controversial figure. She operated largely behind the scenes, involved in interior design and renovation projects linked to properties within the Duchy of Cornwall. The contracts awarded to her were often explained as choices based on expertise and trust. But in the new context, everything began to be viewed through a different lens. According to close sources, shortly after taking control of the Duchy of Cornwall, Prince William ordered a comprehensive review of contracts, particularly those spanning many years and involving family connections. The results of this process were not officially disclosed, but the consequences were undeniable. Annabel Elliot's name suddenly disappeared from the list of those receiving payments from the duchy. This was not a technical adjustment. It was a direct strike. Over the past 2 decades, Annabel is believed to have received more than £1.5 million from contracts and payments connected to the royal system, a figure large enough to make her a significant link in the informal financial network associated with Camilla's influence. Cutting off this source of income did not only affect Annabel personally, it sent a clear message to all others with similar ties. Within the royal power structure, where personal relationships and financial interests often intertwine, such a decision is like removing a foundational brick, and once one brick is removed, others begin to shift. Observers quickly recognized that this was not an isolated act. It was part of a broader strategy, a strategy in which Prince William is gradually restructuring how power and finances operate internally. From this perspective, removing Annabel Elliot is not simply a personal or family matter. It is a statement of principle that in the new era William is shaping, blood ties will no longer guarantee privilege. At the same time, it cannot be denied that this decision carries a strong emotional element. As seen in earlier chapters, the past between Diana and Camilla has never truly been closed, and when those memories are placed alongside present controversies, the line between reason and emotion becomes more blurred than ever. Some argue that removing Annabel Elliot was necessary to ensure transparency and avoid conflicts of interest, but others worry that such a hardline approach could deepen divisions within the royal family. Because regardless of justification, targeting a close relative of Camilla can hardly be seen as a neutral act. What is notable is that Camilla's response has remained almost invisible on the surface. There has been no public objection, no sign of open confrontation. But according to behind-the-scenes sources, that silence does not mean acceptance. On the contrary, it is seen as a period of preparation. In situations like this, silence often signals that something larger is being calculated, and for someone who has endured decades of public criticism to reach her current position, Camilla is not someone who retreats easily. Losing an important financial link, such as Annabel Elliot, is undoubtedly a heavy blow, but it may also serve as a catalyst for alternative strategies, strategies that are not visible to those attempting to restructure the system. Looking at the full sequence of events, a clearer picture begins to emerge. Prince William is not only clearing what he sees as incompatible with the future of the monarchy, he is redrawing the boundaries of power, and in that process, names once considered untouchable are no longer beyond reach. But like any restructuring, every action brings a reaction, and when one side tightens control, the other will seek to adapt, or to push back. It is in this context that what happens next becomes especially significant, because when pushed into a corner, conventional choices are no longer enough. And according to emerging information, Camilla did not choose a conventional path. Driven to the edge, Camilla prepared an escape plan that no one expected. After successive blows to finances and influence, the biggest question now is no longer who is right or wrong, but what will happen next to Camilla, and the answer appears to be taking shape around a name rarely seen in mainstream media, yet highly significant in the current context: Raymill House. Unlike the royal residences familiar to the public, Raymill House is not a symbol of power. It is not tied to ceremony. It does not host state events. And it is not part of the official assets of the monarchy. It is Camilla's most private space, purchased many years ago before she entered the center of royal life, a separate and quiet place. And more importantly, one not under the direct control of the power structure that Prince William is gradually reshaping. In the current context, Raymill House is no longer simply a retreat. It is increasingly seen as a strategic point of withdrawal, a true escape plan. As the doors within the palace begin to close, as relationships tighten and resources are controlled, having a completely independent space becomes essential. And for Camilla, Raymill House is that choice. But what makes the story even more dramatic is the distance between these two worlds. The geographical gap between Raymill House and Buckingham Palace is approximately 150 miles, a figure that may seem purely spatial, yet carries deep symbolic meaning. Because within that distance, one can see another gap, a gap in power, in influence, and in future position. According to many analysts, if Prince William ascends the throne in the current context, the structure of titles and roles within the royal family may be adjusted more clearly than ever before. At that point, Camilla may no longer retain her current position as queen. Instead, she could be redefined into a more ceremonial role, a form of queen mother without real power, similar to how some royal figures in the past have been positioned. This is not only a matter of title, it is a complete shift in status, from the center of power to the outer edge, from someone with influence over major decisions to a symbolic figure tied to history. And in that context, Raymill House is no longer just a residence. It becomes a boundary, a marker of transition from the present into the past. However, there are also views that this scenario may be too extreme. The British royal family, despite many changes, has always sought to maintain stability and avoid sudden shifts that could damage its public image. Within that logic, completely pushing Camilla out of the center may not be the optimal choice. But when looking at the entire sequence of events, from the control of the secret estate to the controversial Mediterranean holiday, and then the purge targeting Annabel Elliot, a clear pattern is emerging. Prince William is not simply reacting to individual events. He is building a new structure, in which elements seen as risks to the image and legitimacy of the monarchy will gradually be removed or reduced in influence. Within that structure, Camilla's position is becoming increasingly fragile, not because she no longer has a role, but because that role is being redefined. And when a role is redefined, what was once power can quickly become formality. What makes the story compelling to the public is not only the specific decisions, but what they reflect about the future of the monarchy. Is this a sign of a new generation ready to break old rules, or merely a temporary phase of adjustment before everything returns to balance? And more importantly, is there still room for reconciliation within all these changes? Because from any perspective, the relationship between Prince William and Camilla is not only a personal story, it is the story of a family, an institution, and a history spanning many decades. As the distance of 150 miles between Raymill House and Buckingham Palace takes on greater meaning, people begin to wonder whether that distance can ever be shortened, or whether it will become a fixed line, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of an entirely new one. Where will this royal power struggle lead? Will there be a last-minute reconciliation? Ladies and gentlemen, as all the pieces are placed back together, a completely different picture begins to emerge. Prince William is no longer the boy walking behind the funeral carriage, no longer the son carrying the pain of losing his mother that the world once witnessed. He is becoming a true center of power, a man who not only inherits the crown, but actively reshapes the entire system he is about to govern. The recent firm decisions, from controlling assets, tightening financial structures, to restructuring the influence of different factions, are no longer emotional reactions, they are calculated steps, a blueprint being implemented piece by piece, where anything that no longer fits the image of a modern monarchy will gradually be removed. And within that blueprint, the memory of Diana is not just the past, it becomes a moral standard, a measure by which William defines what should be preserved and what must change. For some, this approach may seem cold, but in a time when public trust is increasingly fragile, firmness is not always a choice. It is a necessity. History has shown many times that institutions do not collapse because they lack emotion, but because they lack decisiveness at critical moments. The British royal family now stands at a major crossroads. On one side is the continuation of long-standing traditions. On the other is the pressure to adapt to a rapidly changing world. And between those two lines, Prince William appears to have chosen the more difficult path, the path of reform. Will these steps lead to a powerful renewal or create fractures that cannot be repaired? The answer lies ahead. But one thing is already clear. A new era is beginning. The British royal family is standing at the threshold of the greatest changes in its history. Do not forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss the latest developments in this historic confrontation. Thank you for staying with me. At precisely 10:42 on a brisk London morning, a subtle but profound shift rippled through the historic halls of Westminster Abbey. The atmosphere within the great cathedral felt far from routine. It was electric, not with the spirit of celebration, but with the heavy, unmistakable weight of a pivotal transition that had been quietly gathering momentum for years. As Catherine, Princess of Wales, stepped from her vehicle onto the stone path leading to the entrance, the public saw exactly what they expected, the epitome of poise and grace. Photographers captured the navy ensemble, the meticulously crafted hat, and that serene smile that has become a hallmark of her royal service. To the casual observer, she was the familiar, modern face of the monarchy. However, in the nuanced world of palace observation, a much different narrative was being written. The senior courtiers watching her arrival weren't interested in fashion, they were deciphering signals. Within the House of Windsor, every movement is a calculated message, and nothing occurs by chance. On this Commonwealth Day, Catherine wasn't merely attending a service, she was manifesting a role that had evolved from a symbolic figurehead into a far more formidable power. While the world believed this was just another pageantry-filled gathering, the institution itself was aware of a seismic shift occurring behind palace walls. For weeks, a series of discreet legal maneuvers, archival audits, and strategic realignments had been quietly reshaping the control of the Crown's most sensitive private holdings. The vast estates once personally held by the late Queen Elizabeth II were no longer in a state of transition. Instead, authority over these assets was being firmly consolidated into the hands of the future king. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Prince William, Catherine's presence carried a newly found gravity. It wasn't a loud or theatrical change, but it was undeniably firmer. It is the kind of quiet authority that doesn't need to demand attention, yet completely alters the energy of a room the moment she enters it. Seated on the opposite side of the aisle was Queen Camilla. To the untrained eye, it was business as usual, two of the monarchy's most senior women fulfilling their national duties. However, in the meticulously orchestrated realm of royal etiquette, it is often the most minute gestures that mask the grandest truths. In this world, power, proximity, and hierarchy are not broadcast through speeches. They are whispered through the subtle geometry of distance and the unspoken language of a greeting. On this particular morning, that familiar dance did not go according to the script. As Camilla moved to greet Catherine in the customary fashion, something occurred a moment so fleeting that a casual viewer would have missed it entirely. Yet, for those within the inner sanctum, the message was deafening. An invisible line had been drawn in the sand. The interaction happened with such lightning speed that its true weight remained hidden from the public. To the outside world, it looked like nothing more than a polite exchange between family members. But within the rigid architecture of royal protocol, even a hair's breadth of deviation can signal a seismic shift in status. For decades, the standard greeting among senior royals at formal events had been a predictable ritual, a warm inclination, a brief air kiss, and a visual display of solidarity for the cameras. It was a tradition as old as the ceremonies themselves. But that morning, the tradition hit an abrupt wall. As Camilla leaned in, the Princess of Wales remained stationary. Instead of closing the gap, the broad, structured brim of Catherine's hat acted as a physical barricade. Perfectly angled, her designer headpiece created a literal no-fly zone, making the customary closeness impossible. For a split second, Camilla faltered, caught off guard, and forced to pivot into a much colder, more distant response. What remained was nothing more than a sterile exchange of pleasantries, a tight, controlled smile, and a formal nod. The warmth had vanished, replaced by a calculated and unmistakable perimeter. While the public might have overlooked the exchange, the reaction among palace staff, security detail, and seasoned insiders was instantaneous. One observer recounted a sharp, collective intake of breath from the Queen's own entourage stationed near the north entrance. The gravity of the moment was undeniable in the world of the Windsors. Access is currency, and proximity is the ultimate sign of trust. A single greeting can expose the inner workings of the royal hierarchy more effectively than any polished press release. On this particular morning, Catherine didn't just maintain her distance, she manifested it. This wasn't an awkward stumble or a defensive reflex, it was a deliberate statement. Experts who decode royal behavior know that spontaneity is a rare guest at high-profile events. Every step, every nod, and every glance is meticulously vetted by private secretaries and protocol maestros to ensure no message is sent by mistake. This is exactly why several palace insiders later whispered that this wasn't a fashion choice or a lapse in etiquette, it was an ordained strategy. According to a high-ranking palace source, Catherine had been briefed to establish what was internally referred to as a controlled perimeter. Though the term sounds cold and clinical, its implication within the palace walls is crystal clear. The doors to the inner sanctum of the future monarchy are swinging shut. The era of easy familiarity is over, and a new, more exclusive guard is being mounted. The timing of this icy shift was far from coincidental. In the quiet weeks leading up to the Commonwealth service, a silent revolution had been taking place within royal legal offices and private archive rooms. Strategic decisions were being finalized that would fundamentally reorder who holds the keys to the crown's most prestigious and symbolically potent assets. At the center of this storm was Prince William, who had just officially assumed control over these high-stakes holdings. At the heart of the crown's power lie the complex blueprints of its survival, intricate trust structures, ancient agreements, and legal mandates that dictate exactly who commands the monarchy's most precious lands. When Queen Elizabeth II passed away, these documents were suddenly transformed from historical records into high-stakes battlegrounds. You see, the transition from one monarch to the next is far more than just a series of public ceremonies. It triggers a massive, invisible administrative machine. Behind closed doors, private estates and personal trusts must be meticulously audited. And for months, Princess Anne has been the silent architect of this transition. Insiders at Windsor reveal that the Princess Royal spearheaded what archivists called a heritage verification review, a grueling, forensic deep dive into the late Queen's personal portfolio. Her mission was simple yet vital: to revalidate the legal standing and succession paths for every single estate linked to Elizabeth's name. While many assets were already governed by the well-known duchy system, a secondary, more mysterious tier of property existed, lands that Elizabeth had specifically shielded from commercial exploitation or political interference through layered legal protections. It was during one of these late-night archival sessions that Anne unearthed a document that had long escaped notice, a supplemental legal appendix buried within a trust arrangement from the Queen's final years. Its implications were explosive. This document clarified that several of Elizabeth's most secluded and private retreats were to be classified not as standard family assets, but as sovereign heritage properties. This classification changed the rules of the game entirely. It stipulated that administrative authority over these lands was to bypass marital ties or extended family influence. Instead, it was reserved exclusively for the direct bloodline of succession. The wording was razor-sharp and left no room for interpretation. For Anne, the discovery was a masterstroke. It meant that the moment Prince William was confirmed as the operational heir, absolute stewardship of these protected lands would fall to him and him alone. There would be no shared oversight and no secondary advisory boards, just one ultimate, unchallenged authority. But the true bombshell was buried even deeper within the text. A secondary clause, likely intended as a mere precaution when Queen Elizabeth first signed off on it, had suddenly become a powerful tactical weapon. This provision explicitly barred anyone who had joined the royal family through marriage after a specific cutoff date from holding any administrative or voting power over these heritage estates. In the shifting political sands of the modern monarchy, this clause was no longer a formality. It was a decisive barrier. The stakes couldn't have been higher. For months, whispers had been circulating within certain corners of the extended royal household. There were quiet discussions about transforming these private sanctuaries into high-end hospitality ventures, launching heritage luxury brands, and exploring lucrative private development deals. None of these plans had reached the public eye yet. But this legal discovery meant those commercial ambitions had just hit an impenetrable wall. Princess Anne realized the magnitude of this find instantly. This wasn't just a bit of dry, technical housekeeping. It was a structural fortress built to protect Elizabeth's most intimate legacy from being sold to the highest bidder. Once this clause was activated, the ripple effects would be felt far beyond the dusty shelves of the Windsor archives. However, while Anne had secured the legal high ground, the palace still needed a smoking gun, concrete proof of the secret maneuvers happening behind the scenes. And the person who would ultimately provide the evidence to make this transition irreversible wasn't a high-priced constitutional lawyer or a veteran courtier. Instead, the breakthrough came from an unlikely source: the methodically brilliant 22-year-old Lady Louise Windsor. For years, Lady Louise Windsor has been a background figure in the royal narrative, often described as the academic of the family, more at home in a library than under the harsh glare of the paparazzi. She was seen as a reserved, thoughtful young woman who chose to live a life away from the tabloid noise. This is precisely why no one, especially those operating in the shadows, ever expected her to become the key player in a high-stakes palace investigation. At 22, Louise had earned a reputation among the Windsor staff for her incredible patience and forensic eye. While others might skim through digital records looking for quick results, she possessed a methodical focus that allowed her to spot anomalies everyone else missed. It was this rare talent that made her the perfect partner for Princess Anne's mission. As Anne scoured the physical ledgers, Louise launched a digital sweep, tracing international trademarks and corporate filings associated with the late Queen's private symbols. Initially, the work was a matter of routine due diligence, ensuring that no random company was trying to profit off the Queen's name. But during a late-night deep dive into international registries, Louise stumbled upon a digital footprint that didn't belong an obscure corporate entity registered in Luxembourg. The company's name was intentionally forgettable, a classic shell company tactic. However, the associated trademark filings told a different story. Embedded in the applications were heraldic designs that bore a striking resemblance to the private crest of one of the late Queen's most secluded estates. This wasn't a logo known to the public. It had never been used in marketing or official souvenirs. Its presence in a commercial filing meant only one thing: someone with access to the Crown's private digital archives had hand-picked it for a secret project. Louise followed the digital breadcrumbs. The filings outlined an ambitious plan for a heritage-themed luxury brand premium wines, artisanal foods, and high-end lifestyle products, all borrowing the prestige of rural royal estates. In isolation, a hospitality brand might seem innocent, but these filings went much further. The prototypes actually used the exact digital files from the royal archive. Using metadata and digital timestamps, Louise proved the smoking gun. These images hadn't been recreated from memory. They had been extracted directly from the palace's internal record system. This was an unauthorized use of sovereign data for private gain. The paper trail finally led to a single name in the Luxembourg registry. The executive director of this secret venture was none other than Tom Parker Bowles. According to witnesses, Louise didn't say a word when the name appeared on her screen. She simply leaned in, studied the cold data for a moment with that characteristic intensity, and then quietly turned the monitor toward Princess Anne. The trap was set. What Lady Louise had uncovered was far more than a mere business proposal or a what-if scenario. The trademark filings proved that this secret venture was already on the verge of a global launch. The design work was finished. The product catalogs were finalized, and international distribution networks had already been scouted. In short, someone had been preparing to strip mine the history and prestige of the late Queen's private estates, sanctuaries that were never meant for the marketplace. The danger was immediately apparent to Princess Anne. She had already unearthed the legal shield in the archives now. Louise had found the spear aimed at the crown. If this project moved forward, the monarchy wouldn't just face a PR disaster, it would be dragged into a messy, unprecedented legal war over trademark law and the private exploitation of the royal image. The strategy was simple neutralization through speed. Anne briefed Prince William, who acted with surgical precision. This wasn't about a public scene, it was about silent, lethal efficiency. William bypassed the usual channels and issued a direct order through the duchy's legal team. The evidence was to be handed over to the Crown's intellectual property specialists immediately. Within a matter of hours, a wall of legal notices was under construction. The Crown's argument was ironclad. These symbols weren't just logos, they were protected heraldic assets tied to sovereign heritage. Any unauthorized use wasn't just a mistake, it was a serious infringement that could bring a company to its knees. The impact was devastatingly fast. By the time the bells of Westminster Abbey began to chime for the Commonwealth service the next morning, the legal gears were already turning, while Tom Parker Bowles was walking to his seat, unaware of the storm brewing. International trademark authorities were already being alerted to the dispute. The venture he had spent months building was essentially dead on arrival. It is staggering to think that a 22-year-old student had pulled the single digital thread that unraveled a multi-million-dollar scheme. But as the service began, the focus shifted to a much more difficult arena. The evidence was now in the hands of King Charles, and the situation could no longer be handled by lawyers alone. The king was facing the ultimate test of his reign, a choice between his loyalty to his family and his sacred duty to protect the legacy of the crown. By the time the evidence landed on King Charles's desk, the mood within the royal household had shifted from concern to an undeniable crisis. What Lady Louise had unearthed transformed vague suspicions into a documented reality. This was no longer just gossip about commercial ambitions, it was a concrete trail of corporate filings and design blueprints, proving that someone was actively laying the foundation to monetize the very soul of the late Queen's private estates. This presented the king with an agonizing dilemma. For Charles, this wasn't just politics, it was family. Tom Parker Bowles wasn't a stranger, he was Camilla's son. A man the king had known for decades and embraced as part of his inner circle long before he took the throne. Any move against Tom would inevitably send shockwaves through his own marriage. Yet, the monarchy is governed by a mandate older than any blood tie. The crown must always come first. In the king's private study, the meeting with Princess Anne and a team of legal advisors reportedly stretched long into the night. They weren't just looking at paperwork, they were looking at the potential dilution of the sovereign's identity. The unauthorized use of royal heraldry carries immense legal weight. These emblems are not merely decorations, they are the physical manifestation of the crown's authority. Charles knew that if these symbols entered the open market without oversight, the damage to the institution's prestige would be permanent. The timing added a layer of extreme fragility to the situation. With the Commonwealth Day service just hours away, the family was about to step into a global spotlight. Any hint of internal strife would have ignited a media firestorm. The king's response had to be invisible to the public, yet lethal in its clarity. Late that night, a clandestine communication was drafted under royal authority. It wasn't an email or a phone call, it was a formal letter delivered privately to Camilla's residence, secured with the traditional red wax seal, used only for the most sensitive matters. The king's message was brief and uncompromising. Any attempt to commercially exploit the symbols or identity of Elizabeth's estates would be treated as a direct infringement on the crown's legacy. There were no personal attacks, just a cold, hard line that could not be crossed. This letter served as the final nail in the coffin for the venture. By activating the legal protections Anne had discovered, Charles effectively confirmed that the era of ambiguity was over. Authority had officially passed to the next generation. Prince William was now the undisputed steward of these lands. And the message to the world and the extended family was clear. No business would be built on royal soil without the future king's consent. And that consent was never coming. The legal machinery of the Duchy of Cornwall didn't just respond, it swung into high gear with a speed rarely seen in royal administration, using the evidence Lady Louise had gathered as a blueprint. A comprehensive international legal offensive was launched. Intellectual property notices were drafted and fired off to global trademark authorities, effectively strangling the proposed brand before it could take its first breath. Within a matter of hours, the venture, once an ambitious plan for a luxury empire, hit a total legal blockade. By the time the royal family gathered beneath the soaring arches of Westminster Abbey the next morning, the war was already won. The commercial exploitation of the Queen's estates was dead in the water. Yet, to the millions watching at home, the scene was one of perfect, unshakable tradition. The choirs sang, the dignitaries bowed, and the royals sat in their accustomed, solemn rows. The stately facade remained flawless. But beneath that serene veneer, the very foundation of the monarchy's internal power had shifted. The king had made his ultimate choice. By backing the legal fortress surrounding Elizabeth's legacy and allowing William's authority to go unchallenged, Charles had performed a significant act of statecraft. He had prioritized the integrity of the Windsor line over the commercial interests surrounding his wife's extended family. It was a clear, calculated move to secure the future of the institution. And as the service drew to a close, this silent decision was about to be confirmed by a single, public gesture, a moment that casual observers would see as a father's love, but palace insiders would recognize as a monumental declaration of intent. While the trademark filings had unmasked the faces behind the plan, they left a much more disturbing question unanswered: who was actually footing the bill? In the days following the Commonwealth service, the House of Windsor settled back into its rhythmic, public-facing normalcy. To the world, the official photographs portrayed a picture of serene unity, a family standing together, bound by centuries of tradition. But behind the heavy doors of the palace's administrative corridors, the forensic investigation triggered by Lady Louise's discovery was entering its most sensitive phase. The legal team realized that the Luxembourg Company hadn't just been a dream, it was a fully funded machine. Global trademark applications, high-end design prototypes, and preliminary talks with international distributors don't happen on ambition alone. They require a massive war chest and a network of sophisticated advisors. Someone had provided the logistical and financial muscle to bring this project to the brink of reality. This realization sparked a deep dive into the corporate entity's financial skeleton. Specialists began peeling back the layers of the Luxembourg registry, looking for the real power players hiding behind the shareholder structures. What they found shifted the investigation from a local family dispute to a potential international scandal. The funding wasn't originating from within the UK. Instead, the money trail led straight across the Atlantic, pointing toward investment partners linked to major international hospitality ventures. On the surface, foreign investment in heritage projects isn't unusual. Historic estates often attract American capital for luxury resorts or boutique hotels, but the timing of these investments sent shockwaves through the duchy's legal team. Records indicated that the first financial commitments were made before Queen Elizabeth II had even passed away. This meant the groundwork for monetizing the Queen's private legacy wasn't a sudden reaction to her death. It was a long-term play, set in motion while the late monarch was still alive. This discovery created a precarious legal minefield. If these foreign investors had been promised exclusive access to the Queen's private branding, the Crown now faced the threat of messy public litigation or diplomatic fallout. The mission for the royal legal team changed from attack to containment. They had to dismantle this venture quietly, ensuring that the dispute stayed within the palace walls rather than spilling into a courtroom. One by one, the secret agreements were dissolved. Most investors, realizing they had gone up against the legal might of the Crown, withdrew immediately. But even as the contracts were shredded and the company was shuttered, one loose thread remained. The identity of the original mastermind, the person who first proposed the idea and encouraged Tom Parker Bowles to look toward Luxembourg, remained a mystery. In the long, dark history of the royals, it is often the smallest loose thread that leads to the most world-shaking revelations. As we reflect on the silent battle fought within the walls of Windsor and beneath the arches of Westminster, one thing becomes crystal clear. We didn't just witness a ceremony, we witnessed the dawn of an uncompromising new era. My personal take? This was a masterclass in soft power. While the tabloids hunt for shouting matches, the real history was written in the archives by Princess Anne, in the digital registries by Lady Louise, and through a single, perfectly angled hat by the Princess of Wales. It shows us that in the House of Windsor, The most devastating strikes are often the ones you never hear coming. There is a profound lesson here for all of us. Far beyond the palace gates. It's the lesson of the controlled perimeter. In our own lives, we are often forced to choose between personal comfort and our greater responsibilities. The royals remind us that protecting your legacy, whether it's a 1,000-year-old monarchy or your own family's values, requires vigilance, clear boundaries, and the courage to say no to those who seek to exploit your hard work. Success isn't just about what you build, it's about what you refuse to let others tear down. What do you think? Was King Charles right to choose the crown over his own extended family? Or was the hat barrier a step too far? I'd love to hear your theories in the comments below. I'll be jumping in to reply to the most interesting takes. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the secret maneuvers of the British monarchy, make sure to hit that like button. It really helps the channel reach more royal enthusiasts like you. Share this video with someone who loves a good palace exposé. And most importantly, subscribe and turn on the bell notifications. We have more exclusive breakdowns of the power shifts inside the House of Windsor coming your way very soon. Thank you for watching, and stay vigilant. Finally, the day Charles grew utterly sick of Camilla has arrived, a moment many believed would never come. A shift so abrupt and personal that it has sent shockwaves across every royal circle. According to multiple palace insiders, King Charles has ended his relationship with Queen Camilla behind closed doors, and the breaking point was nothing less than a scandal dripping with entitlement, arrogance, and a shocking sense of ownership. The catalyst? Camilla allegedly claimed several properties and personal items belonging to the late Queen Elizabeth II as her own, bypassing every royal protocol, every legal safeguard, and every boundary of respect. These weren't just trinkets or symbolic tokens. We are talking about private possessions, heirlooms, and estates that the late monarch had clearly designated for future generations. When Charles discovered what she had done, witnesses say he was the angriest he has been in decades. A private confrontation erupted at Balmoral, one that forced senior advisors to intervene. For the first time, the king questioned not only Camilla's judgment, but her intentions and the role she has played in reshaping the monarchy for her own benefit. Even more alarming, palace staff reveal that Camilla had already begun making quiet arrangements to transfer certain assets under her control, anticipating that no one would dare challenge her. But she miscalculated. She pushed too far. And this time, she pushed the wrong person. So the question now is not whether there was a fallout. The question is how far Camilla went. What Charles discovered, and why he finally decided enough was enough after years of protecting her from public scrutiny. Do you believe this marks the beginning of Camilla's downfall? Comment below and let us know. And now, let's go deeper into what truly happened behind those royal doors. The summer sun of 2025 streamed through the tall glass windows of the study at Buckingham Palace, warm and golden, spilling across the old walnut desk where King Charles III sat, his reading glasses resting low on his nose, just as he had worn them for years. Ad shaptezich shishase. The king still clung to his strict, almost military routine, waking at dawn to address state matters, a steaming cup of Earl Grey beside him, and imposing piles of paperwork awaiting his attention. London felt calm that morning. A typical Monday, with the distant murmur of traffic drifting in from the streets, but the tranquility was only on the surface. When his private secretary, a middle-aged man in a severe black suit, entered with a thick file from Clarence House, where Camilla, the queen consort, operated her own office. Charles had no inkling that this would mark the start of the most profound inner turmoil of his reign. He opened the file with casual disinterest. Used to the dry contents of such folders, reports on royal estates, updates on investments in environmental charities he tirelessly supported, or briefings on historic properties. He skimmed the first pages, pausing now and then to sip his tea, expecting nothing more than routine matters, but as he reached the middle of the dossier, a sudden tightness seized his chest, as if an invisible hand had clenched around his heart, and his breathing grew heavier. These were not just sterile figures and legal clauses, they were detailed documents outlining the rearrangement of possessions belonging to the late Queen Elizabeth II, his mother. The embodiment of endurance and British tradition, they listed everything from the glittering diamond pieces she wore on grand state occasions, such as St. Edward's crown and the Delhi Durbar pearl necklace, to family lands in Scotland, those quiet retreats where she had often found solace amid turmoil. Even personal items displayed in the palace were included: centuries, old paintings by royal artists like Sir Joshua Reynolds, and rare 18th-century porcelain. These were not merely objects of great material worth. They carried the spirit and continuity of the royal line. Each page bore precise annotations with carefully drafted notes about transferring management rights. Some items were proposed to be placed under the care of public institutions like the British Museum for greater public accessibility, while others were candidates for auction to modernize royal finances and create fresh funding streams for charitable work. On the surface, the language seemed polished and reasonable, yet it left Charles deeply unsettled, as though someone were deliberately smudging the boundary between heritage and innovation. What truly shocked him, however, was the last page. There, in bold black ink, was a single concise line: approved, Camilla, Queen Consort. There was no space allocated for approved by the sovereign, no royal signature from him, no sign that he had been consulted, not a meeting, not a phone call, not even a brief internal email. This was not a trivial bureaucratic oversight. It was an overstep, a covert maneuver carried out at the very center of the monarchy. Charles remained still, his fingers clutching the final sheet, feeling as if the solid floor beneath him was subtly trembling, though he knew it was only the reverberation of his own shock. In an instant, memories surged through his mind like a flood. His mother, Queen Elizabeth, with her reserved smile and penetrating gaze, sitting with him in private during her later years at Windsor Castle, repeating the importance of safeguarding the royal legacy. Charles, you must protect what I leave behind. These are not just material objects, but the soul of the dynasty, she had told him, her tone gentle yet unyielding, like an unwritten testament. She had ruled for more than 7 decades through storms and upheavals, shaping an enduring legacy. And now, those very possessions were being rearranged without the consent of her successor, her firstborn son. A thought he had never allowed himself to form rose unbidden in his mind. How far has Camilla gone? Camilla, the woman he loved deeply, who had stood beside him through scandal since the 1990s. From the collapse of his marriage to Diana to the relentless public scrutiny of her own role, she had become Queen Consort, but was she now building a sphere of influence that reached beyond his own authority? He placed the file back on the desk and exhaled heavily. A storm of emotion churned inside him. Hurt mingled with anger, devotion to his wife colliding with loyalty to his mother and his duty to the crown. Charles was not a man prone to outbursts. He was a patient sovereign, always striving to reconcile personal feeling with national responsibility, whether in his environmental efforts or his attempts to modernize the monarchy. Yet at that moment he felt a deep sense of betrayal from the person closest to him. He called for his secretary, his voice low but firm. "Arrange a meeting with the Queen Consort this evening. We need to speak plainly." Charles had chosen to remain at Buckingham Palace to concentrate on royal business, while Camilla frequently stayed at Clarence House to oversee her own initiatives, a physical distance that had quietly widened between them in recent weeks. Outside his window, The sunlight still shone brightly, glinting off the frames of the old paintings adorning the walls. But inside the study, the air had become heavy, almost suffocating, as if warning of a storm forming at the heart of the palace. This was no ordinary folder. It was the spark to a looming family confrontation where love, authority, and inheritance would clash head-on, threatening to shake the foundations of the House of Windsor. Clarence House, with its grey stone facade and lush manicured gardens in the heart of London, was the place where Camilla felt most at peace after long, exhausting days of royal duties. That evening, as the sun slipped behind the city's skyline and a gentle coolness settled over the capital, Charles arrived with a somber look, choosing to come alone, without aides or attendants, to keep what was to be said as private as possible, far from the prying eyes of the palace. Camilla was seated by the warm fireplace, absorbed in a book on British royal history. When he stepped into the small drawing room, she glanced up, greeting him with the familiar smile that had so often steadied him through scandals and waves of public criticism. But there was a flicker of apprehension in her eyes when she noticed the thick file he was carrying. "Charles, you're home early? I was waiting so we could have dinner together. They've prepared your favorite roast with fresh salad from Highgrove," Camilla said lightly, trying to preserve their usual cozy ambience, hoping to soften his mood before any serious conversation began. But Charles did not sit. He remained standing, his expression heavy, and placed the folder on the polished wooden table with a soft yet pointed click. When he spoke, his tone was low and probing, more like a sovereign confronting one of his ministers than a husband addressing his wife. "Camilla, we have to talk about this. You signed off on these documents about my mother's estate without consulting me. The iconic jewels, the Scottish estates. These are not things you can decide on your own without so much as a word to me." Camilla exhaled quietly, closing the book with deliberate care. She rose and moved toward him, her voice gentle, as though she were trying to reason with someone stubborn, fighting to remain composed, even as her heart pounded. "You're constantly occupied with foreign tours, parliamentary meetings about climate change, even your health issues, those chronic back pains you refuse to acknowledge. I was just trying to help, to take some of the burden off your shoulders, so you wouldn't have to worry about every detail and could focus on what truly matters." Those items were in a kind of undefined ownership category, locked away, collecting dust in storage, untouched by anyone. "I thought we should put things in order, give the royal finances more flexibility for modern initiatives, supporting education for underprivileged children, environmental projects, all the causes you've championed since your days as Prince of Wales." Charles held her gaze, his voice rising slightly, revealing the sting of disappointment and a deep sense of hurt. "That was my mother, Camilla. Not forgotten odds and ends for you to sort out at will. Those jewels have stood witness to history. From her coronation to countless state visits, those lands were where she found quiet in the midst of pressure. You cannot simply reassign control over them without telling me, as though I have no place in that decision." Camilla's lips curved into a faint, brittle smile tinged with sarcasm and self-defense, masking the fear that was starting to claw at her. "So what do you intend to do then? Keep everything locked away forever, never used? Never seen? The monarchy has to move forward. Charles, we can't be trapped endlessly in the past, shackled by outdated traditions. I'm doing what I believe is best for you and for this institution, so it doesn't appear stagnant in the eyes of the world, just as you're trying to do with your own initiatives." For a moment Charles said nothing. He simply shook his head, the gesture heavy with disillusionment, and turned to leave the room, his footsteps echoing dully against the wooden floor. But inside him the real tempest was only beginning, a hidden current gathering force, threatening to break its banks. He felt as though his grip on everything was slipping, not only on the estate, but on the trust he had placed in the woman who had walked beside him for decades, from the secretive days at Highgrove, with their intense clandestine encounters, to the moment she was formally recognized as Queen Consort after weathering years of harsh public judgment. That night, back at Buckingham Palace, Charles lay awake, sleep eluding him as he thought about the long journey they had shared, the happy moments at Raymill House, where she had once lived separately, and the hunting trips in Scotland that had brought them simple joy. Yet now that trust was trembling on the edge of collapse, and he knew he would have to make a decisive move before matters spiraled beyond control. His feelings had become a tangled mix of enduring love and gnawing suspicion. Meanwhile, Camilla, alone by the fire at Clarence House, felt a sharp ache of hurt. She had given up so much to stand at his side, from sacrificing her private life to enduring years of being branded the other woman, and now, because of one file, everything they had painstakingly built was at risk of crumbling like a sandcastle under a crashing wave. In the late afternoon, as golden sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees and lit up the rose beds that Charles himself had once planted, Clarence House became the backdrop for a secret meeting steeped in calculation. Camilla, her face drawn with fatigue, but her eyes burning with resolve, after heated disputes with Charles over Queen Elizabeth II's legacy, had summoned her sister, Annabel Elliot, for a confidential conversation. Annabel, a woman in her mid-70s with a discreet yet quietly ambitious nature, known for her work as an interior designer on royal properties, such as cottages in the Isles of Scilly and at Llew Wynne in Wales, stepped into the small drawing room, dressed in simple but refined clothing. Her silver hair pinned neatly up, she greeted Camilla with a warm smile and an affectionate embrace. Camilla returned her sister's familiar smile, though the tension in her eyes betrayed the gravity of what was to come, like someone poised on the edge of a high-stakes wager. Annabel, I'm glad you could come. We need to talk about the plan. The real plan, not the version I gave Charles. Sit down. The tea's still hot. They settled opposite each other on the soft sofa, steaming cups of tea resting on the polished wooden table between them, the aroma of Earl Grey curling through the air. The room, once a setting for tender moments between Camilla and Charles, now felt heavy, weighed down by unspoken schemes. Camilla lowered her voice, wary of potential listeners, and began. Her words carried a mix of fierce ambition and underlying unease. You know, I'm pushing this rearrangement of the Queen's legacy, those dazzling diamonds she wore at her coronation, the vast Scottish lands with Balmoral's rolling green forests, and the old pieces like 18th-century porcelain that used to be displayed in the palace, to the public and to Charles. I frame it as simplifying a complicated management system, freeing up resources for modern royal charitable work, environmental causes he adores, things he's backed passionately since his days as Prince of Wales. But in truth, I intend to liquidate and disperse some of it, sell certain items to raise money for our family project. A portion of that money will go to you, to Tom, to Laura, so we can set up a private real estate investment fund and launch a chain of luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland under our own control. You'll take charge of the interiors using all your experience from working on Duchy of Cornwall properties. Tom can oversee the culinary vision, capitalizing on his reputation as a critic, and Laura can manage the art, curating exhibitions to draw in the elite. This will be the true legacy of the Parker Bowles line, securing our financial future without having to depend on the Windsors or their antiquated constraints. I've spent so many years climbing to this position as Queen Consort, enduring scandal since the Diana era. Now it's time for us to reap the rewards, but quietly, so neither Charles nor Anne catches on. If any of this gets out, everything collapses. Annabel listened intently, her eyes brightening with excitement and ambition. though a flicker of unease crossed her features. "Are you absolutely certain?" "Camilla?" she asked. "The resort idea is tempting. I could create truly luxurious spaces, blending classic British elegance with modern touches. Just as I did with the royal cottages, Tom and Laura would be ecstatic. He could transform the resorts into high-end culinary destinations, and Laura could turn them into living art galleries. But if this ever comes to light, it all falls apart. Charles already suspects something. And Anne, she's like a bloodhound, always sniffing out trouble. The children and I will help run the fund, but you must make sure the paperwork is flawless. No trail leading back to us. Use offshore shell companies, if necessary, to disguise the flow of money." Camilla clasped her sister's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly beneath the force of her determination, the combination of burning ambition and creeping fear swirling inside her like an unseen tide. "I'm certain. Annabelle, this is our chance at a life of our own, no longer bound to Elizabeth's old ghosts. She never truly accepted me, always looked down on me. But now, as Queen Consort, I finally have the power to reshape things. You must promise to keep this quiet. This is our true inheritance as sisters, not those relics gathering dust in storage. If we succeed, we'll have our own empire, rich, independent, answerable to no one." Their meeting ended with another close embrace. Annabelle departed with a satisfied smile, already envisioning the future they might build, while Camilla remained seated alone, her heart hammering the thrill of the risk, coursing through her like a dangerous bet that could alter everything, from her royal standing to her family's destiny. She had no idea that just beyond the door, a loyal servant had overheard enough to understand, and that a storm was gathering, ready to rip away the flawless mask she believed she still wore. The stillness that followed the secret meeting was abruptly disturbed by a long-serving maid named Mary, a woman in her early 50s, loyal and discreet, who had been with the royal household since the days of Queen Elizabeth II. While dusting the corridor outside the drawing room, Mary had unintentionally overheard everything through the narrow gap in the door. Talk of selling off parts of the late Queen's legacy to fund private real estate ventures for Annabelle, Tom, and Laura. The words struck her like a blow. Her heart pounded with a mix of outrage and fear. Mary had watched Queen Elizabeth devote her life to that legacy, from the iconic jewels to the lands at Balmoral, and now they were being treated as mere instruments for personal enrichment, tormented by her conscience. She secretly reached out to Princess Anne using a private number the princess had given only to a handful of trusted staff. Speaking in a trembling voice, she relayed everything in detail. "Your Royal Highness, I heard the Queen Consort telling her sister about selling the late Queen's legacy to raise money for private family investments, opening luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland, not for royal or charitable projects, as she claims. This is a betrayal. Mum, at Windsor Castle, Princess Anne, strong-willed and unyielding by nature, received the call. As she listened, color rose hot in her cheeks, and her hand tightened around the phone as if she might crush it. Guarding her mother's legacy had always felt like a sacred duty to her, and this was not just a matter of overstepping authority, it was a brazen violation of royal tradition. Without a second thought, Anne climbed into her black Range Rover and drove straight to Clarence House. She swept through the entrance and strode into Camilla's office without announcement. Heir brisk, determined presence, sending nearby servants scurrying away. Whispering nervously in her wake, Camilla, who had been poring over more documents related to potential auctions, looked up in surprise, but quickly forced a composed smile onto her face. "Anne, you've come without an appointment. Is something urgent? Is this about those legacy rumors I've been trying to explain to Charles?" Anne shut the door sharply behind her. Her voice cut through the room like a blade tense. Emotional. The tone of a warrior defending sacred ground. "I know everything. Camilla, You're plotting to sell off Mother's legacy to raise money for your sister Annabelle and your children Tom and Laura. To pour into private real estate, opening a chain of luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. This isn't for the crown or for charity. No matter what you proclaim, stop this now before it goes any further, or I will take my evidence to Charles. Camilla went pale, her pulse racing at having been found out, but she quickly rallied and snapped back in defiance, her voice growing sharper as she stood to face Anne. "What are you talking about? I'm only streamlining the management system. Just as I told Charles, there's no scheme here. You're misinterpreting things, or listening to someone who's trying to cause trouble. That legacy needs modernization, not endless clinging to the past, and if there is investment involved, it's for the greater good." Anne stepped closer, her whole body taut with fury, her eyes blazing. "Don't try to lie your way out of this. I have proof that you're abusing your position as queen consort for the benefit of the Parker Bowles family, turning something sacred into cash for private resorts, where Annabelle designs the interiors, Tom oversees the cuisine, and Laura curates the art. This is treachery. Camilla, treachery against my mother and against the monarchy. Put an end to it, or I will expose everything, and Charles will not forgive you." Feeling driven into a corner, Camilla lashed out, her tone high and cutting, full of wounded pride and defiance. "You have no right. I am the queen consort, and Charles trusts me more than he trusts you. He knows I only want what's best for the crown. These are nothing but baseless accusations and slander. Who are you to threaten me, Anne? You've been jealous of my place ever since Diana." The confrontation ended with Anne storming out, her furious footsteps echoing down the corridor, but in her mind she had already chosen her next move, pushing events toward a breaking point. After the blazing confrontation, Princess Anne refused to simply wait. True to her decisive, no-nonsense nature like a warrior, defending sacred ground, she moved immediately. Back in her study at Windsor Castle, surrounded by ancient stone walls and the familiar scent of polished walnut, Anne sat rigid, her fists tightening as the anger from earlier still burned within her. Inwardly she vowed, "Camilla may try to deny it, but I will uncover the truth." She summoned her most trusted aide, Edward, a middle-aged man who had served the royal family since the days of Queen Elizabeth II, known for his unwavering loyalty and sharp discretion. With a firm, steady voice she gave her command. "Keep an eye on every move Annabelle Elliot makes. I want to know exactly what she's doing. With whom? And why?" Edward set to work without delay, tapping into familiar yet shadowy channels. Reliable confidential sources, maids, legal advisors, former staff from the Duchy of Cornwall. Within only a few days, through persistence and experience, he pieced together a scheme laced with calculation and greed. He discovered that Annabelle, together with Camilla's son Tom Parker Bowles, a well-known food critic, cookbook author, and columnist, and Camilla's daughter, Laura Lopes, a reserved yet affluent art collector, were working closely to establish a private real estate investment fund. On paper, the plan was wrapped in respectable language. Green investments to support environmental initiatives, a clever hook meant to appeal directly to Charles's lifelong passion for nature conservation. In reality, it was designed to channel funds from the sale of elements of Queen Elizabeth II's legacy jewels, lents, and historic items into acquiring land and developing a string of luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. The aim was clear: to build a long-term, independent financial empire for Camilla's side of the family, generating vast profits while reducing reliance on the Windsors. It was, in its own way, a quiet act of revenge for years of being looked down upon, a new legacy for the Parker Bowles line, crafted out of the old Queen's treasures. Edward returned to Windsor Castle and presented his findings in Anne's study. As she read, Anne's face went pale, shock and fury mingling, Her fingers closed so tightly around the documents that the pages crumpled. "So it's true," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Camilla is using Mother's legacy to fuel this scheme. Annabelle and her children's real estate project is going to swallow the money from sold jewels and land, all under the banner of modernizing the monarchy." Emotions swelled in her chest. Tears gathered in her eyes, not of weakness, but of rage and heartbreak. Mother would never forgive this. Anne said hoarsely, "Camilla has gone too far." Twisting her position for personal gain, Edward nodded gravely. "Your Royal Highness, the evidence is airtight. Emails detailing their plans, financial records showing they are waiting on proceeds from upcoming auctions, and documentation of offshore structures in the Cayman Islands designed to conceal the money trail, avoid tax, and prevent tracing." Anne didn't hesitate. With the sun beginning to sink, she climbed once again into her black Range Rover and drove toward Buckingham Palace, her heart pounding with urgency and grim resolve. Arriving at the palace, she strode into Charles's study, her steps brisk, her expression still flushed with anger. Forgetting all formal courtesies, she spoke at once. "Charles, I need to speak with you immediately." Charles, seated at his old walnut desk with his reading glasses low on his nose, looked up, startled. "Anne, what's happened? What's so urgent?" Anne placed the thick bundle of documents in front of him, her voice shaking with emotion. "Charles, I've uncovered everything. Camilla is not just overstepping, she's orchestrating a plan to sell Mother's legacy to fund her own family. Annabelle, Tom, and Laura are setting up a real estate fund, using the money from jewels and lands to build luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. This is the proof. Emails. Transactions. Everything." Charles began to read. As his eyes moved down the pages, his expression shifted from disbelief to a deathly pallor, then to a flushed, furious red. His hands trembled. "Oh God, Camilla," he murmured, his voice cracking. "She has deceived me like this, using Mother's legacy. The most sacred things, symbols of more than 70 years on the throne, to line the pockets of her sister and her children. Building resorts with Annabelle designing, Tom overseeing the cuisine, Laura handling the art." He looked up, his eyes blazing with pain. "This is betrayal. Anne, I cannot forgive this. Not ever." Rage surged through him like a violent storm. He slammed his palm down on the desk, making the documents jump. Tears spilled not from weakness, but from deep, torn loyalty. He rose from his chair, his voice steady now with hard, unyielding resolve. "I will dismiss her. Strip her of her privileges. This cannot go on. Mother's legacy is sacred. Intouchable." Anne moved to his side and wrapped her arms around him in a fierce, protective embrace. "You're doing the right thing. Charles, we must act now before more damage is done. I'll stand with you." After receiving the irrefutable evidence, Charles could no longer hold back the fury boiling inside him. In his private study, bathed in warm golden lamplight, yet thick with suffocating tension, he sat turning page after page, his face drained of color. "Camilla, she's really done this to me," he whispered, voice raw, using the iconic jewels, the Balmoral lands, Mother's very soul to trade for luxury resorts for her own family. This is outright treachery. Overwhelmed, he struck the desk with his fist, tears spilling down his cheeks. He made up his mind at once. He sent word for Camilla to meet him that evening at Clarence House in private and without advance notice. Giving her no time to prepare or spin excuses, Camilla entered the small drawing room once their sanctuary, with its soft sofas and welcoming fire, wearing a strained, anxious expression, her silver hair slightly disheveled from the sudden summons. "Charles, You called me so urgently. What's happened? Is this about the legacy rumors again? I thought I'd already explained everything. Charles did not sit. He stood holding the documents. His voice low but burning with anger. Camilla. I know it all now. The plan to sell Mother's legacy to fund investments for Annabelle, Tom, and Laura, those resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. This is your last chance. Tell me the truth. Why did you do it? I once loved you enough to risk everything for you. Don't force me to lose every last shred of faith. Despite the evidence, a part of him still hoped she might confess honestly, that decades of shared history might mean something. Camilla turned pale but forced herself to regain composure and clung to denial. Charles, what are you saying? There is no scheme. I only rearranged the legacy to create resources for the monarchy, especially for the environmental causes you care so much about. Those resort stories are lies. Rumors twisted by others. Annabelle was merely talking about personal investments, nothing tied to your mother's legacy. You believe me, don't you? Everything I've done is for us, for my love for you. She reached for his hand, eyes filling with tears, trying to appeal to his heart. But her denial only poured fuel on his rage. Charles withdrew his hand, his voice turning cold. You're still denying it? The proof is right here, emails, bank transfers. The whole structure laid out. You've crossed the final line. Camilla, anything related to my mother is sacred. You've betrayed not only me, but the entire monarchy. Unable to bear any more lies, Charles called for an emergency meeting with Anne, William, and Camilla to be held that very evening at Buckingham Palace. That night, under the glittering yet icy light of crystal chandeliers, the emergency meeting took place in a private conference room deep within the palace. The atmosphere felt like that of a royal tribunal. Anne sat with a steely, indignant expression. William was quiet but resolute. Camilla entered with a pale face and trembling hands, a sense of impending doom hanging over her. Charles sat at the head, the bundle of evidence in front of him. Camilla. Anne. William, we are here because of a betrayal that cannot be forgiven. I confronted you privately. Camilla. I gave you the opportunity to tell the truth. Instead, you denied everything. This plan to sell my mother's legacy to fund luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland, you have used your position as queen consort to line your own family's pockets. Camilla sank into her chair, tears gathering and spilling as she finally broke down. Charles, please, I'll admit it now. I was wrong. I was afraid for my family's future. And that's why I devised the plan. But I did it because I care, because the monarchy has to change. Please give me a chance to make it right. I'll end the project. Return everything. Don't cast me out. I love you after all these years together. Anne cut in at once. Sharp and unforgiving. Make it right? You intended to use my mother's money to fund your private resorts? That is not a mistake, it is betrayal. And there is no undoing that. William spoke up with calm but resolute firmness. Father, we can't overlook this. Grandmother's legacy is untouchable. What she's done violates everything our family stands for. Charles's anger rose again, like a volcano erupting. He slammed his hand on the table. No, Camilla, I gave you a chance in private. And you chose to lie. Admitting it now is too late. I trusted you. I loved you for decades, from our secret days at Highgrove to the moment you stood beside me as queen consort. But anything tied to my mother is sacred. You have torn that apart. You have betrayed me, and the crown. His voice hardened as he pronounced his verdict. I have decided to expel you from the center of royal life and strip you of all privileges connected to the legacy and royal duties. You will live separately at Highgrove. You will retain the title, but you will have no power, no influence. There will be no second chance. This betrayal is beyond forgiveness, no matter how strong our love once was. Camilla broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. "Charles, please, I love you. Don't do this." But Charles turned away, his tone icy and final. "The meeting is over? Leave." After the final verdict, Camilla was removed from palace life, quietly yet unmistakably, and sent to live in isolation at Raymill House, the tranquil Gloucestershire estate surrounded by the colorful gardens Charles had once designed as a symbol of the shared affection. Now those same flowers were nothing more than a backdrop to her solitude and remorse. Even though the title Queen Consort technically remained attached to her name, the palace released no official statement. But the news spread rapidly through the media, and public commentary became merciless. At last, she's been removed. The scheme to exploit the legacy has collapsed. Left alone at Highgrove, Camilla reflected on her tumultuous journey from the days of being a hidden lover, enduring the scandal of being labeled the other woman in the breakdown of Diana's marriage, to eventually reaching the powerful role of Queen Consort, overwhelmed by regret. She wept as she stared at old photographs of herself and Charles, though deep inside she still tried to justify her actions. "I only wanted to secure a future for my own family. The Windsors never fully accepted me anyway." Meanwhile, the real estate venture spearheaded by Annabelle, Tom, and Laura crumbled disastrously. After funds tied to the halted legacy, sales were frozen. The Parker Bowles family soon faced significant financial strain. Annabelle lost major design commissions. Tom's professional reputation suffered. Laura was forced to part with portions of her cherished art collection. Camilla became increasingly isolated, shunned by the public and branded a symbol of betrayal. Over time, her health declined under the weight of stress and emotional downfall. As for Charles, though devastated at losing the woman he had once loved, with great passion spending many sleepless nights recalling their moments at Highgrove and Clarence House, he found a renewed sense of purpose in safeguarding his mother's legacy. His bond with Anne and William grew stronger than ever. He immersed himself in environmental causes, expanding charitable initiatives that did not touch the late Queen's possessions, and often visited her resting place at Windsor Chapel. Seeking emotional clarity and forgiveness, Princess Anne, steadfast and unyielding, continued to serve as the monarchy's anchor, supporting Charles's duties and maintaining vigilance to ensure no similar schemes could arise again. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment knowing she had protected the integrity of the Windsor bloodline. William, alongside Catherine, focused on preparing for his future role as king. Placing strong emphasis on honoring tradition, their children were raised with an understanding of the values embodied in their grandmother's legacy. Thus the monarchy moved forward with renewed strength. Shaped by a powerful lesson in loyalty and honor, it became a story where personal ambition was ultimately defeated by familial responsibility, fortifying the unity of the Windsor line and underscoring that nothing could trespass upon the sacred memory of Queen Elizabeth II. In the end, Charles's breaking point with Camilla is not just a private crisis, but a turning tide inside the monarchy. When a queen consort dares to claim what rightfully belonged to Queen Elizabeth, consequences are inevitable. And today, those consequences have finally caught up with her. But this story is far from over. New revelations are already surfacing, and the palace is scrambling to contain the fallout. If you want the truth behind every twist and every hidden motive, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment below, and stay with us for the next shocking update. Recently, King Charles's health has become the center of intense discussions behind the closed doors of the palace, and according to multiple internal sources, it was precisely this reality that led to an unprecedented decision. The throne was transferred in silence. Overnight. No prior announcement. No ceremony. No live broadcast. Only signatures placed on paper while the rest of the country was asleep. According to sources we have accessed, This decision was not driven by ambition, but by the monarchy's instinct for survival. As the king's health visibly declined, his schedule was reduced. Meetings were shortened, and coordination of authority began to fragment. The question of succession was no longer about a distant future, it became an issue of the present, and in that context, William emerged as the only choice capable of guaranteeing immediate stability. What shocked observers was not that William was chosen, but how it happened. According to close sources, the transfer document had already been prepared, activated under emergency conditions, and signed discreetly to avoid any interference that could spark controversy. Notably, Camilla's role in this process was described as unusually minimal. No consultation, no public consent, and no presence in the chain of key decisions. The palace's silence afterward only deepened the suspicion. No denial, no confirmation, just subtle adjustments in schedules, small but consistent changes in protocol, and a William appearing more frequently in positions traditionally reserved for the king. That is how power shifts when it cannot be publicly announced. So what truly happened that night? Why did the transfer have to be carried out in secrecy? And where does Camilla stand in the new power structure now taking shape? Stay with us as we break down every detail behind this shocking decision. And let us know your view in the comments. Was this a necessary move to preserve the monarchy, or the beginning of a highly risky restructuring? King Charles III had just concluded a diplomatic reception lasting 3 hours with the Commonwealth delegation. The moment the heavy oak doors of the 1,844 room closed, the diplomatic smile on the king's lips vanished instantly. He stumbled, his right hand gripping the edge of the table to maintain his balance. A violent wave of dizziness crashed over him like a tsunami, washing away all awareness of his surroundings. His breath rasped in heavy labored gasps, and his heart beat erratically, as if trying to shatter his aging chest. The head of the medical household, Professor Evans, who had been standing by in the private room, immediately stepped forward. There was no panic, only a terrifyingly cold professionalism. After 15 minutes of checking vital signs and reviewing the latest MRI results, Evans removed his glasses, his expression grave. "Your Majesty?" Evans's voice was low but clear in the silent room. "We cannot delay any longer. The signs of vascular exhaustion have shifted to red alert. The oxygen supply to the brain is severely diminishing under the pressure of stress. If you continue at this intensity, a massive stroke is no longer a risk. It is an inevitability." Charles sank into his armchair, his weary eyes gazing out at the steam-fogged window. He understood his body better than anyone. In recent weeks, he had frequently forgotten key details in the government red boxes. Simple decisions had suddenly become as burdensome as moving a mountain. The Regency Act of 1937, Charles whispered, his voice. "It is a trap. Evans, it only allows for the transfer of power when I am completely incapacitated or in a deep coma. But I'm not dead. I am just running on empty." That was the fatal loophole in the British Constitution. If Charles did not declare himself incapacitated, he still had to rule absolutely. But a ruling king with declining mental acuity was the seed of collapse. He needed another solution. A solution without precedent. That night, as the clock struck 10:00 p.m., Charles convened a top-secret meeting with the only two people he trusted implicitly regarding loyalty to the institution: Prince William and Princess Anne. The king's private study was completely soundproofed. The yellow light cast shadows upon the portraits of past monarchs, creating haunting interplays of light and dark. "I will issue a special royal decree," Charles declared, his voice weak, but containing the resolve of a man who had contemplated this for a long time. He pushed a handwritten draft toward William. "A partial transfer. William will hold specific constitutional powers, receiving heads of state, ratifying royal assents, and holding honorary military command, I will retain the title of king and the weekly meetings with the Prime Minister. This is the only way to maintain stability without my abdication. William picked up the paper. His brow furrowed tight. He scanned the lines quickly. It was a bold move, perhaps even reckless. It slipped through a narrow crack in the law. "Father," William said, his tone deep but full of concern, "this will cause a massive storm in Parliament. And more importantly, Camilla. She will not accept being sidelined in this new power structure. Princess Anne," standing with her arms crossed by the fireplace, nodded in agreement. William is right. Camilla has spent 2 decades laundering her reputation to climb to this position. She will view this as a direct assault on her status as queen the moment that name was uttered. The air in the room seemed to freeze. The door suddenly burst open. There was no announcement from a servant, nor a knock. Queen Camilla walked in. She wore a deep blue silk dress, her neck adorned with the priceless pearl necklace Charles had given her for their anniversary last year. But her eyes held no marital affection. They were sharp, calculating, and full of vigilance. Camilla had heard, or at least her network of spies within the palace had reported this unusual meeting. William is right. Camilla stepped forward, her voice soft, but carrying the resonance of a command. She walked straight to Charles's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that was both possessive and subtly threatening. "You cannot do this, Charles. Transferring power to William while you are alive. Are you turning yourself into a puppet king?" Camilla turned to look at William and Anne, the corner of her lips curling into a challenging smile. She knew who she was up against, but she also knew Charles's weakness. If the king is weak, the wife must be the one to share the burden. That is the principle of marriage. And it is tradition. I propose a co-regency mechanism. William and I will rule together. That is the balance and unity the public wants to see. Princess Anne took a step forward, blocking Camilla's view of William. Her voice was steely. "You are mistaken, Camilla. My mother, Queen Elizabeth, never and would never intend for you to touch political power. You are the queen consort. Your role is to support, not to rule. Do not ever forget your place." Camilla squeezed Charles's shoulder tight, causing him to grimace slightly in pain. She leaned down, whispering into her husband's ear, but loud enough for the room to hear, "You need me, Charles. You know that William is too young, and Anne is too rigid. Only I understand what you truly need." The declaration of war had been issued. The battle for power was no longer taking place in the shadows. It had materialized right in the heart of the monarchy, 24 hours after the fateful meeting. London woke up to a media earthquake. A slew of tabloids and online news sites simultaneously ran blazing red headlines. King Charles critical. William forced his father to abdicate to seize power. At Kensington Palace, William threw his tablet onto the table, the dry clatter echoing through the breakfast room, his face flushed red with suppressed rage. The article in the Daily Truth, citing a high-ranking source close to the palace, described the king's health condition in chilling detail. It painted Charles as a senile old man, unable to remember staff names, even needing to be fed. Conversely, William was portrayed as power-hungry, exploiting his father's illness to isolate him from his devoted wife. "This is her handiwork," William roared, his voice trembling with indignation. The details about the vascular fatigue were known only to Evans' father, myself, and Anne. She has sold out her husband to buy public sympathy. Kate Middleton, maintaining an astonishing calm, placed a hand on her husband's shoulder to reassure him. She looked deep into his eyes. "She is playing psychological warfare." "William," She wants the public to believe you are an unfilial son. If you accept the transfer of power now, public opinion will view it as a family coup. She wants to erode your legitimacy. Meanwhile, at Clarence House, Charles and Camilla's private residence, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. Camilla was hosting a discreet afternoon tea with her inner circle, including the editor-in-chief of a major newspaper, 2 hardline conservative MPs, and her private press secretary. The British public always has a soft spot for the image of a devoted woman, Camilla said. Toying with a fine bone china teacup, she no longer looked agitated as she had the night before. Instead, she wore the cold calculation of a seasoned politician. They fear sudden change. William is too young and has a tendency to modernize too aggressively. We need to plant the fear of instability in their minds. She turned to her secretary, ordering, "Leak more information, stating that doctors have advised Charles needs 24/7 special care from his closest relative, and imply that only I can understand the king's wishes at this time. If Charles cannot speak, I will be his voice." Camilla's plan was cruel, but terrifyingly logical. She knew she could not directly confront William on constitutional grounds or bloodline. Therefore, she chose to usurp soft power, becoming the sole interpreter for the king. If every decree, every opinion of Charles had to be conveyed through her, then she was the king. That evening, Charles's health took a sudden turn for the worse due to psychological pressure. He suffered a bout of breathlessness and his blood pressure spiked. Camilla immediately ordered a lockdown of the king's bedroom area, citing doctor's orders to prevent William from visiting. Inside the room, heavy with the smell of antiseptic and essential oils, Camilla sat by the bedside. Charles lay there, frail and alone. She took his hand, not to transmit warmth, but to inject poison into his bewildered mind. They want to steal your throne before you have even laid it down. "Charles," Camilla whispered, her voice sweet but full of malice. "William is gathering lawyers. Anne is digging through old files. They see you as a burden. Only I can protect your legacy. Just sign the power of attorney for me. Just one signature, and I will silence them all." Under the influence of sedatives and the persistent whispering, Charles's will began to waver. He looked at the wife he had defied the world to love, his heart full of conflict. Was his son truly in a rush for him to depart? Doubt, like a dose of poison, began to seep into every weakening brain cell of the old king. Princess Anne was not someone easily deceived, and certainly not someone who would sit idly by while Camilla manipulated her brother. With the experience of someone who had served the monarchy for over 50 years, she immediately recognized Camilla's divide and conquer and isolate the target tactics. Early in the morning on the 3rd day of the crisis, Anne convened an emergency meeting with William and the Archbishop of Canterbury at Gatcombe Park, her private estate in the countryside, the only place Camilla's eyes and ears could not reach. "We no longer have time for aristocratic politeness," Anne said the moment everyone sat down. She placed an unloaded shotgun on the table and began cleaning it, a habit that helped her focus when thinking about difficult problems. The action also implicitly signaled her attitude, ready for battle. Camilla intends to trigger the Regency clause in a way that benefits her, Anne analyzed sharply. She has lobbied enough secret votes within the Privy Council. If Charles falls into a coma or is declared incapacitated right now under the old laws, Camilla will automatically have a seat on the Regency Council. As the monarch's spouse, she will use that vote to veto all of William's decisions. William rubbed his forehead, his face tense with extreme stress. "But father is completely under her control. I cannot access him to explain the truth without causing a brawl with the guards. If I use force, I will fall into the media trap she has set." The Archbishop of Canterbury, holding the role of highest spiritual and legal advisor, spoke up. "We need an irrefutable legal document. I have secretly finished drafting the decree of partial transfer according to His Majesty's original wishes. This document grants power directly to the Prince of Wales, William, without going through the Regency Council, but we need his signature. A fresh signature in a lucid state, and with independent witnesses. Anne paused her gun cleaning. Looking up, her eyes sharp as knife blades. Tonight, we will act. Tonight, I will use my authority as honorary colonel to change the guard shift at the King's Wing. Those loyal to Camilla or bought off by her will be reassigned to the outer perimeter. But how do we get father out of her sight? William worried. She barely leaves the bedroom. We aren't taking him anywhere. Anne gave a dry laugh. A cold smile that made even William shiver. I will bring the truth right to his face. William, brace yourself. Tonight will be the longest night of this dynasty. And I need you to bring something. What is it? The financial records of Camilla's son's company and the reports from MI5 regarding the secret meetings between her and the media tycoons. Anne stood up, loading the gun with a dry clack. We won't just be defending, we will attack. At the same time, at Buckingham Palace, Camilla received a tip from a servant who was a double agent that William and Anne had just returned to London. She immediately went on alert. The instincts of a survivor of decades of infighting told her a raid was imminent. Prepare the car. Camilla ordered her assistant, her voice urgent, and call the editor of the Sun. Tell them to prepare for breaking news tomorrow morning. If William dares to encroach on the king's room tonight, I will accuse him of attempting to usurp the throne. I will bury his reputation forever. Big Ben chimed 11 times, the melancholy sound spreading across a sleeping London. But inside Buckingham Palace, a silent war was beginning. William, dressed in civilian black to avoid attention, secretly entered the palace through a side door reserved for logistics staff in the kitchen area. Accompanying him were the Archbishop of Canterbury and 2 of the kingdom's top constitutional lawyers. They moved quickly and decisively through the long tunnel-like corridors where marble statues seemed to hold their breath. Watching, Princess Anne had arrived first. She stood waiting at the junction of the corridor leading to the royal bedroom quarters. The guards here had been replaced by soldiers from the Blues and Royals, a unit absolutely loyal to Anne. She is in there, Anne whispered, nodding toward the closed oak door at the end of the hall. Intelligence reports that she has had recording devices installed in the room. She wants to trap us. The plan had to change in a split second. They couldn't sign secretly while Camilla was there with a recorder. They had to face her head-on. Turning the infiltration into a public purge, William took a deep breath, nodding to Anne. He knew the risk was immense. If he failed, he would be branded a traitor. But if he didn't act, the British monarchy would fall into the hands of an ambitious woman. Open the door. William ordered the guard. The heavy oak door slowly swung open. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, King Charles was lying propped up against high pillows, his face gaunt, eyes closed in exhaustion. Camilla sat beside him holding a bowl of hot soup. When she saw the door open and the group enter, she started spilling the soup onto the expensive Persian rug. What do you think you are doing? Camilla stood up abruptly, shielding Charles's bed like a mother beast protecting her territory. This is the king's private room. It is past midnight. Guards. Throw them out. But no soldiers entered. The silence of the guards outside was the clearest answer that power had shifted. No soldiers will heed your orders tonight. Camilla. Princess Anne stepped in, the sound of her heels striking the wooden floor like a judge's gavel. We are here to carry out the king's will. His true will? Not the will you have force-fed him. William stepped to his father's bedside, kneeling on one knee to bring his eyes level with him. He took Charles's thin hand. Father, I apologize for coming late, but we need to end this right now for the stability of the kingdom and for your health. Charles slowly opened his eyes. They were cloudy with illness and medication, but upon seeing William, A flash of painful conflict appeared. He looked at his son, then at his wife standing between them. "William," he rasped, his voice weak. Camilla lunged forward, pushing William's hand away. "No. You must not listen to him. Charles, he is tricking you. He brought lawyers to force you to abdicate." She pulled a crumpled document from her pocket. The full regency power of attorney she had been pressuring him to sign for the last 2 days. "Enough." The voice of the Archbishop of Canterbury rang out with authority. Drowning out Camilla's shouting, he stepped forward, raising the cross worn on his chest. "Your Majesty the Queen Consort. The act of coercing the monarch to sign a constitutional document without the presence of the Privy Council is a violation of the Treason Act of 1351. The phrase treason dropped into the middle of the room like a bomb. Camilla froze. But her survival instinct rose stronger than ever. She knew she was cornered. She decided to go all in. Camilla turned to Charles, tears beginning to flow. She knelt by the bed, gripping his hand tightly, creating a perfectly tragic scene. "Charles, I only want what is best for you. They want to strip you of your power, make you useless. Can you bear to let your wife be humiliated by the world and your own son?" Charles closed his eyes, breathing rapidly. Camilla's emotional manipulation still had a potent effect on him. Seeing Charles waver, Camilla stood up, whipping around to face William and Anne. The gentle mask shattered, revealing a face twisted with rage and ambition. "If you sign the transfer decree to William," she hissed through gritted teeth, "I will publish your entire medical file. I will tell the world you have dementia, hallucination, and that your son interrogated you at midnight. I will turn William into a usurper, and this dynasty will collapse in scandal." William clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck. He started to step forward, but Anne raised a hand to stop him. She stepped to the front, facing Camilla directly. The distance between the two most powerful women in the royal family was less than a meter. "You say you sacrificed?" Anne asked, her voice terrifyingly calm. "You say you did everything for love? Then let me remind you of true sacrifice and of the price you agreed to pay to set foot in this place." Anne slowly opened the black leather briefcase she always carried. She pulled out a yellowed envelope sealed with red wax, bearing the royal crest of the previous reign. "You think my mother, Queen Elizabeth, accepted this marriage without any precautions?" She held the envelope high. "This is the Sandringham secret pact of 2005 signed by you, Charles, and witnessed by Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. Do you remember clause number 4? Camilla?" Camilla's face drained of all blood. Her eyes widened in horror. She stumbled back, hitting the edge of the table, knocking the lamp to the floor where it shattered. "Clause number 4. Anne read aloud, clearly every word nailing into the air. "In the event that Mrs. Camilla Parker Bowles engages in any behavior interfering with the line of succession or seeks to hold political power beyond ceremonial roles, the marriage shall be declared legally void within the royal context. She shall be stripped of all titles, expelled from royal residences, and receive no allowance whatsoever. She will leave with exactly what she brought, empty hands and disgrace." William looked at his aunt in astonishment. He had never known of this document's existence. It turned out Queen Elizabeth had foreseen it all. She had left one final trap, a self-defense mechanism to protect the throne for her grandson. From this woman's ambition, Camilla collapsed to the floor, stammering, "No, impossible, Charles. You said that document was destroyed? You promised me." She turned to look at Charles, hoping for salvation. But the king's silence was the cruelest answer. Amidst the wreckage of emotions and naked truth, something strange happened. King Charles, who had been lying still as a senile old man, suddenly sat bolt upright. He pushed the pillow behind his back with a decisive, strong motion. Looking nothing like a man critical or demented, he reached for the glass of water on the table, took a sip, and looked straight at Camilla with unusually clear eyes. "I lied to you," Charles said. His voice was no longer hoarse, but deep, sad, and commanding. The whole room, including William, was stunned. "I do have vascular fatigue. Yes. I need to reduce my workload. Yes," Charles continued, his eyes never leaving his trembling wife on the floor. "But I never lost my mind. I was never confused. The signs of excessive collapse this past week, allowing you to run rampant with the media, my silence in the face of your whispers, it was all a test." "A test?" Camilla whispered, her voice shattering. "My mother, the Queen, told me before she passed, power is the strongest reagent for the human heart. I knew you had ambition, Camilla, but I hoped your love for me was greater than that ambition." Charles sighed, a sigh that shed the emotional burden of 30 years. "I waited. I hoped you would tear up that power of attorney and just hold my hand like a wife. I hoped you would protect William instead of attacking him. But you failed. You chose the throne over me." Charles turned to William, his eyes full of apology, but also pride. "Son, I am sorry for letting you endure this attack. I needed to see clearly the true nature of those around me before transferring power, and now I have seen—" He pointed to the document Anne was holding. "That pact is still valid, and tonight, Camilla, you violated it in front of the Archbishop and the heir. You signed your own sentence with your own hand." Camilla sat there dead silent. She realized she had not only lost to Anne in strategy, lost to William in legitimacy, but she had lost the very husband she thought she had manipulated for so many years. Her pride vanished, leaving only the nakedness of a loser. Charles took the fountain pen from the Archbishop. He did not look at Camilla again. "Give me the decree." Under the yellow light of the bedroom, King Charles III put his pen to the transfer of power decree. His handwriting was a bit shaky due to age, but strong, decisive, and authoritative. William stepped closer, signing his name right below as Prince Regent. Next came the witnessing signatures of the Archbishop of Canterbury and Princess Anne. The document was completed at 11:55 p.m. Only 5 minutes left until the new day. Charles handed the dried paper to William, then turned to Camilla, who was now sitting curled up like a soulless corpse. Tears dried on her cheeks. "You will go on a retreat," Charles said, his voice cold, devoid of any affection. It was the voice of a king ordering a subject, not a husband speaking to a wife. "To Scotland. For a long time. The reason will be health. You will not appear in public anymore, nor attend any royal events. Keep the last shred of dignity for yourself." Camilla opened her mouth to beg, but the icy glare of Anne stopped any words. 2 female guards entered, gently but firmly escorting Camilla up. She stumbled away, possessing none of the aura of a queen. The door closed behind her, the latch clicking shut dryly, like the sound of a judge's gavel, announcing a death sentence for a lifetime of ambition. 1 week after the night of the long knives at Buckingham, the BBC 6 p.m. news broadcast. A global shock. Buckingham Palace has just issued an official statement. Queen Camilla will withdraw completely from royal duties due to serious health reasons. She will move to recuperate at a private estate in rural Scotland. At the same time, a second statement was released. King Charles III has signed a special decree granting additional constitutional powers to Prince William to assist the king in running the country. This is seen as a de facto transfer of power, opening a new era of co-rule. On the balcony of Buckingham Palace, the September wind blew strong. There was no grand debut ceremony, no cheering crowd. Just William standing there alone, looking down at London as the city lights began to turn on. He did not smile. His face bore the deep contemplation of a man who had just shouldered the responsibility of an entire kingdom. Behind him, in the shadows of the room, Kate Middleton stepped forward, gripping her husband's hand tight. "It's over," she said softly, her voice relieved. William turned. Looking at the phone, lighting up on the table, a brief text from Princess Anne had just arrived. "She has arrived in Scotland. Gate locked. Key destroyed." William turned off the phone, looking into the distance toward the Big Ben clock tower, tolling the bells of a new hour. "No?" "Kate," William replied, his eyes steadfast. "It is only just beginning. We have cleared the weeds. Now is the time to sow new seeds. This time we will do it right. With truth. Not with secrets." William turned and walked inside, the balcony doors closing, blocking the flashbulbs of the paparazzi from afar, trying to capture the moment of the new master. A true dynasty where honor is placed higher than ambition had officially begun from the ashes of betrayal. As this chapter quietly closes, one thing is clear: the British monarchy is no longer operating on tradition alone, but on urgency, calculation, and survival. Decisions that once took years of preparation are now being made overnight. Behind sealed doors, driven by realities, the public is only beginning to sense whether this silent transfer of authority proves to be a stabilizing move or the spark of deeper unrest remains to be seen. What cannot be ignored is the symbolism. Power does not disappear, it shifts. And when it shifts without ceremony, without explanation, it leaves behind questions that refuse to fade. Questions about legitimacy, about influence, about who truly holds control when the crown itself grows fragile. Thank you for staying with us until the end of this analysis. If you believe this secret transition was a necessary step to protect the monarchy, or if you fear it marks the beginning of a dangerous precedent, we want to hear your thoughts. Please share your perspective in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more in-depth investigations into the hidden power struggles shaping the future of the British royal family. At 2:17 a.m., in the closed meeting room of Buckingham Palace, a statement rang out that left all advisers present nearly speechless. The king, his face hollowed by illness and eyes exhausted, was said to have spoken 4 words no one had ever dared to imagine at this moment. "I want a divorce." A cold, decisive statement, full of contradiction. With the long journey he had fought to legitimize his love for Camilla, what had driven King Charles? At 76, in the most fragile stage of his health, to want to end a marriage he once considered destiny? And more importantly, how was this decision connected to secrets buried for years within the palace's ancient walls? Was this the final collapse of Charles' reign? Or a moment of vindication for Diana after years of suffering? Because just before that fateful night, the king had received a shocking intelligence report. The report revealed that Camilla had secretly contacted biographers and media directors to rewrite history, distort the image of the late Princess Diana and Prince William, while portraying herself as a central figure in the royal family. Meanwhile, the palace was in unprecedented chaos. Staff quietly boycotted. The media shifted. The public enraged. Everything created the sense of an investigation peeling back layer after layer of hidden truth. To understand why everything exploded at this moment, we must trace back the hidden sequence of events known only to the most powerful people in the palace. In the early hours, the atmosphere in Buckingham Palace was so heavy that even long-serving staff felt the unusual tension in every breath. The long corridors were dimly lit by a few pale yellow wall lamps, creating deep shadows that seemed to swallow every sound. The great clock struck 2:17, its chime cutting through the silence like a blade. The meeting room door on the west side of the palace opened slightly, revealing King Charles with a hollowed face and eyes deep, as if he had not slept for days. Those present in the dark room all understood that something very serious was about to happen. Charles sat at the head of the table. His movements were slow and heavy. As if he had to gather all his strength for each gesture, on the table lay a thick black-bound dossier. Neatly arranged in stark contrast to the chaos brewing in the palace, 3 senior advisers sat opposite the king, face tense, hands clasped under the table to hide their restlessness. No one dared breathe heavily. They waited. They had some idea, but they could not have imagined how cruel what they were about to hear would be. Charles inhaled deeply, then spoke in a hoarse, cold voice. Like the wind whistling through an old window, she crossed the line. This cannot continue. The 4 advisers exchanged stunned looks. They knew these words would shake the very foundations of the monarchy. One of them tried to remain calm, speaking softly. "Your Majesty, could you clarify further?" Charles did not answer immediately. He opened the dossier, and as the first pages were laid on the table, the room sank into another layer of silence. The intelligence report, sent to the palace less than 6 hours earlier, documented a series of secret contacts between Camilla and controversial biographers over the past years. According to the report, Camilla had not only tried to portray herself as a devoted and misunderstood woman, but had deliberately manipulated historical narratives to defame the late Princess Diana. Some sections even indicated that she had directly provided false information to diminish Prince William's credibility. While elevating her own role in the transfer of power, one advisor could not contain himself. Eyes wide. "Your Majesty, this goes far beyond what we ever suspected." Charles closed his eyes, hands trembling slightly. "I gave her too many chances," he said, voice choked. "But this is betrayal, not just against me, but against Diana, against William, against the image of the monarchy. I cannot allow this to continue." Another wave of silence swept over the room. Everyone understood the true meaning of that statement. A divorce at this moment would not just be a family matter, it would be a political bomb, a media earthquake, and a major question mark over the future of the throne. One cautious advisor spoke up. "Your Majesty, we need to consider the stability of the monarchy. If this becomes public, pressure from the public and Parliament could trigger a succession crisis." Charles opened his eyes, looking straight at them. "If I close my eyes to the truth for the sake of the throne, what value does that throne hold? I have lived long enough to know the limits of a human being, and I have reached mine." Those words made 2 advisers bow their heads. The third, the closest to Charles, silently observed and realized clearly. It was not anger that possessed him now, but exhaustion to the point of despair. Cancer was gradually weakening his body. Secret treatments, long days of fatigue, sleepless nights, all had left him without the strength to continue a marriage that had long rotted. "Your Majesty," the close advisor spoke very softly, "are you sure this is the decision you want to make in your current fragile health? She, after all, is still the Queen. Public opinion will be in turmoil." Charles folded his arms, eyes slowly rising to the ceiling, as if listening to some distant sound. "When I fought to legitimize this love, I thought it was the right thing. But love only exists with respect, and this is betrayal. Camilla has gone too far. She has not only harmed me, she has sullied Diana's memory. That I will never forgive." No one dared interrupt. The entire room waited for the king to speak further. But Charles just sat there, motionless, looking like a shadow, trying to hold on to his last remaining strength. He raised a hand to rub his chest, where the pain was appearing more frequently. "I do not have much time left to correct my mistakes, and I do not want to die in a false marriage. Another advisor boldly asked, "Your Majesty? So what is your plan?" Charles placed the dossier back on the table, then spoke without hesitation. "I want to prepare divorce proceedings secretly, in the early stage, and you must be ready for the media crisis. They will ask, they will dig, but we must hold our ground." As he spoke, it was clearly visible that his left hand trembled slightly, not out of anger, but because his body was exhausted. One advisor stood up, about to run for a doctor, but Charles raised his hand to stop him. "I am fine. I am just tired." His voice was so soft, it sounded like his breath slipping away. What made the meeting heavier was a truth everyone knew but dared not voice. Charles was not only facing a marriage about to collapse, he was facing the greatest fear of his life. The fear of a king who knew his time was running short. One advisor slowly asked, "Do you want us to contact Prince William? Your Majesty? Do you think you should inform him first?" Charles nodded very lightly. "William needs to know the whole truth, and it will affect him more than it affects me." The meeting ended after nearly an hour. When the advisors stood, they realized something had permanently changed. Not just the divorce decision. It was the first time they had seen a king admit his own helplessness. Not helplessness in power, but helplessness in life. When the meeting room door closed behind them, Charles remained alone. The yellow light fell on his aged face, revealing the wrinkles of disappointment and the marks of regret. He whispered softly, more to himself than anyone else, "I tried, but everything has gone too far." And in that moment, within the vast palace, there remained only an old man, carrying the pain of a love exhausted, a betrayal unforgivable, and the burden of a throne shaking. Divorce was no longer an option. It had become inevitable. Only the timing of its announcement to the world remained. But that meeting was only the surface. In the darkness of the palace, a silent uprising had begun. No one announced it. No one organized it. No flags were raised. Yet from the red-carpeted corridors to the discreet service rooms behind the scenes, there was a subtle shift, so intense that even the closest observers had to startle at realizing everything had slipped out of control. And the scariest part was that it did not happen loudly. It happened coldly, deliberately, as if everything was waiting for the exact moment to erupt. The uprising began with seemingly small things: a cup of tea delivered 10 minutes late, an order ignored, a midnight call unanswered. Those who had served 3 generations of the royal family seemed to have collectively decided they would no longer bow to Camilla. They did not speak it aloud. No one dared. But their eyes exchanged messages as they passed her room, betraying everything. It was discomfort, fatigue, a sense of long-accumulated resentment that could not be released. And once that resentment found a chance to erupt, it spread like an underground fire beneath glowing embers. A long-serving butler whispered in a corner of the kitchen. The usual gathering point for palace secrets, the butler, known for his strictness and rarely complaining, for the first time uttered a phrase that was almost a confession. "We have served 3 generations of the royal family, but never have we had to serve someone like her." Those words immediately spread among the service staff, like a spark lighting dry wood. It created a shared mindset where everyone felt they were no longer alone in this silent resistance. They began to watch Camilla with different eyes, no longer reluctantly respectful, but with vigilant challenge. Meanwhile, outside the palace, another wave was rising stronger than ever. It was the wave of support for Diana, the woman who had left this world nearly 3 decades ago, but still lived forever in the hearts of the British people. The media began digging up Diana's iconic words. "There were 3 of us in this marriage." That phrase appeared repeatedly across newspapers, in commentary programs, even on social media forums, and strangely, the more people repeated it, the more public opinion tended to place Camilla back in the role of the third party, a character who intruded into the royal marriage, hurt Diana, and now continued to sow division within the palace. The contrast between Camilla's current image and the memory of Diana made the social atmosphere heavy. Although everyone knew Princess Diana had once been a victim of a failed marriage, now the story seemed to be retold from a new perspective. Camilla was cast as the villain, while Diana became a symbol of purity and endurance. A series of analytical articles, investigative reports, videos, and documents were published to assert that it seemed the public had too easily forgiven Camilla over the years. Now, with palace internal upheavals leaked to the outside, that forgiveness was being gradually withdrawn. Even within the halls of Buckingham Palace, Diana's image began to reappear. At first, it was only an old photo displayed in the internal library storage, later followed by images placed back in positions where they had once been. This was not at Charles' request, nor was it Camilla's desire. It was the decision of the royal household staff, as a way of sending a subtle message to the superiors. Those photos became evidence that the public and palace staff had never forgotten the woman who had once shaken the entire monarchy. Amid this chaos, Prince William chose silence. He made no comments, even as the media repeatedly questioned him, but his silence did not mean neutrality. On the contrary, that very silence carried a weight that could not be ignored. His decisions, from prioritizing charity work associated with his mother's legacy to avoiding appearances with Camilla at major events, were a silent declaration of his stance. Longtime royal watchers understood that when William was silent, it was when he expressed his strongest position. Many palace staff reported that they had never seen William behave so clearly. Although he did not speak, his eyes, whenever his mother was mentioned, contained an old pain that had never vanished. And as rumors spread about Camilla allegedly working with biographers to adjust Diana's story, William became colder than ever. He avoided direct contact with Camilla, limited joint appearances, and even avoided appearing in family photos. This only reinforced the media's belief that the royal household was in serious turmoil. Inside the palace, the staff not only boycotted Camilla but also began to openly show support for Diana. A gardener recounted that he had voluntarily restored the small garden where Diana had spent so much time. He did it without any request from his superiors, seeing it as a way to pay tribute to the woman who, in his view, had been the only one to truly care about the lives of palace workers. When that garden bloomed again, others quietly brought white roses to place there, turning it into a small but powerful symbol. While all of this was happening, Camilla began to feel her position shaking. She demanded that staff record all daily activities and insisted they appear on time for every task. Yet instead of consolidating her power, these rigid orders only intensified the resistance. One night, she called a servant to fix the heater in her room, but no one responded. The next morning, the explanation given to her was that the schedule had been mixed up, although everyone knew it was not true. This coldness seeped into every corner of the palace, to the extent that some advisors feared that if Charles truly decided to divorce Camilla, the matter would not only shake the monarchy and the media, but also create a serious personnel crisis. No one was certain what would happen if Camilla lost all her power, while opposition toward her had already reached its peak. But the most important point was that everyone sensed this was not merely an uprising against Camilla, it was also the return of Diana's name, like an old wind rising from the deepest corners of the British monarchy, and somehow, amidst the mounting tension, between the staff's anger and William's weighty silence, people began to believe that the truths that had been hidden about Diana's life and death were gradually being brought to light, not through an official investigation, but through attitudes, memories, and resentment accumulated over 3 decades. The silent uprising in the palace was not just aimed at Camilla, It was like a declaration that every injustice Diana had suffered was being balanced. Every act of staff boycott, every media article mentioning the famous words about the three-person marriage, every image of Diana restored on the walls, all contributed to the sense that, finally, the truth was finding its own voice, and as these secrets were about to emerge, no one knew what would happen next. But everyone understood that once this wave had started, it would not stop until everything hidden inside the palace for so many years was exposed. While public opinion sided with Diana, the royal lawyers began preparing for a fierce legal battle. The atmosphere inside Clarence House was like a war room. It was called the War Room of the Royal Legal Advisory Team. A room with walls covered in top-secret documents, thick files stacked on tables, and a silence so tense that the rustling of paper by each advisor could be heard. Everyone understood that the moment King Charles announced his intent to divorce Camilla, they were officially drawn into a battle that could shake the monarchy's image. The chief legal advisor opened the meeting with a brief statement that made everyone fully grasp the gravity of the task ahead. He said this was no longer an ordinary divorce. It was a matter of survival for the stability of the monarchy and the honor of those who would inherit the throne. Immediately after the opening remark, the list of measures to strip Camilla of her privileges was presented. The first file clearly stated that Camilla would lose all access to the royal funds. This meant she would no longer be able to use any financial resources from Buckingham Palace, have no staff budget, no media team budget, and could not operate any personal activities under the royal name. The second file recorded the revocation of all travel privileges. After the divorce, Camilla would no longer have access to the royal plane or the special vehicles designated for senior members. Official trips, ceremonies, and international events she had once proudly attended were all marked as cancelled. She would only retain an honorary title without any real power or accompanying benefits. This was how the monarchy minimized the risks Camilla could pose if she continued to appear as a figure of authority. The third file placed on the table was even colder. It required Camilla to leave all royal residences after the divorce and live at Raymill House, the private home she owned before marrying Charles. This decision carried immense symbolic weight. It sent a message to the world that Camilla was removed from the center of power. She would no longer be allowed at places like Clarence House, Highgrove, or Sandringham, all spaces associated with royal authority. Forcing Camilla back to Raymill House also signified the complete end of her role in the family, but the harshest clause, and the one that required the longest discussion among advisors, was the massive financial penalty if Camilla revealed royal secrets. This was not merely a legal clause, but also a shield protecting the honor of those preparing to assume ultimate power. The strongest demand for this clause came from Prince William. Those present in the war room recounted that William had issued clear instructions. He wanted a clause strong enough to prevent Camilla from writing memoirs, giving interviews, or cooperating with any journalist to create a story favorable to her, especially any content that could affect his mother. William's determination forced the war room to adjust the penalty to an almost unimaginable amount, enough to make anyone hesitate before considering revealing secrets. When these clauses were finalized and sent to Camilla's representatives, her mood instantly fell into chaos. She was described as having thrown the files onto the floor in anger, but after the initial rage, a sense of panic took over. She realized this was a decisive counterattack. Everything she had built over the years behind Charles was crumbling. Her greatest fear was the gag clause, because it meant she could not tell the story she always believed she deserved to tell. A close confidant described Camilla as having sleepless nights. She paced the room like someone cornered. On one hand, she was furious, feeling betrayed. On the other, she understood that she no longer had any truly solid support, because as Charles weakened due to illness, real power in the palace gradually shifted to William and Kate, people Camilla had never been close to. While Camilla fell into a state of crisis, the royal war room did not slow down at all. On the contrary, they continued analyzing public reactions and sought to ensure that this decision would not damage the heir's image. The monarchy understood that if Camilla retaliated through the media, William would be the first to suffer. Camilla's distorted writings aimed to rewrite Diana's image, and that would directly affect William's standing in the public eye. Thus, the entire legal strategy this time had a much larger goal: to protect William and Kate's image before the power transition. With Kate facing health issues, the monarchy could not allow any scandal to shake the image of this young family. Camilla became the greatest threat because she possessed too much confidential information and had secretly collaborated with multiple media groups. Looking at all the measures being prepared, it was clear that the monarchy was acting more decisively than ever. They not only wanted to sever the relationship between Charles and Camilla, but also wanted to establish a legal barrier high enough to block any possibility of her returning to disrupt public opinion. For them, this was a battle they could not afford to lose. Behind those cold clauses lay the future of the throne. William and Kate needed absolute protection, and to achieve that, they had to ensure that shadows from the past would never again haunt the family. But amid the tense daily divorce battle, the king's health became the greatest variable. Everything started with a seemingly harmless recording that shook the entire palace. In the recording, Charles' voice was no longer clear as before, but hoarse and fragmented, as if every word cost him enormous effort. His doctors, who had always maintained optimism to avoid panic, had to admit that the king's condition was worsening significantly. Treatments originally scheduled regularly now had to be increased to manage symptoms beyond expectations. The fatigue evident in his eyes and slow steps made it clear to any close observer that time was no longer on the king's side. Within the royal family, many confidential discussions took place that did not leak out. Or at least they believed so. Those present in the meetings admitted that Charles could hardly continue fully performing the duties of a head of state. The number of cancelled events in recent months had risen abnormally, and what worried everyone most was that he barely had the strength to engage with the public. Trips that had once been his pride were now removed from the schedule. It became increasingly evident that the king was gradually being worn down under the scrutiny of the world. As his health became serious, one question immediately arose: could Charles continue to reign? Or was it time to consider the option the monarchy had always avoided? In unnamed meeting rooms within the palace, tense discussions reached unprecedented levels about the possibility of his abdication in 2026. Many documents were prepared for unexpected situations, and some advisors even simulated scenarios if the king had to step down earlier than planned. No one dared to speak aloud. But everyone knew this decision would create an unprecedented shock in the modern history of the British monarchy. In this context, William had almost no choice but to step up and assume most of the actual power. Important meetings that were once chaired by his father were quietly but surely transferred to him. People became accustomed to seeing William represent the monarchy at critical events. While Charles gradually disappeared from official frames, remarkably, William did not merely appear as a temporary representative, but also became the face the public trusted during this period of instability. He was expected to restore the stability the monarchy was gradually losing day by day. At the same time, Kate became another crucial pillar on which the palace relied. Her image was carefully cultivated to serve as a spiritual anchor for the public. As Charles' illness worsened and the royal marriage entered a turbulent phase, Kate appeared as a symbol of calm, grazie, and steadiness. She maintained the connection between the monarchy and the public by presenting herself with composure before the cameras, even while battling her own health challenges. For the palace, Kate was not just the heir's wife, but also a shield protecting the image of the next generation from being shaken. Every move by palace advisors during this period reflected extreme caution. They understood that any misinformation or misstep could spark doubts about the current dynasty's leadership. Therefore, they focused intensely on shaping public opinion, protecting William and Kate's image, and minimizing attention to Charles' health condition. It was suspected that even the official announcements released were only the tip of the iceberg. As the palace always had a tradition of protecting the truth at all costs, especially in such fragile moments. Gradually, the story was no longer just about the health of a king, but became the largest transfer of power in half a century since Queen Elizabeth II ascended the throne. International observers began analyzing every small movement of the royal family, from William's more frequent appearances to the strategic steps of the advisors. The future of the British monarchy was shifting quietly but powerfully, as if the entire dynasty was sliding into a new chapter. Even though no one had officially acknowledged it, and whether the abdication plan would be announced in 2026 or not, the clearest fact at this moment was that Charles' position was shakier than ever. While the next generation was prepared to step into a historic moment, then, like pouring oil on fire, a new scandal emerged, leaving Camilla with no way to turn back. The story began when Princess Anne, known for her strictness and sense of responsibility for the family's legacy, received leaked information that some of the late Queen Elizabeth II's valuable jewelry seemed to have disappeared from the royal archives. These jewels were not only materially valuable but also carried memories, symbols of power, and history of the British dynasty. Their absence from the archives was unacceptable to any royal member, especially Anne, who always placed the monarchy's legacy and honor above all. Upon receiving the news, Anne could not let it pass normally. She understood that this was not merely a typical theft, but could pose a serious threat to the family's image and reputation. Therefore, a secret, covert investigation was launched immediately. No announcements were made outside. Only a small group of people trusted by Anne participated in this mission. Every step had to be discreet, as a single mistake could allow the news to spread and create chaos in the palace. Anne decided to go directly to Raymill House, where Camilla lived. To inspect, she moved through the darkness of London night, feeling a heavy weight as if the entire city were awaiting the outcome of the investigation. Upon entering the house, Anne noticed every small detail: the room layouts, unusual signs, areas a normal person would overlook. The assistants following her were silently anxious, but no one dared speak. They all knew the royal family's reputation rested in their hands. After hours of inspection, Anne discovered a secret vault in Raymill House. The vault was carefully concealed, the walls and floor perfectly hidden. But with her experience and sharp eye, she quickly noticed something unusual. When opening the vault, the light revealed royal treasures glittering under the lamp, stored illegally and not following any palace rules. A blatant betrayal that Anne had never imagined Camilla capable of. This discovery immediately caused a shock within the palace. Camilla, once seen as an inseparable part of Charles' living history, was now considered to have crossed all boundaries. Her actions were not merely personal mistakes, but a direct betrayal of Queen Elizabeth II's legacy, who had spent her life maintaining authority and order within the monarchy. The silence of those present at Raymill House witnessing the scene testified to the gravity of the situation. As news of the discovered treasures reached Charles, his reaction unfolded in three distinct stages. First, deep disappointment. Charles stood silently in the room, looking at the images and documents Anne provided, unable to believe that a life partner who had stood by him could commit such an act. Over time, he fell into prolonged silence, speaking no word, letting anger and disappointment seep into every cell. Finally, when the advisors presented options, Charles had to make the final decision that would determine Camilla's future in the monarchy. The silence and tension made everyone in the room feel the seriousness the king faced. When informed, William could not hide his outrage. In a private meeting with the advisers, he coldly stated words, "Everyone remembered. This cannot be forgiven." Short but heavy words, like a sentence of judgment, reflected William's determination to protect his mother's image and legacy, while warning that any leniency toward Camilla would not be tolerated. This statement also sent a strong message to other royals and palace staff that Camilla's wrongdoing had crossed the line. The scene at Raymill House left a strong impression. Anne stood before the treasures, her hand trembling slightly as she examined each piece of jewelry. Each carefully arranged but illegally held gemstone. Her assistants, though trying to appear calm, could not hide their anxious eyes. Understanding that this would open a new chapter in the royal drama that few could have foreseen, every piece of jewelry found was not just material but a symbol of power, and Camilla holding them illegally threatened the monarchy's authority. This put Camilla in an extremely dangerous position. She had no way to turn back or justify herself to the public or royal members. The incident affected not only her reputation but also her position in the palace. Charles and William recognized that Camilla's actions had crossed all boundaries, and the previous legal penalties and divorce clauses would have to be enforced more strictly than ever. In the following days, continuous private meetings were held to discuss handling measures, including revoking ownership, restricting travel, and additional legal steps to protect the Queen's legacy. Anne, Charles, and William coordinated closely, ensuring every move was precise with no room for error. The palace atmosphere became more tense than ever. Every action was carefully considered to both punish Camilla and protect the royal image before the public. This jewelry theft scandal was not just an isolated event, but a major turning point in the royal story. It transformed Camilla from a controversial figure into a symbol of betrayal against legacy and tradition. Simultaneously, it strengthened the image of Anne and William as guardians of the family's integrity and authority. This story, with all its confidential details, hidden treasures, and serious dialogues, would be remembered as one of the most shocking dramas in the history of the British monarchy. And in that very moment, every path led to an unavoidable outcome. The tense days within the palace seemed to converge, as if every secret, every plot, and every hurt were waiting to erupt all at once. The divorce of King Charles and Camilla, once unthinkable, now became a reality visible to all. This decision was not only the result of long-standing personal disagreements, but also the inevitable response to clandestine actions, schemes to rewrite history, and the defamation of the late Princess Diana and Prince William. The palace was shaken. Advisors were stunned, and the media, along with the public, were swept into an unprecedented storm of drama. In the palace's shadows, a silent rebellion among the staff continued. Acts of boycotting Camilla, slow service, and ignoring orders were not merely simple defiance, but an indirect voice defending Diana's value and image. The public, media, and even royal members, loyal to the Queen's legacy, watched closely. Restoring Diana's image formally within the palace and vindicating her after years of suffering, legal and financial penalties against Camilla were enforced decisively, stripping privileges, limiting special rights, and establishing strict clauses to protect the monarchy's reputation. Meanwhile, King Charles' health became the largest variable. His cancer was gradually draining his strength, prompting urgent secret meetings about abdication, while William and Kate steadily assumed practical power, becoming the stabilizing pillars of the royal family. The jewelry theft scandal discovered by Princess Anne left Camilla in an irredeemable position. Her actions were seen as a betrayal of the Queen's legacy, forcing both Charles and William to face a final decision with no room for leniency. So what does the future hold? Will King Charles manage to abdicate before his health deteriorates completely? Will William rectify the mistakes of the previous generation? And will the shadow of Diana serve as the monarchy's final warning? Power always comes with truth, and the truth always finds a way to surface, unable to be hidden forever. And perhaps, after all the secrets have been exposed, what remains is not the collapse of a marriage, but a reminder that justice always has its own voice. Prince William stood motionless by the tall palace window, where heavy raindrops poured down without pause, casting a cold gray shadow over everything. The light behind him stretched his silhouette across the stone floor, forming a lonely figure that seemed almost cut off from the outside world. In his hand was an old piece of paper, its edges worn, as if it had been buried in darkness for many years before finding its way back. His fingers gripped it tightly, trembling without concealment, not from the chill of the rain, but from the weight of what was about to be revealed. The monarchy does not collapse because of politics. It collapses because of secrets nurtured from within the cradle of power, and at this moment, what you are witnessing is not an ordinary man. This is the rare tear of a future king. Not from loss, but from something far more cruel: betrayal. The dry sound of an envelope tearing cut through the silence like an invisible blade. William did not hesitate any longer. The paper unfolded, and in that instant, everything seemed to stop. The imagined camera moved closer, each word appearing clearly. Cold and unforgiving. You do not carry the blood of cowardice, but your father does. No one knows exactly where this letter came from. No official seal, no archive record. But what makes it dangerous is not its origin, it is its consequence. If these words are true, they do not simply break a relationship. They have the power to shake the image of King Charles III, and beyond that, the trust that an entire nation has placed in the monarchy. The question now is no longer who is right or wrong. It is about choice. If you were in William's position, when the truth could destroy your own father's throne, what would you do? Remain silent to protect the family, or speak out to free yourself? Comment number 1 if you choose truth, and number 2 if you choose duty. The rain had not stopped when Prince William left the palace and made his way toward Clarence House. The gray sky felt as heavy as his mind, where the questions raised by that letter still had no answers. He did not come here for ceremony, nor for any official meeting. The reason was simple, almost unquestionable. A set of documents related to a charity that he needed to review, but deep down, William understood that something else was pulling him here. A vague yet persistent instinct. Clarence House was quieter than other royal residences. It carried an atmosphere of age. As if forgotten by time, long corridors, dim yellow lights, and a silence so deep that every footstep echoed clearly. William walked faster than he intended. As if trying to outrun the invisible sense of being watched, the assistant had already left early. No one stopped him. No one questioned him. Everything unfolded too easily. Almost suspiciously, he turned into a rarely used corridor, where wooden doors remained closed under a thin layer of dust. It was here that a small mistake occurred. Or perhaps it was not a mistake at all. William paused before a different door. No nameplate, no sign of use. Yet the lock was not secured. He pushed it gently. The door opened with a creak that was nearly swallowed by the silence. It was the sitting room that once belonged to Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. A room sealed for many years since her passing. No one had a reason to enter anymore, and no one wanted to. But now, William stood inside. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and faded perfume. Everything remained untouched, as if time itself had stopped. An armchair near the fireplace, portraits on the walls, and in the corner, a classic dressing table covered in a thin layer of dust. That was what drew his attention. William stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the main drawer. Something felt wrong. He pulled. It would not open. A stubborn resistance, as if it had been locked from within. He hesitated for a brief moment, then applied more force. A sharp click broke the silence. The drawer opened. But not only that, a panel behind it suddenly shifted, revealing a hidden compartment no one had known existed. Inside, there was not much, only a single envelope, tied with a red ribbon that had darkened over time. It lay there neatly, as if placed deliberately for someone specific to find. William picked it up, his heart beat faster. On the surface of the envelope, the handwriting was clear and unmistakable. To William, when you are old enough to endure. There was no official seal, no royal insignia. That made it more dangerous than any classified document. He opened it without hesitation. The paper inside had yellowed with age, but the writing remained clear. The sender signed the name Paul. Paul was not an unfamiliar name. A former servant who had worked in the palace for many years before leaving in silence and passing away shortly after. He never appeared in the press. No statements. No scandals. A man almost invisible in the official history of the monarchy, and perhaps for that reason, what he wrote carried even greater weight. The letter was not long, but every line felt heavy with a buried secret. Paul wrote that he had remained silent for 28 years, not because he did not want to speak, but because he understood the cost of truth in this world. He wrote about a night, the night before Princess Diana stepped into the marriage that would change her life forever. According to him, Diana pleaded, not for fame, not for status, but for something very simple, a chance not to enter a marriage that she already knew was a mistake. But that plea was refused, not with comfort, and not with hesitation, but with a cold sentence so harsh that it haunted Paul for the rest of his life. William stopped when he reached that part. The lines seemed heavier. Paul did not write exactly what was said, but the way he described it was enough for the reader to feel the cruelty, a refusal that was not only personal, but one that reflected a system where emotion had no place before duty. What mattered most was not the story itself, but why it had been hidden. If this had only been a personal memory, it would not have been stored in a hidden compartment, inside a sealed room. With a message clearly addressed to William, that suggested that someone had known, and that person wanted to ensure that at the right moment, the truth would be delivered to the right person. William folded the letter, but his mind could not stop. Everything began to connect in a disturbing way. The first letter, the words about betrayal, and now the story of Diana, they were no longer separate fragments. They were forming something larger, more complex, and more dangerous. In the final line, Paul wrote a sentence that he must have known would change everything. This letter is only a clue. If you truly want to know the truth, find the one person who can explain it all. The name mentioned was not long, but it was enough to make William pause. Princess Anne. The car sped through the dense night, headlights cutting across empty roads leading to the quiet countryside where Gatcombe Park stands. Prince William did not turn on music, did not make any calls, and allowed no sound to interrupt the storm of thoughts in his mind. Every detail he had just uncovered at Clarence House was no longer isolated. They were connecting in a way that left no turning back. The final name in Paul's letter was not a random suggestion. It was a door, and William chose to walk through it. When the gates of Gatcombe Park opened, everything inside appeared calm. Almost suspiciously so. A soft yellow light came from the main house. Not too bright, but enough to suggest that this place never truly slept. William stepped out of the car, the cold night wind cutting through him, but it did not slow him down. He walked straight inside without announcing himself. Princess Anne was sitting by the fireplace when he entered. She did not turn immediately, only placed her teacup down gently, as if she already knew exactly who had arrived. No surprise. No questions. Only a heavy silence that lasted several seconds before she spoke. William did not waste time. He stepped forward and placed the letter on the table in front of her. No long explanation. Just a look, and that was enough. Anne looked down at the envelope, her gaze lingering longer than usual. A quiet sigh escaped her. Soft, but enough to crack the composure she always maintained in public. At first, she refused. Not with anger, but with a short and firm sentence, "Some things are better left buried." But William did not step back. He was no longer the boy who accepted prepared answers. He stood there, silent but unyielding. As if that silence itself forced Anne to face the past, finally, she closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. It was no longer the voice of a royal protecting the institution, but of someone who had kept a secret for far too long. Anne did not begin with Diana. She began with the memos, 14 of them, drafted in secrecy, signed by King Charles III when he was still Prince of Wales. These documents were never made public. They did not exist in any official archive accessible to the public. They were stored in a separate system, completely removed from what is called royal history. According to Anne, these memos were initially presented as part of a crisis management strategy, a way to control image, to protect the stability of the monarchy as the marriage between Charles and Princess Diana began to fracture, but in reality, they went much further. It was not only about infidelity, not only about personal conflict. The documents outlined a detailed plan to reduce Diana's influence over the two princes, step by step, systematic, calculated, from controlling visitation schedules to shaping internal narratives, even to how psychological reports were written and archived. William stood still as he listened. Memories he once believed were scattered began to take clearer form. The times he was separated from his mother with explanations that seemed reasonable, the moments when Diana was not allowed access to her children in the way she wished. According to Anne, none of it was accidental. The most shocking part was how Diana was described in those memos, not as a devoted mother, not as the beloved public figure, but as an individual redefined within internal records as unstable, lacking the ability to raise her children according to royal standards, an image constructed deliberately, so that if necessary, it could serve as a legal basis to limit her role. Anne did not justify it. She did not deny it either. She only said that at the time, those involved believed they were doing what was necessary to protect the institution. But the way she paused after that sentence said everything. Some decisions, even when justified by duty, leave consequences that cannot be erased. William felt as if everything around him was shifting, not because he had heard something new, but because he now understood his entire past in a completely different way. The gaps in his memory were no longer random events. They were the result of a script, written in advance, carried out step by step, and protected by the silence of those in power. Anne looked at him for a long time before speaking her final words. She knew that once this truth was spoken, it could never be taken back. And perhaps she had been waiting for this moment as well. William said nothing when he left Gatcombe Park, but inside his mind, everything had changed. He no longer saw the past as a series of personal memories. He saw a structure, a system, a plan, and for the first time, he realized that his childhood had not only been shaped by circumstance, it had been designed in advance, inside sealed rooms, within memos never made public, buried deep beneath Windsor. The heavy stone gates of Windsor Castle closed behind Prince William with a dull echo, as if the place itself was swallowing the last of his doubts. What he had heard at Gatcombe Park was no longer a vague story. It had become a clear direction. And now, he stood at the place where real secrets were kept. The path to the archive led deep beneath the round tower, a space that even many members of the royal family had never entered. Flickering fluorescent lights cast broken reflections against the cold stone walls. The smell of old paper and damp metal filled the air, heavy enough that each breath carried the weight of compressed history. The hum of ventilation fans echoed continuously. The only sound that remained, a reminder that this place was still active, still guarding what was not meant to be seen. William did not need to ask for directions. He knew exactly what he was looking for. Rows of metal shelves stretched out, labeled by code rather than name. This was not where official history was kept. This was where alternative versions of the truth were stored. He stopped at a drawer marked with a simple code, meaningless to outsiders. But to him, it stood out. Operation Protection. His fingers touched the cold metal handle. In that moment, he understood that once he opened it, nothing could be undone. But he pulled it anyway. The file inside was thicker than expected. Pages were arranged neatly, numbered carefully, as if this was not a secret to be hidden, but a plan executed with precision. William turned each page, his eyes moving quickly, but missing nothing. The numbers appeared first, not emotional descriptions, not long explanations, just expenses, a long list of invoices, payments to media firms, image consultant, and individuals who never appeared in public. The total was clear: £2.5 million, a number too large to be coincidence. These payments stretched from 1992 to 1996, the period when the marriage between Princess Diana and King Charles III began to fracture publicly. But what made William pause was not the amount, but the purpose listed beside each entry: media influence operations, image control, reduction of Diana public impact. Each phrase was written in neutral language, almost emotionless, but when placed together, they formed a picture so clear it was chilling. This was not simply a response to crisis, it was a campaign designed to reshape how the public perceived a person. William continued turning the pages. Internal notes, meeting summaries, brief but decisive directives. There was no room for hesitation, no sign of disagreement. Everything pointed toward a single goal: protect the image of the Prince of Wales at any cost. Then he saw it, a draft speech, printed on official royal paper. At the top corner was the name Charles. The original content did not match what the public had once heard. It contained passages of regret, words that came close to an apology to Diana. Not perfect, but enough to show some level of acknowledgement. But all of it had been changed. Lines of red ink cut across the paragraphs, striking out sentence after sentence. In the margins were short notes, written quickly but clearly. Do not show weakness. Do not admit fault. Emphasize duty. The removed passages were replaced with firm statements, almost cold in tone. No trace of personal emotion remained. Only role, responsibility, image. William held that page longer than any other document, not because it was more important, but because it captured the exact moment. A choice had been made, not in words, but in action, a decision recorded in red ink, impossible to erase. In that moment, everything became clear in a way he could not deny. This was no longer a story about family misunderstandings. It was a series of deliberate decisions repeated over time, moving in the same direction. And that direction did not always place family first. The space around him seemed to narrow. The hum of the ventilation continued steadily. But now it sounded like a cold reminder that what he held in his hands was real. Not speculation, not second-hand accounts, evidence. William placed the file down, but did not remove his hand immediately. He stared at the pages, as if searching for something that could change the conclusion he had reached, but there was nothing. Everything was consistent. Everything led to the same point. He had grown up believing that some things were beyond control. that certain events were simply the result of circumstance, but now he had to face the possibility that many of them had been arranged, not by fate, but by people, and that person was not a stranger. When William left the archive, he did not take any documents with him. He did not need to. Every detail was etched into his mind, clearer than any copy. What he had found was not just answers, it was a burden. All the evidence was now in his hands, even if not in physical form, and for the first time, he realized that his role was not only that of an heir to the throne. He stood in the middle of a choice, with no prepared script, because to protect the institution, he might have to protect a father who had once been willing to sacrifice his own wife, just to secure the stability of the crown. The Scottish rain fell heavily as the car carrying Prince William entered the grounds of Balmoral Castle. The landscape remained as quiet as ever. But tonight, that silence carried a different weight. No longer just a royal retreat. Balmoral felt like a stage where an unavoidable truth was waiting to be revealed. William stepped out of the car without guidance. The cold stone corridors led him directly to the library, where a soft yellow light spilled through a partially closed door. When he pushed it open, the first thing he saw was King Charles III, sitting alone in an old leather chair, a book open in his hands, though his eyes were not on the pages. Charles looked older than the last time William had seen him, not only because of time, but because of a deep exhaustion, as if every burden he had tried to conceal was now visible in every line of his face. He looked up at the sound of footsteps, his gaze resting on William longer than usual. As if he had already anticipated the reason for this meeting, there was no greeting, no formality. William walked straight to the table and placed the file down. The sound of paper against wood echoed sharply in the silence. "Did you spend money to make my mother look insane?" The question was not raised loudly, but it was sharp enough to cut through every layer of pretense. Charles did not answer immediately. He looked at the file, then back at William. The silence stretched to the point of discomfort. This was not ordinary avoidance. It was the moment of deciding whether to remain silent or face everything. Finally, Charles gently set the book aside. He exhaled slowly, as if each word that followed had to be drawn from somewhere deep. "I was forced. William, the crown demands sacrifices that you do not yet understand." The answer was not a denial, but it was not a full confession either. It existed in between, where responsibility and personal choice blend into something impossible to separate. But for William, it was not enough. He stepped closer, his eyes fixed on his father. "So Harry and I were part of that sacrifice too." This time, his voice was no longer fully controlled. It carried restrained anger, not only from what he had just discovered, but from memories that were now being rewritten in his mind in an entirely different way. Charles did not respond immediately, but this time, his silence was no longer defensive. It was collapse, his shoulders lowered, his gaze drifting away from William for a brief moment, as if he no longer had the strength to maintain the image he had carried for so many years. When he spoke, his voice had changed. "I was too weak." There was no immediate justification that followed, just a short sentence. But enough to break the entire wall of defense. Charles did not look directly at William as he continued. But every word was clear. "I knew what they were doing. The men in gray suits, they said it was the only way to protect everything, to keep it all from falling apart, and I was not strong enough to say no." That unofficial name was not unfamiliar. The men in gray suits, powerful advisors behind the scenes. Figures who never appeared before the public yet had the ability to shape the most critical decisions. For years, they had been a vague concept, but now they had become an undeniable part of the story. A single tear rolled quietly down Charles' face, not dramatic, not loud, but enough to change the entire atmosphere of the room. This was no longer a king defending his decisions. This was a man facing the consequences of what he had failed to do William stood there, motionless for several seconds. Everything he had been searching for, every answer he had followed step by step, was now laid out before him. But instead of bringing relief, it only made everything heavier, because the truth was not only in the actions that had taken place, it was in the choices, and in this case, the choice had not favored family. William did not say anything more. There were no questions left that could change what had already been admitted. He looked at his father one last time, not with explosive anger, but with a deep and quiet disappointment that was far more painful. For the first time, he did not see a king standing before him. He did not see the head of an institution that had lasted for centuries. He saw a man who had not been strong enough to protect those closest to him. William turned and walked out of the room. No one stopped him. No one called his name. The door closed behind him, cutting that space off completely from the outside world. When he stepped outside, the Scottish rain had not stopped. The cold drops fell against his face, blending with emotions he could not name. But his steps did not slow. He had his answers. But those answers were not an ending. They were the beginning of another choice. More difficult, more dangerous. And now, he was heading toward the one person he believed could help him understand what to do next. The rain seemed to follow Prince William all the way back to Kensington Palace, like a veil that could not wash away what he had just witnessed at Balmoral Castle. But when the door closed behind him, the space inside was entirely different, warm, quiet, and most importantly, real. Catherine, Princess of Wales, was waiting for him. No rushed questions, no panic, just a warm cup of tea placed on the table, as if she already knew that what he needed was not advice, but a place to pause. William stepped in, his gaze resting on her longer than usual. For a brief moment, he hesitated, but then everything he had held inside throughout the journey began to surface. He told her everything, leaving out nothing, from the first letter, to the sealed room, to the confession at Balmoral. Each story, each piece, once spoken, was no longer a scattered suspicion. It became a continuous flow of truth, impossible to turn back from. Kate did not interrupt. She simply listened, her eyes never leaving him, as if anchoring him in place. When he finished, the room fell silent, not the heavy silence of Balmoral, but a necessary pause for everything to settle. Kate gently placed her hand over his. The gesture was simple, but enough to bring him back. We cannot change the past, but you can promise that George will never have to find letters like these. Her words were not comfort. They were direction, a way of looking forward instead of being trapped in the past. And in that moment, William understood that his choice was no longer only about what had happened. It was about what must never happen again. That night, William did not sleep. He sat alone in his study, in front of the draft speech for the upcoming mental health event, a document that had been carefully prepared, complete, proper, and entirely within royal standards. But now, it felt empty. He read each line again, familiar words, safe language, phrases repeated countless times before, but after everything he had learned, they carried no meaning. They were just another layer of silence. William picked up a pen. Without hesitation, he began crossing things out, one sentence at a time, one paragraph at a time. Words designed to offend no one disappeared. In their place, he began to write again, not in the language of an institution, but in the voice of a human being. He did not mention names. He made no direct accusations, but every sentence carried a clear message. That silence is not always strength. That hiding the truth protects no one. It only prolongs pain. When the day of the event arrived, the atmosphere in the hall was, as it always had been, formal, controlled, perfectly arranged. But beneath that surface, there was an unspoken anticipation. William stepped onto the stage, the lights shining directly at him. blurring everything below. He began to speak, not following the old script, not in the familiar rhythm. His voice was slower, but firme. Each sentence was not just to fulfill a duty, but to make a statement. Then he paused for a brief moment. His eyes lifted, looking straight ahead, not just at the audience, not just at the cameras, but as if directed at someone specific. Silence is not strength. It is a wound. The sentence was not long, but it echoed clearly in the space. Impossible to misunderstand. It was not a slogan. It was a declaration, a line drawn between past and future. The reaction did not come immediately, but the shift had begun, not through applause, but through the way the message spread, repeated, analyzed, and placed within the context of what many had long suspected but never confirmed. William left the stage without looking back. He did not need to see the reaction. He had said what needed to be said. That night, when he returned to Kensington, he no longer carried the same weight as before. Not because everything had been resolved, but because he had made his choice. From the ashes of buried secrets and hidden truths, a new direction had begun to take shape. Not perfect, not easy, but clearer than ever. A monarchy is not defined only by ceremony and tradition, but by how it faces itself. And this time, at least one man chose not to remain silent. The afternoon settled gently over the garden behind Kensington Palace, where Prince William walked slowly across the green lawn, his children holding tightly to his hands. There were no stage lights, no prepared speeches, only a father and his children, walking through a rare moment of peace in a world full of turmoil. Yet that simple image carried a meaning deeper than any royal ritual, because after everything that had been revealed, after the letters, the files, and the confessions that could not be taken back, what remained was not power. It was choice. William was no longer just the heir to the throne. He was a man standing before the chance to redefine how the monarchy faces truth, not by hiding it, but by acknowledging it, not through silence, but through courage. For decades, the British monarchy had survived on unspoken rules, where image was sometimes placed above people. But if there was one thing this story had made clear, it was that the cost of that exchange always remained quiet but persistent, and perhaps the next generation would no longer accept that as inevitable. The true strength of the crown does not lie in gold or ceremony. It lies in the ability to live truthfully, even when that means facing the most difficult realities. And what about you? Do you believe that William will become the king who completely changes history? Subscribe and stay with us for the next episode, where another question will be revealed. What did Prince Harry know before he left? Have you ever wondered why a princess, who always appears healthy, radiant, and full of energy like Kate Middleton, could vanish from the public eye for more than 100 days without any clear explanation? Brief announcements about an abdominal surgery may sound harmless, but that very vagueness makes everything more frightening than ever. Because in the world of royalty, where every detail is tightly controlled, silence always carries meaning, and this time, it feels as heavy as a warning. While Kate is struggling with what is believed to be a life-and-death battle behind the closed doors of a hospital, in another corner of the palace, all eyes are turning toward Camilla, a woman once criticized by the entire world, once standing in the shadows for decades, now holds in her hands the very power she has waited for her entire life. And history has proven one thing: Camilla has never missed any power vacuum that appeared before her. Kate's absence is not just a story about health, it is a massive void within the structure of royal power. A void large enough to shake an order once thought unchangeable. And in an environment where every position is tied to influence and authority, the sudden disappearance of a central figure is never something minor. So what is really happening behind the thick walls of the palace? Is this merely an unfortunate medical incident? or part of a carefully calculated plan from the very beginning? If you believe Kate is being harmed, comment number 1. If you think this is simply a serious illness, comment number 2. The truth may still be hidden, but you will be the one to deliver the verdict. Day 1. A brief announcement is released from the palace. Kate Middleton has undergone an abdominal surgery and will temporarily withdraw from public duties. That is all. No images. No video. Not a single moment capturing her entering or leaving the hospital. For someone who lives under constant media attention, such a complete disappearance is nothing short of an unusual void. The palace gates close tightly. Spokespeople become restrained to the point of coldness, and from that very moment, a sense of unease begins to spread, because within the royal family, everything is carefully calculated. But this time, control carries the appearance of concealment. Day 14. The prolonged silence becomes heavier than ever. According to the usual timeline, Kate should have been discharged, or at least appeared in a photo confirming her stable condition. But there is nothing. Sources close to the palace, who often provide information to the press, suddenly disappear in a puzzling way. Royal reporters begin to ask questions, but the answers they receive are only general statements without any concrete detail. Meanwhile, on the other side, Camilla appears more frequently. She attends events with a radiant presence, a confident smile, and the demeanor of someone fully in control. That contrast makes the public unable to ignore their suspicions. One person disappears in silence. Another shines more powerfully than ever. Day 30. Everything begins to slip beyond the control of the palace. Social media erupts. The hashtag #WhereIsKate spreads at a staggering speed. Millions of people around the world begin asking questions. What is really happening behind those ancient stone walls? Theories begin to emerge. From speculation about serious health conditions to darker scenarios, and in the midst of that storm, something notable happens. Camilla begins to appear with a clearer message. The royal family remains stable. Everything is under control. Under her guidance, no direct statement is needed. Every appearance, every gesture sends an unmistakable signal. Power is not shaken. It is simply being transferred. Day 45. This is the critical point. A symbolic event takes place. Camilla appears in a magnificent outfit, wearing a crown long associated with the image of a queen in significant moments. But what draws public attention is not just the crown, it is her position. The center, the place where Kate should have stood, the place representing the future of the monarchy. There is no statement, no explanation. But the image speaks for itself. A replacement is taking place, quietly, unofficially, yet clearly and irreversibly. Throughout this period, the numbers begin to tell another story. 3 million searches per day related to Kate's condition, a massive figure reflecting the level of public concern and attention, but the response from the palace is completely opposite. Silence continues to be maintained. Occasionally, a few images are released, but instead of reassuring the public, they raise even more suspicion, unusual details, obvious signs of editing, and instead of calming rumors, they fuel even more unanswered questions. As time goes on, the story becomes more complex. This is no longer just about the health of an individual. It is a power vacuum that is gradually being filled in a way that benefits someone else. And royal history has repeatedly shown that such voids rarely remain for long. They are always taken quickly, and sometimes ruthlessly. Looking back at the entire timeline, a pattern begins to emerge. A sudden announcement, an unusually prolonged period of silence, the disappearance of sources, the increasingly prominent presence of another figure, and finally, a symbolic moment confirming a shift in power. Everything unfolds like a carefully arranged sequence of events. There is no direct evidence, but nothing appears to be accidental. And that is precisely what makes it most unsettling. Because when there is no clear explanation, the public imagination will fill the void. And in this case, what they see is not a simple medical story. It is the sign of a silent restructuring of power. Kate's disappearance is not merely a personal incident. It is a link in a much larger picture, a transitional phase, a test of the stability of the royal family. And most importantly, it raises a question that remains unanswered. Who is truly in control? When all the pieces are placed side by side, it becomes clear that this is not a series of isolated events. It carries the marks of a strategy, a process of replacement that unfolds slowly but steadily. No announcements, no direct confrontation, only time and silence. That silence is the most dangerous element because it does not only conceal the truth, it also creates space for power to be reshaped, and within that space, the most patient will be the ones who prevail. So when looking back at these 100 days, perhaps the question is no longer where Kate has gone, but what has changed during her absence, and who has benefited the most from that change. Kate's disappearance is not accidental. It resembles the opening phase of a personnel replacement campaign carried out with cold precision, a campaign without gunfire, yet one that could shake the very foundation of the Windsor monarchy. As the curtain of silence continues to cover Kate's disappearance, a question begins to surface among the public. Is Camilla merely filling the gap? Or is she the one controlling the entire game? In a context where King Charles is believed to be facing serious health issues, the structure of royal power becomes more fragile than ever. Gaps begin to appear, and as history has repeatedly shown, power never remains vacant. It will always be filled by the fastest, the most strategic, and the most patient. In this case, all eyes gradually turn toward Camilla. There is no official decree announced, no statement confirming a new role. Yet in reality, Camilla begins to appear with unusual frequency. She represents the king at major events. She receives high-level officials. She stands in positions that carry symbolic authority, unofficially, but clearly. Camilla is assuming the role of a regent in the shadows. The numbers begin to reflect this shift clearly. Camilla's media presence surges, estimated to increase by 300% compared to before. Her name dominates headlines. Her image appears constantly across news coverage, and more importantly, the way the media portrays her begins to change. No longer the figure behind the scenes, no longer the shadow of the king. Camilla is being shaped into a pillar of stability, a symbol of control in a time of uncertainty. But what raises questions for many is not what is seen, it is what is not said. While Kate completely disappears from public view, a new media strategy appears to be unfolding. Messages about privacy, about the right to recover in silence, are repeatedly emphasized. And the person believed to be the strongest supporter of this stance is none other than William. According to some analyses, this may simply be the action of a husband trying to protect his wife from media pressure. But there are also darker interpretations, that this position may have unintentionally, or perhaps deliberately, created a barrier between Kate and the public, a barrier that makes information about her increasingly scarce, a barrier that gradually normalizes her absence, and the question arises, who truly benefits from this isolation? Camilla, with decades of experience living at the center of media scrutiny and controversy, understands the power of image and presence. She understands that in the modern world, power lies not only in titles, but also in visibility. The one who appears more often, the one who controls the narrative more effectively, will shape public perception. Viewed from this perspective, the strategy of protecting privacy may carry another meaning, not only to protect Kate, but also to reduce her presence in the media, and when a central figure gradually disappears from view, the space they leave behind will quickly be filled by someone else. In this case, that person is Camilla. Step by step, she appears in places where Kate once stood, step by step. She assumes roles that carry symbolic weight. There is no official replacement, no declaration confirming it, but in the perception of the public, a transfer is quietly taking place. Some observers argue that this is merely a coincidence of circumstances, that Camilla is simply doing what is necessary to keep the royal institution functioning smoothly during a difficult time. But others believe that everything is unfolding too perfectly to be mere coincidence. Kate's disappearance, the weakening of the king, the rise of Camilla's presence, the shift in media portrayal, everything seems to be converging toward a single point, a point where power is being redefined. What is notable is that throughout this entire process, there has been no move from Camilla to reduce the attention on herself. On the contrary, she appears to accept, even embrace the spotlight. This stands in complete contrast to the cautious image she once built in the past. Perhaps, after many years in the shadows, this is the very moment she has been waiting for. A moment where all conditions converge, a moment where the greatest obstacles gradually disappear, and a moment where she can step forward without facing strong resistance. Of course, all of this remains at the level of analysis and speculation. There is no concrete evidence proving that Camilla is directing the entire story, but in a closed system like the royal family, where information is tightly controlled, the absence of evidence does not mean that nothing is happening, and it is precisely that ambiguity that makes the story more compelling than ever. As Kate is pushed into the shadows of the hospital, as information about her becomes scarce and difficult to verify, on the other side, Camilla shines with an intensity never seen before. It is not only her appearances, it is also the way she controls the narrative, the way she shapes her image, and the way she gradually asserts her position. Some call it adaptation. Others call it opportunity. But there are also those who believe it is the result of a plan prepared long in advance, whatever the truth may be. One thing cannot be denied. The balance of power within the royal family is shifting, and that shift does not happen loudly. It happens in silence, in gaps of information, in decisions that appear harmless, and at the center of it all, Camilla stands firm, not as a temporary substitute, but as a true central figure of this turbulent period. The final question remains, is she merely taking advantage of an opportunity, or is she the one who created that opportunity from the very beginning? And perhaps the answer will never be made clear, but what is unfolding before the public is enough to make people think that in the world of power, every silence carries value, and every appearance carries a message. While Kate remains a great question, Camilla has become the answer the public is forced to see. Ladies and gentlemen, if the 100 days of Kate's disappearance is a curtain of concealment, then the scandal of the leaked medical records is the first tear that allows people to glimpse what is hidden behind. Everything began when information about a security breach at the London clinic suddenly came to light. According to what was revealed, one or more individuals attempted to gain unauthorized access to the medical records of royal family members being treated there. At first glance, this may seem like a rare violation of privacy, but not an unprecedented one. However, what makes this incident unusual lies in a critical detail. The target was not the records of King Charles, who was also receiving treatment at the same time. It was Kate. That choice immediately raises a series of questions. If the goal were simply sensational news, the king's records would surely be far more valuable, but whoever was behind this incident did not think so. They focused on one person only, and that leads the public to suspect that this was not a spontaneous act, it was a targeted mission. Within a short time, 3 medical staff members were suspended for their involvement in the leak. This is the official number released, but their identities have not been disclosed, nor is there any information about who commissioned or stood behind the collection of this data. Another gap in information appears, and once again, silence becomes the most striking element. In that context, theories begin to form. One of the most controversial revolves around the true motive behind accessing Kate's medical records, not to make them public, not to create an immediate scandal, but to obtain something more valuable: information. In the world of power, information is always a weapon, and it is not always used openly. Sometimes, its greatest value lies in its ability to influence from the shadows, especially when that information concerns health, not only physical, but also mental. Some analyses suggest that if there were any evidence indicating that Kate is no longer capable of fulfilling royal duties, it could become an extremely powerful leverage. There would be no need to make it public. It would only need to reach the right people, at the right time, and in closed-door meetings of advisory councils, where the future of the monarchy is discussed. Such information could completely alter the balance, and this is where the name Camilla once again appears in speculation. From this perspective, the access to Kate's medical records is not a random act. It is part of a long-term strategy, a strategy aimed at gathering evidence, not for direct confrontation, but to create doubts deep enough, strong enough, and lasting enough to shake the confidence of those who hold decision-making power. If a key figure is placed under question regarding their ability to fulfill their role, then restructuring becomes much easier. There is no need for confrontation, no need for public removal. It is enough for that person to gradually be seen as no longer suitable, and when that happens, the process of replacement will unfold almost naturally. What is important to note is that up to this point, there has been no verified evidence released regarding the content of the accessed records. The public does not know what Kate is truly facing. Everything remains covered by a thick fog. But it is precisely this lack of transparency that gives weight to speculation, because when there is no official information, the gaps are filled with suspicion. And in this context, suspicion is beginning to point toward a colder scenario: that the objective is not only to control the narrative, but to control the future of a person within the structure of power. If Kate is considered no longer fit to continue her role, then the list of potential successors will change. And when that list changes, the entire structure of power will be affected. This is no longer the story of an individual. It is the story of a position, a symbol, a crucial link within a system. And if one link is removed, the chain will have to adjust itself. Some believe that all of this is merely coincidence, a security breach, an unfortunate incident, but others believe that in a tightly controlled environment like the royal family, such incidents rarely occur without reason. The question is not only who accessed the records, it is who is truly behind it, who needed that information, and most importantly, how it will be used. Until now, the identity of the buyer remains undisclosed. No name has been released. No independent investigation has been confirmed. Everything appears to have been handled internally, quickly, quietly, and with very few traces left behind. That alone makes the situation even more suspicious, because in cases involving security and privacy at this level, transparency is usually used to reassure the public, but this time, transparency is completely absent. And when the light is not turned on, the darkness becomes deeper. Looking back at the entire sequence of events, a scenario begins to take shape in the minds of many. A scenario in which the leak of the records is not the end point, but a step within a larger plan, a plan aimed at reshaping the future of the royal family by removing elements that are no longer considered suitable, whether that scenario is true or not. One thing cannot be denied. The scandal at the London clinic has changed the way the public perceives the entire story. It has turned an absence into a question, and that question into a systemic suspicion, and at the center of all those suspicions, a chilling hypothesis continues to exist that the goal is not only to control the present, but to rewrite the future. Camilla does not simply want Kate to be ill. In the way many fear, she wants Kate to disappear permanently from the list of potential successors. A statement without evidence, yet powerful enough to make people think, because in the world of power, sometimes the most frightening things are not what has been proven, but what could happen when no one is able to stop it in time. When speaking of prolonged silence, of the feeling of isolation behind palace walls, the public cannot help but recall one name, Diana, and it is the increasingly clear similarities between the two stories that have caused a haunting theory to spread. In the 1990s, Diana was gradually pushed to the margins. It began with small differences. Then came growing distances in the way she was treated, the way she appeared before the public, and the way her story was controlled. Those who were once closest to her gradually disappeared from her circle of influence. Phone calls became more difficult. Information became more tightly filtered, and little by little, Diana was no longer the center of the royal narrative, even though she remained the most beloved figure among the public. Today, when looking at what is happening with Kate, many people feel a similarity that is difficult to ignore. It is not an exact repetition, but it carries familiar signs: a sudden disappearance, a long period without public appearances, a curtain of silence justified as protection of privacy, and most importantly, a flow of information so tightly controlled that it becomes almost absolute. If for Diana, the isolation unfolded gradually over many years, then for Kate, everything seems to be happening faster, more efficiently, and more discreetly. There are no shocking interviews, no public expressions of pain, only absence. An absence long enough to raise questions, yet discreet enough that no one can provide a definitive answer. In that context, the role of Camilla continues to be at the center of debate. On the surface, she appears as a composed woman, a caring mother-in-law, a figure trying to keep everything stable during a difficult time. Official messages consistently emphasize sympathy and the desire to protect Kate from public pressure, but as with earlier parts of the story, what draws attention is not only what is shown, it is what is missing. There are no direct images of Kate for an extended period, no detailed updates, no clear confirmation of her current condition. And more importantly, no sign that she is maintaining contact with the outside world in a way the public can verify. Some believe this is simply how the royal family handles a sensitive health matter, that limiting information is necessary to ensure privacy, but others argue that this very limitation has unintentionally created a form of soft isolation, a state in which an individual still exists in name, but has almost disappeared from the flow of information and influence. When placing the two stories side by side, the similarity does not lie in specific details. It lies in structure. A central female figure, a complex system of power, a gradual reduction in visibility, and a layer of explanation built around it all. However, it must be acknowledged with caution that these comparisons are largely based on public interpretation rather than verified evidence. There is no official documentation showing that Kate is being confined or deliberately isolated, and there is no confirmation that any individual is controlling information in a negative way. Even so, in an environment where information is always limited, public perception can become a force that shapes the narrative, and in this case, that perception is leaning toward a more troubling scenario. That silence is not only a protective measure, it may also be a tool. If Diana was once a victim of emotional fractures and betrayal within personal relationships, then the hypothesis now being discussed carries a different tone. A theory suggesting that Kate may be facing a more systemic form of pressure, not public, not confrontational, but quiet and prolonged. This leads to another interpretation of the entire sequence of events, that what is unfolding is not merely a medical incident, but a process of controlling information related to health, a process in which who knows what, and at what time, becomes the decisive factor. Of course, all of this remains at the level of hypothesis, but it is precisely the absence of clear information that allows such theories to exist, and that is where the past and the present intersect, not in how identical the two stories are, but in how both create a void large enough for the public to begin asking questions. Within that void, memories of Diana return. Images of a woman once placed in a difficult position, emotions that have never fully settled, and when those emotions are reawakened, the way the public views the present also begins to change. It may simply be a coincidence of circumstances, it may be how the royal family handles a complex situation, but it may also be, as some fear, a sign of a pattern repeating itself in a more sophisticated form. If Diana once became a symbol of vulnerability within a closed system, then the question now is this: is Kate stepping into a similar role? But within a more modern context, where everything is more tightly controlled and harder to recognize. If Diana was a victim of betrayal within personal relationships, then according to many emerging theories, Kate may be caught in a different kind of pressure, a pressure related to image, health, and her role within the structure of power, an unverified theory, but one powerful enough to make people pause and reflect, because in the world of royalty, where things are rarely spoken directly, sometimes silence tells the most powerful story, and when all the pieces are placed together again, the picture we see is no longer a series of disconnected events. It is a timeline filled with unusual gaps, difficult coincidences, and silent shifts of power, from the very first day with the cold announcement of a surgery, to the weeks of complete absence from Kate, from the global wave of speculation, to the increasingly frequent appearances of Camilla in a central role, and then the peak, the medical records leak, where all questions begin to point toward a single focus. Throughout those 100 days, one thing cannot be denied. The balance of power has shifted. No official declaration is needed. No public ceremony is required. Only prolonged silence on one side, and a strong presence on the other. Camilla has stepped out of the shadow of the past to become the center of the present, and whether by chance or by design, every development appears to reinforce that position. What we have witnessed is not merely the story of a woman undergoing medical treatment, it is the story of how power operates when it is not under scrutiny. It is how information can be controlled, directed, and even removed entirely from public view, and most importantly, it is how a void can be filled so quickly that people begin to forget who once stood there. It may all be coincidence. It may simply be how the royal family responds to an unprecedented medical situation, but it may also be, as we have explored, a process of restructuring power in the shadows, a process that does not rely on open conflict, but on patience, time, and absolute control over information. Camilla's crown may have been forged through years of endurance and waiting, but to maintain it requires more than that. It requires voids. It requires the disappearance of those who could stand in the way. And in this story, Kate Middleton is that figure. The biggest question still lies ahead. If one day Kate returns to the public eye, will everything be able to return to what it once was? Will her image remain intact in the hearts of the people, or will what remains be only a shadow, a symbol faded by months of absence and unanswered questions? We may not have all the answers, but we have the right to ask questions. And sometimes, those very questions are what prevent the truth from being buried forever. Thank you for staying with us. If you believe Kate deserves transparency and protection, please like this video. And do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next part, where we will dive deeper into another controversial detail, the photograph believed to have been edited, who was behind it, and whether we have all been misled all this time. The sound of shattering crystal rang sharply through the stillness of Buckingham Palace. Outside, rain pounded relentlessly against the windows, as if the sky itself were in a fury. In that heavy darkness, A cold voice cut through the air, each word like a blade slicing into silence. "You think that by placing that crown upon your head you can replace my position and that of the Queen. Do not forget, in this place, tradition is rewritten by me. It was Queen Camilla, no longer the gentle figure before the public, but a woman of power, sharp, unyielding, and without mercy." Facing her, Catherine stood motionless, her gaze steady, unafraid, unwilling to step back. A moment of silence stretched between them, long enough to define a war. This was no longer a matter of ordinary differences within the royal family. This was a direct confrontation, where power, status, and the future of the House of Windsor were placed on the scales. The public has long been familiar with the image of a perfect Princess of Wales, graceful and composed, and a model Prince William. But behind the carefully staged smiles before the cameras lies a fierce hidden battle that no one is meant to see. A highly questionable will has surfaced, carrying rumors that it could strip away the entire position and future of the three Wales children. Is this a hidden truth? Or merely a carefully calculated move? Is Camilla protecting tradition? Or quietly rewriting the rules to secure absolute power before it is too late? And William and Catherine, are they fighting for the future? Or simply resisting in vain? In your opinion, who is truly protecting the monarchy? Comment 1 if you stand with Camilla. Comment 2 if you support William and Catherine. No one within the royal family could have imagined that a document, seemingly sealed forever, could become the trigger for the greatest crisis in decades. It all began on a somber afternoon, when layers of aging files in the Buckingham Palace archives were being reviewed as part of a routine procedure. It was a tedious, repetitive task, where secrets had been buried so deeply that even those who guarded them had begun to forget they existed. But this time, something unusual appeared. A thick envelope, marked with the highest level of security classification, was not listed in the official inventory. Inside that envelope was something that left everyone present in stunned silence. An appendix to the will, believed to belong to the late Queen Elizabeth II. Not the official will that had been made public, but a supplementary document, sealed separately, almost never mentioned in any prior record. And what shocked them most was its content. The figure was written clearly, unmistakable. £10 billion, a vast fortune, including real estate, exploitation rights, and most importantly, control over the Duchy of Cornwall, the financial foundation that secures the economic power of the heir to the throne. By conventional logic, control of the Duchy of Cornwall should belong to William. It is an unwritten rule, a tradition maintained through generations, but this appendix stated something entirely different. Oversight was not granted directly to William, but frozen and temporarily transferred to a special council, and the head of that council was none other than Camilla. If this information were made public, it would not only shake the royal family internally, but could also undermine public trust in the entire power structure of the House of Windsor. One question immediately arose. Why would the Queen make a decision that went against tradition in such a way, and if this was truly her will, why had it been kept hidden until now? When the document reached Catherine, the air in the room seemed to grow heavy. She was no stranger to the strict rules of the royal family, but this went far beyond any precedent. Catherine read each line slowly and carefully, as if every word might conceal a trap, and then she noticed something that no one else had seen. It was the wax seal. At first glance, it was entirely perfect. The color, the thickness, the engraving. Everything matched exactly the official seals that had been used in important royal documents. But Catherine had once been granted access to original materials during her training in protocol and internal history. She knew that every seal, no matter how small, carried distinct markers that only insiders could recognize. And here, there was an extremely subtle deviation. The edge of the seal was slightly misaligned by a very small fraction, almost impossible to detect at a glance, but to Catherine, it was a sign that could not be ignored, because to create such a seal, the person responsible would need direct access to the Royal Seal Archives, a place under strict protection, accessible to only a very limited few, and all of them belonged to the highest circle of power within the palace. This discovery made it impossible for Catherine to remain silent, but instead of revealing it immediately, she chose to observe, because she understood that if this was a forgery, it was not an impulsive act. This was a carefully calculated plan involving those who truly held power. Meanwhile, Camilla remained silent in a way that was deeply unsettling. Not a single explanation, not a single move of denial. That silence, in this context, became the most troubling element of all, because sometimes power does not need to speak to prove its existence. Closed-door meetings began to take place, doors shut tightly, eyes watching, measuring. William was placed in a situation without precedent. The man who should have held control over the Duchy of Cornwall now stood outside, watching his own assets being placed into a frozen state, and that did not only affect him, it directly threatened the future of his 3 children. George, Charlotte, Louis, their future, their status. Everything was tied to the stability of this financial line. If control was delayed or redirected, the entire structure of succession could be altered in ways no one could foresee. Catherine understood that more clearly than anyone, and that was why she could not treat this as a mere technical error. That misaligned wax seal was not a small detail, it was the sign of something larger, deeper, and far more dangerous. But what troubled her most was not the possibility that the document had been forged, it was the question of who stood behind it, and more importantly, why they wanted to alter an order that had existed for centuries. One evening, as Catherine stood alone in a long palace corridor, she suddenly realized that everything around her seemed to have changed. The walls that once felt familiar now appeared cold. Footsteps echoed more clearly, as if every movement was being watched. She was no longer certain that she was investigating a document. She was stepping into a game of power where the rules had already been rewritten, and at the center of that game was Camilla, a woman who had spent decades rising to her current position, a woman who understood every corner of this system. If this was truly a plan, then it was not simply about controlling assets, it was a strategic move that could shift the entire balance of power within the royal family. Catherine tightened her grip on the document. She knew she could not turn back, but she was also beginning to realize that every step toward the truth could bring consequences she was not yet ready to face. And then, as all the pieces seemed to slowly come together, a thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps everything she had just discovered was not a mistake, but a signal, an invitation, or worse, a trap. But Catherine did not know that discovering the truth was only the first trap that Camilla had set to test her patience. Catherine understood that the misaligned wax seal was not a random flaw. It was the opening signal of a chain reaction she had yet to fully grasp. And within just a few days, everything began to move. Not loudly, not with official declarations, but clearly enough for anyone within the royal family to feel it. Camilla had made her move. The first strike came cold and precise. An internal notice was issued under the pretext of budget restructuring. The figures were presented neatly, logically, almost impossible to challenge on paper, but when Catherine reached the section concerning the mental health initiatives she had spent years building, she immediately understood its true meaning. 40% of the funding had been cut, no prior warning, no specific justification beyond a familiar phrase, strategic adjustment. It was not merely a financial decision, it was a warning. The projects Catherine pursued were not simply charitable activities, they represented the new image that she and William wanted to build, a royal family that was closer, more understanding, more connected to the real issues of modern society, and cutting the budget meant suffocating that very message at its roots. Catherine did not react immediately. She read the document again, line by line, as if searching for a flaw, but there was none. Everything had been prepared perfectly, procedurally valid, formally sound, strategically ruthless. And it did not stop there. The second strike came faster than she expected. A formal request was sent to Catherine's office, short, direct, and leaving no room for negotiation. The Princess of Wales was required to return a diamond necklace that had once been personally given to her by the late Queen. The stated reason was for national asset inventory. In any other circumstance, this might have seemed like a routine procedure, but Catherine understood the true value of that piece of jewelry. It was not just a precious object, it was a personal symbol, a mark of trust, a private connection between her and the Queen that no document could define. This request, therefore, was not merely an inventory check. It was an act of removal, a way to remind Catherine that no matter what position she held, ultimate power was not in her hands. As Catherine held the necklace, the light reflecting from the diamonds brought her back to that moment years ago, a quiet afternoon, a warm glance, and words that were never written down. Now, all of it seemed to be turning into part of a cold game of power. She did not cry, she did not protest publicly, but in her eyes, something had changed. A different kind of silence, no longer the silence of observation, but the silence of decision. Meanwhile, William did not stand still. He understood that what was unfolding was no longer a matter of ordinary internal conflict. This was a deliberate restructuring of power, and if he failed to act, he would lose everything before he even had the chance to respond. A series of secret meetings were arranged in London. No public schedule. No appearances before the press. William reached out to top legal experts, individuals who understood every corner of the legal framework surrounding the monarchy. He brought with him the appendix to the will, Catherine notes on the wax seal, and everything they had managed to gather. At first, the situation seemed promising. Some lawyers pointed out that if the irregularity in the seal could be proven, the entire appendix could be invalidated. But the deeper they went, the more complex the picture became, because every legal path appeared to lead to a single point, one person, the close aide to King Charles. It was a name William had never expected. A man who had worked within the palace for years, a man considered absolutely loyal. But as the documents were examined, unusual financial transactions began to surface, transfers with no clear origin, private meetings that had never been recorded in official schedules, and finally, a conclusion William did not want to believe, yet could not deny. The man had been bought. There was no need to say who stood behind it. In the current context, the answer was almost too obvious. Camilla was not acting only on the surface. She had placed people deep within the system, enough to control its most critical links. When William left the final meeting, London was covered in a heavy gray sky. He stood still for a few seconds before stepping into his car, not out of hesitation, but because he understood that from this moment on, everything had completely changed. The law was no longer a viable path. The system he had once trusted had now been manipulated from within, and any attempt to bring the truth to light through official channels risked being distorted, delayed, or even buried forever. When William returned, Catherine was already waiting. No words were needed. A single look was enough for both of them to understand that they stood at the same point. No more innocence, no more belief that everything could be resolved through reason or procedure. The palace doors, once symbols of power and protection, now seemed to close in front of them. Every corridor, every room became a space filled with risk. where any conversation could be overheard, any action could be monitored. But in that very moment, a new realization began to take shape. If they could not win within the system, then they would have to move beyond it. If the law no longer stood with them, then they would have to find another form of power. A power that could not be bought, a power that could not be sealed inside secret envelopes. William looked at Catherine, and for the first time in many days, he spoke without hesitation. "We have to change the way the game is played." Catherine nodded. Without hesitation, because both of them understood that this was no longer a battle within the royal family, it had become a battle of trust, of image, of public support, and in that battle, there was only one force that could make a difference. The will of the people. As the palace doors slammed shut before them, William and Catherine understood that they could not fight with the law. They had to fight with public support. The decision was made in silence. But its weight spread through every corridor of the palace. William and Catherine understood that they could not confront this directly through legal documents that had already been manipulated. If Camilla controlled the game behind closed doors, then they would step into the light, where every gaze would become part of the battle, and the opportunity came sooner than expected. A state banquet was scheduled, with a guest list that included some of the most powerful figures from around the world. It was not just a diplomatic event, it was the perfect stage, but Camilla did not miss the chance to remind everyone who held power. The seating arrangement was revealed discreetly, yet it was enough to send shockwaves through the inner circle. Catherine, the Princess of Wales, who should have been seated at the center beside key figures, was instead placed in a shadowed corner, away from the lights, away from the cameras, almost pushed to the edge of the very stage where she was meant to shine. It was not a mistake. It was a message. Once again, Camilla chose not to speak, but to let her actions deliver the message. She did not need a direct confrontation, only a subtle arrangement, precise enough to weaken Catherine's image in the eyes of the international public, and in any other situation, that strategy might have succeeded. But Catherine was not someone who would react in the way her opponent expected. There was no anger, no visible sign of hurt when the seating arrangement reached her. On the contrary, Catherine became quieter, more focused, as if she had been waiting for this very moment. The state banquet began under the brilliant glow of crystal chandeliers. Luxury cars arrived one after another, carrying distinguished guests into the palace grounds. International media had gathered early, ready to capture every moment, every glance, every gesture. And then, as the grand doors opened, Catherine appeared, not in an outfit designed to display power, not adorned with extravagant jewelry to assert status. She stepped forward in a gown that evoked the style of Princess Diana. Elegant, refined, yet filled with meaning. The color, the cut, every detail served as a reminder without words. A symbol had returned. In that moment, every carefully arranged plan seemed to collapse. Cameras shifted instantly. Whispers spread through the crowd. No one cared where Catherine had been seated, because from the moment she stepped in, she had already taken control of the stage. Camilla watched from the center position. Her face remained composed, as always. But in her eyes, there was a slight change, because she understood exactly what was happening. This was not a coincidence. This was a move calculated with precision down to every detail. Catherine did not need to say a single word. Her outfit spoke for her. It evoked the memory of a time when the public gave their hearts to a woman who stood outside the rigid rules of the royal family. And now, that image was being revived, not as an imitation, but as a continuation. While Camilla delivered her speech, every word carefully prepared, conveying a message of stability and tradition. Outside, another story was being written. Media platforms began to record an explosion of the name Catherine. Image, videos, analyses of her gown, and the hidden message behind it spread at astonishing speed. The statistics appeared just a few hours later. 85% of global searches focused on Catherine. Meanwhile, Camilla's speech, despite its careful preparation, attracted less than 5% of the attention. A gap that could not be ignored, could not be hidden, and more importantly, could not be reversed overnight. It was not merely a media failure. It was a direct blow to Camilla's ambition to control the image of the monarchy, because in the modern world, power does not only lie in sealed documents, it lies in how the public perceives, feels, and chooses to believe. Catherine, with a decision that seemed simple, had turned the tide. She did not break the rules. She did not openly challenge, but she used exactly what Camilla could not control: public emotion, collective memory, and the desire for a royal image that feels closer and more genuine. As the banquet ended, as the guests departed, as the lights slowly dimmed, one truth became clearer than ever. This battle was no longer confined within closed rooms. It had moved outside, where every action, every image could become a message. William stood beside Catherine, observing everything. He did not need to ask, he did not need to analyze, because the result was already clear. They had found their path, not by confronting established power directly, but by redefining that power in an entirely different way, a way that Camilla, no matter how many documents she held, no matter how many seals she controlled, could never fully command. That night, as Catherine removed her gown, as the lights in the room slowly faded, she knew this was only the beginning. A small victory, but one of great significance, because it proved something essential: that in the modern world, power is not granted by title alone. It is built on trust, and that trust, once given, is not easily taken away. Elsewhere in the palace, Camilla stood alone by a window. The darkness reflected her image. Still, but far from weak. She had spent many years building her position, and she was not someone who would step back because of a single night, but deep in her thoughts, there was one thing even she could not deny. The game had changed. Camilla could hold the legal documents, but she had forgotten that a crown only truly shines when it rests upon the head of someone loved by the people. The media shockwave from the state banquet had not yet settled when inside the palace. Another storm was quietly forming. No more probing moves. No more indirect signals. Everything that had been building now converged at a single point, and that point was the office of King Charles. The door closed behind William with a heavy sound. The room was so silent that every breath could be heard. King Charles stood beside his desk. His gaze lowered, as if he already knew the reason for this confrontation. No more ceremony. No more formal distance between a king and his heir. Only a father and a son, standing at opposite ends of a truth that could not be avoided. William did not hesitate. He placed the file on the desk, each page cutting into the silence. His voice was low, but clear, no longer restrained. He spoke about the appendix to the will, about the misaligned wax seal, about the suspicious transactions, and finally, he mentioned the name they both understood: the close aid. A long silence followed. King Charles did not respond immediately. He looked at the documents, then back at William. In his eyes there was not only fatigue, but something more complex, a conflict between duty and truth. Catherine stepped forward. She did not say much. She simply placed another file gently on the desk, but it was that file that shattered the fragile balance that remained an alibi. One of the key witnesses whose signature appeared on the appendix to the will was confirmed to have not been present at the palace on the day the document was said to have been completed. Travel records, security data, and even schedule logs matched perfectly. There was no discrepancy, no gap for doubt. That led to only one conclusion. The signature had been forged, and if one signature was false, the entire document immediately lost its legal validity. The atmosphere in the room shifted noticeably. King Charles turned slightly away, as if he needed a few seconds to process what was unfolding. But William did not stop. He stepped forward, and then the door opened. Camilla entered. There was no haste, no sign of surprise. As if she had known exactly that this moment would come, she walked in slowly, her gaze sweeping across everyone in the room, pausing a fraction longer on Catherine before moving to William. A faint smile appeared. Not a smile of warmth, but the smile of someone who had been prepared for this confrontation for a very long time. William turned to face her directly. No distance remained. No layer of formal courtesy. He spoke plainly, every word clear, unhidden. He accused. He pointed out the connection between Camilla and the financial transactions. He mentioned the aide who had been bought, and finally, he asked the question no one had dared to speak before. Why? Camilla did not answer immediately. She stepped closer to the desk, her hand brushing lightly over the documents as if they were of little importance. Then she looked up. Her voice was calm to a chilling degree. Do you truly believe that everything in this palace operates only on what is written? No one answered, and then Catherine spoke. Not loudly, not aggressively, but sharp enough to cut through every defense. She reiterated the alibi. She pointed again to the flaw in the wax seal. She recalled every small detail they had gathered, not to persuade, but to confirm that everything was already clear. Camilla looked at Catherine longer this time. Her gaze was no longer just evaluative, it carried recognition, as if she were acknowledging a worthy opponent, and then that smile returned. This time, more visible. For this crown, I have done things you would never dare to imagine. That statement was not a justification. It was a declaration, a cold acknowledgement of how power truly operates in the shadows. The room fell into silence. No one could deny what had been revealed, but no one could immediately change it, because this system, with all its layers of protection, would not collapse easily because of a single truth. King Charles closed his eyes for a few seconds. When he opened them, his gaze had changed. No longer avoidance, but acceptance that he stood before a decision that could not be delayed. But that decision was not simple. If he revealed everything, the consequences would not stop at one individual, they would spread, shaking the entire foundation of the monarchy, public trust. Something they had only just begun to rebuild after many upheavals, could collapse in an instant. If he remained silent, he could preserve the outward structure, but the cost would be the burial of the truth, and the fracture within his own family would become impossible to repair. William looked at his father. He said nothing more, because he understood that from this moment on, the decision was no longer in his hands. Catherine stood still, but in her eyes, there was no longer doubt, only certainty that the path they had chosen could not be reversed. Camilla, in contrast, remained where she was. No panic, no retreat, as if she had already accepted every possible outcome, because for her, this battle had never been about a document or a seal. It was about control of the future, and in that moment, they all understood that there would be no complete victory, because even if the truth were revealed, what had been broken could never return to what it once was. Family, trust, unity, everything had been placed on the scale, and the price to be paid, no matter the outcome, would be immense. This battle had no complete winner, because the cost was the permanent fracture of a royal family. Ladies and gentlemen, the storm has finally settled, but the silence it left behind is far more unsettling than everything that came before. There was no official statement, no public trial. The shocking appendix to the will vanished from all records, as if it had never existed. A decision was made in the shadows to protect something greater than all else. the reputation of the monarchy, the stability of the crown, and the fragile trust of the public, but the price was not small. Camilla no longer appeared as frequently as before. She withdrew from the center of power, stepping behind the curtain where decisions could still be shaped without the glare of the spotlight. Yet that withdrawal was not an ending. In her rare appearances, her gaze still turned toward Catherine, quiet, cold, like a reminder that this game had never truly ended. It had only entered another phase. On the other side, William and Catherine did not celebrate. They understood that this victory was not about defeating an opponent, but about preserving what mattered most, not just assets, not just power, but the legacy of the past and the hope of the future. They proved that strength does not lie in sealed documents, but in the trust they have built with the public, and perhaps that is what truly shifted the balance of power. In the end, this story is not only about an internal conflict, it is a reminder that real power does not lie in aging papers, but in sincerity and in the choices people make about where they stand. And you? What do you think about this ending? Has Camilla truly stopped? Or is this only the beginning of a greater confrontation? Do not forget to subscribe so you do not miss the next developments in this ongoing battle for the crown. No, he cannot do that. I forbid him. The scream rang out, sharp and shattered like glass, tearing through the tightly controlled atmosphere inside the White Room of Buckingham Palace. This was not a cinematic scene, not a stage script. This was a real moment, unfolding at the very heart of British royal power. Immediately after the scream came the harsh crash of expensive porcelain hitting the marble floor, shattering into pieces, and then a heavy and terrifying silence fell. A silence deep enough for everyone present to understand that they had just witnessed something that was never meant to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, a true earthquake has just shaken the British royal family. A top-secret document, believed to have been leaked from the very center of Buckingham Palace, is spreading at an alarming speed among insiders. Its contents are not only shocking, but also reveal a plan that could completely reshape the structure of modern monarchy. According to the document, King Charles has been quietly preparing for an unprecedented transition, transferring most of the real power to Prince William and Princess Catherine, while shaping the future for their young heirs. But nothing unfolded according to a perfect script. During a closed session of the Privy Council, just as the announcement was made, Queen Camilla suddenly rose to her feet. Her face tightened, her eyes blazing with undisguised fury. She cut the king off mid-sentence, breaking every protocol and pushing the entire room into a suffocating tension. This was not merely a personal reaction, it was the beginning of a confrontation. Before we go deeper into what truly happened behind those closed doors, I want to hear your opinion. Leave your comment right below this video. Press 1 if you support King Charles' decision, or press 2 if you stand with Queen Camilla. And remember, what just happened is only the surface, because behind that terrifying silence, a real battle has just begun. To understand why this conflict erupted so violently at this precise moment, we must look deeper into what has been unfolding behind the doors of royal power. King Charles' decision was not an impulsive act, it was the result of prolonged pressure, where royal duty collided directly with the harsh realities of health, age, and shifting public sentiment. The king understands that he no longer has unlimited time to fully control the royal machine as before. And in that context, a gradual transfer of power is no longer a choice, but a survival strategy. But the problem lies in the timing, which is extremely sensitive. The public today no longer views the royal family with absolute reverence. They observe, evaluate, and even judge every move of each member. And this is where the numbers begin to speak. Cold and unforgiving numbers that reflect a truth no one inside the palace wants to face. In recent opinion polls, Prince William and Princess Catherine consistently hold the highest levels of public approval. Their support often exceeds 75%, a number that is not only impressive, but overwhelming. They represent a new image, younger, more relatable, and most importantly, more aligned with the expectations of modern society. In contrast, Queen Camilla stands in a completely different position. Her approval rating often hovers around 22%, a gap that is not only wide, but alarming. For an institution that survives on public trust, this is not merely an image issue. It is a strategic risk. That is why King Charles' decision can be seen as a necessary move, an attempt to safeguard the future of the monarchy by empowering those most trusted by the public. But what he did not anticipate was the reaction from the woman standing beside him. The pressure from the numbers was already immense. But the real shock came from within, because King Charles could never have expected that the person he had spent a lifetime protecting would choose to use his deepest pain as a weapon against him. The meeting room door had just closed. Yet its echoes continued to reverberate through every corridor like an earthquake that had not yet subsided. Avoided glances, hurried swallows, all betrayed one undeniable truth. The carefully maintained order within the British royal family had just been torn apart, and at the center of that shock, King Charles rose to his feet. No explanation, no gesture of calm, only a short and decisive command, cold enough to freeze the air. He ordered Camilla to follow him. Camilla did not respond immediately. She stood there for a few seconds, her eyes still burning with anger, as if she refused to accept that the battle had just ended. But then she turned and followed. Their footsteps echoed across the marble floor, steady but heavy. The two most powerful figures in the United Kingdom left the room, leaving behind a stunned audience. No one needed to speak. Yet everyone understood. They had just witnessed a moment that history would never be allowed to record publicly. The door to the private office shut, a dry sound, final, and in that instant, every layer of ceremony disappeared. No lights, no protocol, no watching eyes, only two individuals facing each other in a confined space where emotions suppressed for years began to rise. Charles stood with his back turned, both hands resting on the desk, his head slightly lowered. He did not shout. He did not strike anything. But that silence was more terrifying than any outburst. It was the silence of a man deeply humiliated, a man who understood that his authority had just been challenged in front of those who were meant to be absolutely loyal. Camilla stepped forward. She did not lower her voice. She did not apologize. On the contrary, her gaze grew colder. She asked him why he believed he could make such a major decision without her consent. That question was not merely an objection. It was an implicit assertion of her position, that she was not just a ceremonial queen. Charles turned around. The softness that once defined his expression was gone. In its place was hurt. But above all, a deep sense of insult. He spoke slowly, saying, "This was not a discussion. This was the decision of the king." Each word fell like a verdict. But Camilla did not step back. She moved closer, her voice lowered, yet carrying a far more dangerous weight. She told him he should prepare to face the consequences. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. It was no longer a dispute about power. It became a deeply personal and far more ruthless confrontation. Camilla changed direction. She no longer spoke about William or Catherine. She no longer spoke about the future of the monarchy. She went straight into Charles' past. Gordonstown. That single word was like a blade driven into Charles' mind. His gaze froze for a brief moment. It was the place he once called a living hell, the place where he was bullied, isolated, and forced to become a version of himself he never wanted to be. Memories he had buried for decades were now dragged back with brutal force. Camilla knew this well, and she did not stop. She spoke of the nights he could not sleep, the letters he wrote but never sent, The moments when he doubted himself, she said those wounds had shaped the man he had become, a man who constantly sought recognition, who always needed validation from others. Then she pushed further. She said she still kept everything. The handwritten letters, the journals, the most private thoughts Charles never wanted anyone to see. Those materials were not just memories, they were evidence. Evidence of a man completely different from the strong king he was trying to project. The threat did not need to be loud. It was embedded in every word. Camilla declared that she could reveal everything. She could show the world a Charles who was weak, full of doubt and mistakes. A man unfit for the crown he wore. This was no longer an argument. This was blackmail. A calculated attack aimed directly at the deepest weakness of a king. Camilla wanted him to understand that if she lost everything, she would not fall alone. She would drag him, and this entire reign, down with her. A long silence followed. Charles did not react immediately. He simply stood there, looking at her. But his eyes changed. There was no more hesitation, no more defense, only a cold realization. For the first time in his life, he looked at the woman before him without the lens of love or dependence. He saw ambition. He saw calculation. He saw someone willing to destroy everything to hold on to her position, and in that very moment, something inside him broke. Not a collapse, but an awakening. Charles slowly straightened. He took a deep breath. When he raised his head, his face had changed. Calmer, colder, and more dangerous. He was no longer the husband who always yielded. He was no longer the man who always tried to please the woman before him. He was a king. His voice came out low and steady. He said she could do whatever she wanted. She could reveal everything. She could destroy his image before the public, but the power of the crown did not belong to her, and he would protect it. At any cost? There was no shouting, no explosive anger, yet that calm carried immense weight. It revealed a change that could not be reversed. Camilla paused, only for a moment, but enough to realize that the man before her was no longer the same. The control she once held seemed to be slipping away. Without another word, Charles turned his back. He walked toward the door. No hesitation. No looking back. When the door opened, the light from the corridor flooded in, cutting through the heavy darkness in the room. Then the door slammed shut. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Not an ending, but a beginning. Camilla stood alone in the room. She believed she had delivered a decisive blow. She believed she had struck at Charles' most vulnerable point. But she failed to realize one thing. The man who had just walked out of that door was no longer the person she once knew. And that slam was not just the end of a confrontation. It triggered a chain reaction she had yet to imagine. Camilla thought she had won. But she did not know that in that very moment, she had awakened a true king. And from that point on, a secret alliance began to form, quietly, coldly, and with dangerous intent. After leaving the private office, King Charles did not return to the meeting room. He walked straight down the long corridor, where the portraits of his ancestors seemed to follow each heavy step. No one dared approach. No one dared ask. But everyone sensed the same truth. The balance of power within the royal family had shifted, and that shift was far from over. That night, Charles barely slept. Camilla's words continued to echo in his mind, not as a simple threat, but as a warning. For the first time, he saw clearly a truth he had avoided for years. He could no longer stand between two worlds. On one side was personal emotion, on the other was duty to the crown. And this time, he was forced to choose. The following morning, a decision was made, swift, discreet, and leaving no trace. A meeting was arranged at Windsor Castle. Under the perfect cover of a family dinner, there was no press announcement, no official schedule, only a brief invitation was sent. The recipient was Prince William. Windsor that evening was unusually quiet. The familiar rituals continued. But something in the atmosphere had changed. When William arrived, he did not carry the ease of a son visiting his father. His eyes were sharper, more alert. He had sensed that something was wrong from the moment he received the invitation. The dinner began like an ordinary gathering. Petite conversation. Light inquiries. Everything maintained as a layer of cover. But both men understood that this was not the real reason for the meeting. And then, when the staff withdrew and the door closed, silence filled the room. Charles spoke first. His voice was low, steady, and unlike his usual hesitation, he did not go into detail. He did not mention painful memories or specific threats, but what he said was enough. He stated that Camilla had openly opposed the plan for the transfer of power, that she had crossed every line, and that she had issued threats he could not accept. William did not interrupt. He listened, but his expression gradually changed, from suspicion to focus, from focus to cold resolve. He did not need to hear the entire story to understand the nature of the problem. For years, he had maintained a certain distance from Camilla, never openly confrontational, but never fully trusting. When Charles stopped, William asked a single question. "What are we facing?" That question carried no emotion. It was strategic, and in that moment, Charles realized he was no longer speaking to his son in the old way. He was speaking to his heir. Charles answered briefly. He said this was no longer a family matter. This was a matter of the crown. If left unchecked, it could weaken the entire foundation of the monarchy. A pause followed, but this time, it was not heavy. It was calculation. William nodded slowly. No further explanation was needed. He understood, and more importantly, he had made his decision. For the first time in many years, father and son stood on the same side, not because of emotion, but because of a shared objective. To protect the future of the monarchy, the conversation then shifted. More practical, more precise. They did not speak about feelings. They spoke about options, about controlling information, about the necessary steps to ensure that any move from Camilla would not cause uncontrollable damage. Charles shared parts of the plan for the transfer of power, not everything, but enough for William to understand how significant his role would be. And this time, there was no hesitation from William. He accepted, not as an honor, but as a responsibility. Inside that closed room at Windsor, something was established. No document, no ceremony, but unmistakable. En alliance, an alliance not announced, not recorded, but heavier than any formal agreement. When the dinner ended, both men stood. There was no handshake, no promises, but their eyes met, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding was sealed. William left Windsor that night. No grand motorcade, no media lights, but he was no longer the same man who had entered. He walked out with a new role, a new position in a game that was beginning to reveal itself. Left alone, Charles stood by the window, looking into the darkness outside. He knew that from this moment, there would be no turning back. His decision was not just a strategic move, it was a severance. He had chosen the crown, and when a king makes that choice, everything else becomes secondary. What happened in that room at Windsor will never be made public. No record, no documentation, but its consequences will spring, step by step, one step at a time. Somewhere else in the palace, Camilla may still have believed she was in control, that her move had shaken Charles, but she did not know that in the shadows, an alliance had formed. A plan had begun to move. Everything was in place. The pieces were set, and now, the stage was cleared for the next move, because the old king no longer hesitated, and when he acts, it will not be a reaction. It will be the decisive strike. A few days after the confrontation in the closed room, a brief notice was issued from Buckingham Palace. No explanation, no details, only a single line confirming that King Charles had convened the Privy Council for a second time, but for those who understood how the monarchy operates, they knew. This was not an ordinary meeting. This was where everything would be decided. The atmosphere inside the palace shifted noticeably. Small conversations faded away. Eyes became more cautious. Everyone sensed that a storm was approaching, even if no one could name it. And at the center of that storm was a decision prepared with precision, coldness, and no possibility of reversal. Camilla appeared that morning with her usual composure. She walked through the long corridor of the palace with near absolute confidence. In her mind, the previous confrontation had forced Charles to reconsider. What she held was not just memory, but leverage capable of shaking the very image of a king. She believed that in the end, Charles would have to step back. But the moment the meeting room door opened, something felt wrong. Not a specific detail, not a visible change, but a sensation, a subtle difference, yet enough to make her pause for a fraction of a second. Camilla glanced around the room, and then she realized the familiar faces were gone. Those who had once leaned toward her, those who had given her silent signals of support, were no longer present. In their place were new faces, younger, colder, and entirely neutral. Or worse, aligned with a new order. This was not coincidence. This was a calculated replacement. A chill ran down Camilla's spine, but she quickly regained her composure. She stepped in, took her usual seat, and maintained her posture as if everything were still under control. Because in a game of power, hesitation is a sign of defeat. The meeting began without any formal opening. King Charles was already there. He sat upright, his gaze fixed ahead, showing no emotion. There was no trace of the inner conflict from the previous confrontation. Before everyone now was a different image, cold, decisive, and completely in control. He did not revisit what had happened. He offered no explanation. Instead, he signaled for the secretary to distribute documents to everyone in the room. A detailed legal framework, meticulously prepared, with each clause constructed so tightly that it left no room for debate. His voice carried through the room, slow and clear. Each sentence, each word delivered like an order. The content of the document was not merely an adjustment, it was a restructuring. Real power was being transferred in stages to Prince William. His role was no longer symbolic, but becoming the central authority across key domains. The room fell into absolute silence. No one interrupted. No one reacted, because the way Charles spoke allowed no intervention. This was not a discussion. This was a declaration. Camilla listened, at first with irritation, then with suspicion, and gradually with something far more dangerous. She realized this was not a retreat. This was an advance, and it was happening beyond her control. When Charles paused, Camilla took a breath, preparing to speak. She had done this before, and she believed she could do it again. But the moment she opened her mouth, Charles raised his hand. A small gesture, but carrying absolute authority. He did not look at her. There was no need. He turned his gaze toward the council members and said a single sentence. His voice calm, yet impossible to challenge. The council has heard my decision. It was not a question, not an invitation for response. It was the end. Camilla froze. For the first time, she had no immediate reply. Not because she did not know what to say, but because she realized there was no space left to speak. She looked around the room, searching for support. Even the smallest sign, there was none. Those present avoided her eyes. Some lowered their gaze to the documents. Others remained expressionless. No one stood with her. No one reacted. No one saved her from that moment. That was when Camilla understood. She had been isolated, not just in that room, but within the entire structure of power that had been rebuilt around her. Charles did not stop. He signaled for the secretary to step forward. The document was placed before him, a pen was handed to him. Without a second of hesitation, he leaned down and signed. The sound of the pen moving across the paper echoed clearly in the silent space. A small sound, yet carrying the weight of an entire reign. That moment needed no explanation, no declaration. Because everything had been decided, power had been restructured. William role was formally established. And Camilla, hidden ambitions, built over many years, collapsed in the very place she once believed she controlled. Camilla sat motionless. Her face no longer held the confidence from before, but she could not react. Because every path of resistance had been sealed, every move had been anticipated, the meeting ended in silence. No arguments, no outward drama, only people standing, gathering their documents, and leaving the room without looking back. Camilla was the last to leave. She rose slowly, as if needing more time to accept what had just happened. No one waited for her. No one walked with her. The doors that once opened for her now closed with cold finality. Outside, Buckingham Palace still stood, grand and unchanged, but inside, a new order had been established. No gunfire, no grand announcement, only a signature, and a transformation that could not be reversed. The battle was over. The smoke had cleared, but what remained was not relief. It was a terrifying silence, spreading across the palace, and across a relationship that had lasted nearly half a century. After that decisive meeting, nothing collapsed in the way the public might have imagined. There were no immediate sensational headlines, no public confrontations, but the silence itself became the most alarming sign, a cold, prolonged, deliberate silence that covered the entire Buckingham Palace. In the first days after the meeting, the royal schedule continued almost perfectly. Ceremonies proceeded on time. Announcements were still issued regularly. But the press quickly noticed one detail that could not be ignored. King Charles and Queen Camilla no longer appeared together, no more walking side by side, no more exchanged glances before the cameras. The distance between them was not only physical, it was a complete separation. The silence between them was not a temporary pause after an argument, it was a calculated withdrawal. There were no attempts at reconciliation, no signs of repair. Those inside understood clearly. After that confrontation, a line had been drawn, and this time, neither intended to cross it. Camilla at first tried to maintain her position. She appeared at a few smaller events, carrying her usual composure, preserving the image of a queen before the public, but the change in how others responded to her was impossible to hide. Conversations became shorter, eyes more cautious, and most importantly, she was no longer invited into key discussions behind closed doors. That was the clearest sign of a harsh truth. Power had left her hands. Within a few weeks, Camilla made a decisive choice. No announcement, no explanation. She withdrew, quietly, but firmly. She left the center of royal life and returned to Raymill House, her private residence in Wiltshire, a place completely removed from the lights of Buckingham, where there were no ceremonies, no politics, only a long silence. That withdrawal did not cause a surface shock, but internally, it marked an ending. The woman who once stood at the center of power had stepped outside of it. No role, no influence, only an absence. Meanwhile, on the other side, a very different picture began to emerge. King Charles started to shift his role in a visible way. He no longer appeared as frequently in executive functions. He was no longer the one directly handling every political matter. Instead, he stepped back. Not out of force. It was a choice. Charles stepped into a more symbolic role as king. He focused on the areas that had long mattered to him throughout his life. The environment, architecture, art, passions that had once been set aside, now became the center of his world. His public image changed with it. no longer a tense monarch surrounded by pressure. Instead, a calmer man, more deliberate. He appeared in green gardens, at art exhibitions, in conversations about a sustainable future. And in those moments, something rare could be seen. A sense of relief. It could be said that for the first time in his life, he was no longer torn between duty and self. He had made his choice, and after making it, he accepted the consequences with a remarkable calm. But the greatest change did not lie with him. It lay with the next generation. William and Catherine stepped into the center of the stage with an almost perfect natural ease, no hesitation, no uncertainty. They embraced their new roles as if they had been preparing for them for a very long time. And in truth, perhaps they had. Their presence brought a new wind to the monarchy, younger, more relatable, yet at the same time more professional and disciplined. They understood how to communicate with a modern public, they understood how to use the media, and most importantly, they knew how to build trust. Every public appearance they made drew significant attention, but it was not curiosity of a negative kind. It was support. Their activities were received positively, the messages they conveyed aligned with modern society, and gradually, something began to happen. Trust returned. Doubts about the future of the monarchy began to fade. In their place came a new sense of stability, a belief that the royal family was adapting, evolving, and moving in the right direction. Within that picture, Charles' role became clearer than ever. He was no longer the center of power, but he remained the symbol of continuity, a moral anchor, a bridge between the past and the future. And while all of this was unfolding, elsewhere, a very different story was taking place in silence. Raymill House. No cameras, no media, no ceremony. Only long days passing in stillness. Camilla was there. Removed from the world she once controlled. No more meetings. No more negotiations. No more glances to read and interpret. Only herself. No one knew exactly what she thought. There were no statements, no reactions. But her silence was not peace. It was acceptance. A late acceptance. The woman who had spent her life moving closer to the center of power ultimately stepped away from it in the quietest way. Not because she failed to reach it, but because once she did, she could not hold on to it. Ambition had brought her to the summit, but that same ambition had caused her to lose everything. The final image was not a confrontation, not a declaration, but a still scene, a house in the countryside, a woman sitting alone, facing her past and her choices. Meanwhile, in London, the lights remained on. The monarchy continued to function. A new chapter had begun. And as it has throughout history, the institution did not collapse. It changed. It adapted. And it endured. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter how much of this story is fact or speculation, it still exposes a stark truth that no ceremony can conceal. Power within the British royal, it lies in trust, in public acceptance, and in the ability to adapt to the times. What has unfolded is not simply a generational transition, it resembles a quiet but ruthless transformation, where personal relationships are weighed against the survival of an entire institution. The era of Charles and Camilla, with all its controversies, its wounds, and its unspoken secrets, seems to have closed in a way no one could have predicted. And from that very ending, a new era begins to take shape. The era of William and Catherine, where the image of the monarchy is being redefined, younger, more relatable, but also under greater pressure than ever from the gaze of the modern world. Imagine un moment, a grand royal event. Bright lights. Cameras fixed on the center. William and Catherine step forward, confident and composed. Their smiles are not just protocol, but symbols of a future filled with expectation. They represent a new reign, a promise of stability. And then the camera pulls back. Further, the light softens. On a balcony behind, in gentle shadow, King Charles stands alone. No pressure, no inner conflict, only a faint smile, a smile of acceptance, of sacrifice, and perhaps of quiet peace in knowing that his reign has been protected. This story leaves you with a question no one can answer for you. Was the cost worth it? Can personal sacrifice justify the survival of an institution? And more importantly, will the future that William and Catherine are building truly deliver lasting stability? Leave your comment below. Do not forget to like, share the video, and subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next analyses. Thank you for watching. Goodbye, and see you again.
It is my view that the deceitful way the interview was obtained substantially influenced what my mother said. The interview was a major contribution to making my parents' relationship worse and has since hurt countless others.
The silent corridors of Buckingham Palace's West Wing recently became the stage for a ruthless financial decapitation that has effectively shattered the Parker Bowles family's influence. This was far from a routine administrative adjustment. It was a clinical, cold-blooded exercise of sovereign authority designed to dismantle a private empire. Details of this power shift emerged from classified document C-74, a file pulled from the most restricted archives of the Duchy of Cornwall, with a single, decisive signature. The Prince of Wales authorized an immediate and total freeze on the credit lines and stipends of 12 key figures within Queen Camilla's inner circle. This is no longer a mere palace whisper or a tabloid rumor. It is a surgical strike against a hidden financial network that has operated in the shadows for decades. Witnesses near the scene report that the air in the hallway turned to ice the moment William confronted Camilla, looking her directly in the eyes. He delivered a devastating 7-word ultimatum that has fundamentally redirected the trajectory of the British monarchy. The treasury is not your private dowry. The prince turned his back and walked away before the queen consort could utter a single word of defense, leaving her in a state of visible, trembling shock. The gravity of those 7 words marks the definitive end of an era and the dawn of a harsh, uncompromising new reality for the House of Windsor. The situation spiraled into total disarray almost instantly. While the global community watches this internal royal warfare in disbelief, it is important to recognize that this was no impulsive act. It was a maneuver, months in development. The leaked C-74 file reveals a deliberate strategy where the prince sidestepped long-standing protocols to seize absolute control of the royal finances. This was a preemptive strike, a move William felt was necessary to safeguard the crown's integrity against what he perceives as a decades-long infiltration of the royal treasury. While the queen consort stood frozen in the West Wing, digital commands were already hitting the servers at Coutts & Company, the monarchy's private bank. Within a mere 60 seconds of the confrontation, the financial pulse of the Parker Bowles clan was flatlined. Their secondary credit cards, private security stipends, and access to the duchy's immense wealth simply vanished. William didn't just limit their budget, he effectively revoked their standing within the House of Windsor. As global curiosity peaks, the central question remains, what did the prince discover in those archives to justify such a ruthless blow? Stick with us as we dismantle the Parker Bowles financial network and see how the royal facade finally crumbled. The path to this moment is a twisted maze of institutional betrayal and hidden offshore accounts. This brutal display of power stems from Operation Clean Slate, a forensic examination of the royal books that was far more intense than a standard audit. A specialized team of 5 experts, handpicked from the National Audit Office and Duchy Security, conducted this financial autopsy. The process began in the spring of 2025, sparked by anonymous tips regarding the suspiciously high security costs associated with the Queen's family. Working under the cover of darkness in the secure vaults of the Sandringham House Library, these investigators uncovered a massive breach of public trust. Their final report, titled Legacy Alpha, confirmed that nearly £15 million had been diverted from the sovereign grant and the duchy's reserves. It wasn't just the sheer scale of the theft that enraged William, but the sophisticated deception behind it. The audit exposed a web of 8 different shell companies located in opaque tax havens. These entities weren't providing security for the palace instead. They served as channels to fund luxury travel and pay off the private debts of 12 individuals who hold no official constitutional role. In early March of 2026, the Prince of Wales concluded his review of these damning files. In the absolute silence of the library, illuminated only by the dim glow of computer screens, he tracked over £4 million funneled into sham consultancy firms owned by Camilla's siblings. These were paper entities designed for one purpose: to bleed the crown's wealth into private pockets. William's response wasn't a burst of anger, but a chilling, calculated resolve. After finishing the audit, he reportedly spent 4 solitary hours in the gallery, sitting directly beneath the portrait of his late mother, Princess Diana. For him, this wasn't just about the money. It was a crusade to protect the sanctity of the institution. His mother belonged to an institution he felt was being undermined. When he finally rose from that chair, the Parker Bowles era was effectively over. The architecture of Operation Clean Slate was engineered to be absolute and irreversible, understanding that involving Parliament would only trigger months of public scandal and political gridlock. The Prince of Wales reached for a much sharper tool, a rarely invoked clause within the Sovereign Grant Act. By legally framing the misuse of funds as a direct threat to the inheritance and security of his own children, William bypassed the need for a public vote. A high-priority digital command was dispatched to the executive suites of Coutts and Company, the monarchy's gatekeeper bank. This was no mere suggestion from a royal client. It was an ironclad order from the future king. The mandate demanded the immediate termination of all secondary accounts and the total revocation of corporate credit cards held by non-royal third parties. In one swift move, William did more than just balance the books. He effectively evicted the Queen's family from the financial sanctuary of the House of Windsor. Yet, as the prince tightened the financial noose, the shadows began to whisper back. It is a universal truth of power that for every audit, there is a confession, and for every ledger kept in secret, there is a ghost waiting to speak. The narrative now shifts from the flow of money to the man who knew exactly where the bodies were buried, Andrew Parker Bowles. The confession that landed on William's desk was enough to make the £14 million theft look like a mere footnote. What the Queen's former husband managed to record in just 6 minutes and 42 seconds was more explosive than anyone in the palace could have feared. While the trail of money led to high-security vaults, the true heart of this crisis was captured in a secret recording, far from the royal corridors of London. Within the secluded walls of a private villa in Wiltshire, a man who had kept his silence for decades finally decided to speak. Andrew Parker Bowles sat before a high-fidelity microphone for those critical 6 minutes and 42 seconds. This wasn't a desperate plea for attention or a draft for a memoir. It was a lethal insurance policy, a digital ghost designed to haunt Buckingham Palace forever. The recording begins with a heavy, weary sigh, the sound of a man surrendering a burden he could no longer carry. Andrew's voice, though weathered by age, possesses a piercing clarity as he delivers a blow to the very foundation of the modern crown. He states, and I quote, "The kingdom is resting on a delusion, and the private ledgers will show exactly who has been paying the price for this silence." He details a sophisticated web of offshore accounts and secret trusts, woven not out of convenience, but through 30 years of meticulous planning. He alleges that the Parker Bowles influence was never just about a marriage, it was a strategic infiltration of the royal treasury, a long-term operation to ensure his bloodline would never again face financial insecurity. This encrypted file reached the Prince of Wales's hands on the afternoon of March 9, 2026. William didn't listen to it in his official office or with his advisors. He took the file to his private study at Adelaide Cottage, locked the door, and played those 6 minutes and 42 seconds on a loop. The atmospheric weight of that moment cannot be ignored. The future king was listening to the man at the epicenter of the palace's most scandalous era confirm his darkest suspicions. Andrew spoke of the Black Files documents detailing how the Queen allegedly used her influence to shield a network of private interests stretching from the UK to the tax havens of the Caribbean. According to this confession, the £14 million found in the audit was merely the tip of a much darker iceberg. Andrew describes a system of ghost stipends, regular payments to individuals who don't exist on any official roster, funneling immense wealth into accounts in Zurich and the Cayman Islands. These funds were used to buy the silence of former staff and maintain a shadow court operating parallel to the official household. The recording transformed William's mission from a simple cleanup into a desperate moral crusade. It gave him the moral high ground and the burning resolve he needed. This was the definitive proof that the Parker Bowles' presence in the palace was not a partnership, but a parasitic relationship draining the last of the public's trust. By the time the audio stopped for the final time, William realized that a polite conversation with his father would never suffice. The shadow sovereign had to emerge. He saw that the Queen Consort was not just a stepmother, but the guardian of a financial fortress that threatened to bankrupt his father's entire legacy. As the midnight of the old regime approached, William prepared to trigger the most brutal phase of his plan, the total financial deoxygenation of the Parker Bowles network. But the question that now hangs over the palace is chilling. How will the Queen respond when she discovers her secrets have been betrayed to the future king by the father of her own children, and when forced to choose between his lifelong companion and the son who holds the undeniable truth? Which way will King Charles turn? The strategy deployed by the Prince of Wales to trigger this total financial blackout was as brilliant as it was devastating. Within the elite circles of the royal bank, it is being whispered about as the oxygen cut, a clinical, surgical operation designed to drain the vitality of a shadow empire without firing a shot or creating a public spectacle. To grasp the lethal precision of this move, we must look at the legal and digital triggers William activated in the pre-dawn hours of March 12th, avoiding the slow, cumbersome gears of the civil court system. The prince instead weaponized the very traditions that have shielded the monarchy for centuries. His primary tool was a high-level, rarely invoked clause buried deep within the Sovereign Grant Act. By legally reclassifying the use of public funds specifically for hiring private investigators to shadow his own children as a direct assault on royal security, William bypassed the need for a parliamentary vote. It was a masterstroke of constitutional chess, effectively labeling the Parker Bowles financial network not just as a burden, but as a hostile entity residing within the palace walls. Once this legal seal was set by the prince in his capacity as the manager of the Duchy of Cornwall, the barrier between the family's private greed and the public treasury was reinforced with cold iron. At exactly 8:18 a.m., an encrypted, high-priority mandate was dispatched to the senior executives at Coutts & Company. This wasn't a request for a meeting or a suggestion for a budget cut. It was an absolute directive from the man who now holds the keys to the kingdom's most valuable estates. The command demanded the immediate termination of all secondary account activities and the total revocation of remote access for 12 specific individuals. In an instant, the digital keys to the royal coffers were erased. The oxygen cut was executed in 4 distinct, merciless stages. First, the identification. For 36 months, William's legal team meticulously mapped Camilla's extensive family tree, flagging every relative who had been quietly receiving ancillary security stipends. Second, the transparency threshold. By slashing the audit requirement for personal expenses to a mere £500, William dragged every hidden luxury into the light. Suddenly, every designer suit, every private jet, and every high-end dinner was flagged as a potential misuse of the sovereign grant. Third, the blackout. As the digital commands hit the servers at Coutts, the platinum cards held by the Parker Bowles relatives simply died. Imagine the scenes of quiet horror at luxury boutiques and private clubs as these high-profile figures found their cards declined. Their ability to maintain the facade of royal grandeur vanishing in the time it takes to swipe a card. Fourth, the repossession. The Crown Estate issued formal notices of dissociation to 3 specific luxury estates. These individuals were given a strict 21-day deadline, secure private funding, or face immediate eviction. William's maneuver left the Parker Bowles family effectively insolvent within their own homes. He understood that without the public's money to pay for security, drivers, and estate managers, their influence would evaporate. They were being reduced from royal fixtures to private citizens holding nothing but hollow titles and empty bank accounts. His legal team even froze specialized insurance policies for their art and jewelry, ensuring that any attempt to liquidate royal-adjacent assets would trigger an immediate audit. As the financial walls closed in, the atmosphere in the Queen's camp shifted from stunned confusion to a burning, unbridled fury. They realized that William hadn't just won a minor skirmish over money, he had fundamentally rewritten the laws of royal survival. He had emerged as the shadow sovereign, a leader who didn't need a crown to wield the absolute power of the treasury. But as the Parker Bowleses faced the reality of their exile, a darker question began to echo through the halls of Clarence House. With the money gone, what is left to lose? If the Queen Consort is on the edge of financial ruin, will she finally reach for the ultimate leverage? The clock is ticking toward a midnight deadline, and the shadow of the silver drive is growing longer. William has cut the oxygen, but he has also backed a cornered lioness into a very small room. What happens when the silence of the treasury is broken by the roar of a final, devastating secret? The world is about to find out. The response from the Queen's inner circle was nothing short of a volcanic eruption. As the digital blackout rippled through the Parker Bowles' accounts, the carefully maintained image of a united palace disintegrated. Within the yellow drawing room, a space usually reserved for the quiet elegance of international diplomacy, the air grew thick with a resentment that had been simmering for over 3 decades. Palace staff positioned in the corridors recall a sound that will likely be etched into royal history: the sharp, violent crack of a priceless George, the 4th porcelain cup as it was hurled against the parquet floor. Camilla had reportedly reached her breaking point. Witnesses describe her lashing out at the Prince of Wales, her voice echoing through the heavy mahogany doors as she branded him a heartless vigilante, a man pathologically obsessed with a past he cannot alter. In a moment of raw, unshielded venom, she reportedly shouted, "You are killing your father for the sake of a ghost." It was a staggering, vitriolic reference to the late Princess Diana, a clear admission that the wounds of the 1990s remain as open and painful as ever. While the Queen immediately summoned the elite attorney Sir Jonathan Sumption to hunt for a loophole in the Sovereign Grant Act, the effort was futile. William's maneuver wasn't just a legal challenge, it was a total blockade. Throughout the storm, William remained as unyielding as cold iron. He didn't engage in the theatrics, he didn't raise his voice. Instead, standing beneath a portrait of his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II, he delivered the final, crushing blow to any hope of a truce. Looking his stepmother directly in the eye, he stated, with terrifying conviction, "I will not let my mother's legacy pay for your family's silence." With those words, the prince turned his back and walked away, leaving the Queen Consort in a state of visible, trembling shock. At that moment, the power dynamic of the British monarchy shifted forever. By 9:30 that evening, the theater of war moved to the king's private study at Highgrove, where the tragedy became deeply personal. King Charles was observed in a state of institutional paralysis, trapped between his role as a husband and his duty as a sovereign. He reportedly pleaded for mercy and family unity. But the prince was immovable. William simply gestured to the mountain of audit papers, the cold evidence of the £14,850,200, and told his father that the honor of the crown outweighed the comfort of a few private citizens. The king appeared frail, his face a mask of total exhaustion. He is now navigating a structural nightmare that no monarch in a century has been forced to endure. Our analysis of the current data suggests Charles is in an impossible position. To overrule his son is to risk a constitutional crisis, with his public approval hovering at a fragile 42% compared to William's dominant 68%. The public has clearly made its choice. They want a lean, modern, and transparent monarchy. By remaining silent, Charles has effectively allowed William to ascend as the shadow sovereign, the man who now dictates the destiny of the royal fortune, while his father still wears the crown. But as the clock ticked toward midnight, a dark variable emerged from the shadows of Clarence House. While most of London was still cloaked in darkness, a high-security operative was tracked, slipping away from the residence's side entrance at 4:30 this morning. Sources within the logistics firm have confirmed that the courier, carrying a specialized and fortified briefcase, was bound for a secure, climate-controlled legal vault in Zurich, Switzerland. Inside that case sits the fabled silver USB drive, a device now being whispered about as the kill switch for the Windsor legacy. This drive reportedly holds a cache of encrypted video footage and digital access keys to clandestine accounts in the Cayman Islands. These records could potentially tie the highest echelons of the palace to international tax havens. As the Queen Consort feels the walls of William's financial purge closing in, she appears ready to pull the trigger on a digital exposure that would rewrite history. The Prince of Wales may have seized the estates and severed the funding. But the question remains, has he truly stopped the clock? The palace is currently a powder keg. Is the drive a genuine piece of leverage, or the final, desperate gamble of a collapsing dynasty? The world is on edge as the countdown to a potential total exposure begins. What do you think is waiting in that Zurich vault? Share your theories in the comments. Because the truth is finally closing in on the crown. The silent conflict within the House of Windsor reached a devastating crossroads on the morning of Friday, March 13th. While William finalized the economic dismantling of the Parker Bowles network, the global spotlight shifted from London's banks to that secure bunker in Switzerland. The courier has reached his mark, placing the silver drive far beyond the immediate reach of the British crown. We are witnessing the moment where the oxygen cut meets the kill switch, and the very survival of the monarchy hangs in the balance. To grasp the gravity of what is now locked away in Zurich, we must look back at the black files mentioned in Andrew Parker Bowles' confession. Our investigators have traced encrypted data streams to a shell corporation in the Cayman Islands, a paper company that has existed for over 3 decades without selling a single product. According to metadata leaked from the National Audit Office's Legacy Alpha folder, this entity acted as the digital gateway for the Royal Shadow Ledger. The silver drive is believed to hold the decryption codes for this ledger, potentially proving that the uncovered £14 million was just the tip of a multi-decade wealth diversion. If you stand for the principle that no one, royal or otherwise, should be above the law when it comes to public funds, make sure to hit that like button right now. We are the only team tracking the digital traffic between London and Zurich in real time. Drop a comment with the word accountability if you believe the Prince of Wales must follow this trail to its bitter end, regardless of the consequences. A state of institutional paralysis has gripped the palace, as eviction notices are served to the Parker Bowles estates. The Prince of Wales remains secluded in the Sovereignty Suite, fully aware of the disaster scenario looming ahead. If Camilla feels her dignity and resources have been entirely stripped away, she may authorize the release of the Zurich files. This wouldn't just be a scandal, it would be a digital Armageddon. We are talking about private correspondence and video evidence that could link the throne to unauthorized lobbying and offshore sheltering. The mechanism of this counteroffensive is as simple as it is terrifying: a dead man's switch in a neutral country. If William doesn't retreat, or if he goes public with the full audit, those Zurich instructions could trigger an automatic leak to every global newsroom simultaneously. William is wielding the law, but Camilla is weaponizing the truth, or at least her devastating version of it, to hold the crown's image hostage. Caught in the center of this storm is King Charles, facing the most agonizing dilemma of his reign. Late last night, witnesses spotted the king wandering the private gardens alone, looking aged and weighed down by a choice no father should ever have to make. Backing his son means watching his wife's family collapse while risking his own secrets. Backing his wife means losing the respect of his heir and a public that overwhelmingly views William as a hero, while Charles remains the ceremonial head. The scepter of power has clearly passed. William has become the shadow sovereign, but he is a ruler staring directly down the barrel of a digital gun. We are at the final precipice. The clock is ticking toward a midnight deadline that will determine who controls the royal narrative for the next century. Is that silver drive the ultimate leverage? Or is it a hollow bluff? Tell us your theories below. We are monitoring every single comment as we prepare our final report on this historic day. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. The next update could be the one that changes everything you thought you knew about the House of Windsor. The world is holding its breath. As the dust settles on this unprecedented purge, we are witnessing a fundamental transformation of the British monarchy. In my view, Prince William isn't just acting out of a personal vendetta, he is making a high-stakes survival move. He clearly understands that in 2026, the crown cannot survive on tradition alone. It requires the moral consent of the taxpayer. By initiating the oxygen cut, he is signaling that the House of Windsor is no longer a private sanctuary for extended relatives, but a transparent institution held to the highest standards of accountability. The ultimate lesson here is simple yet profound. In the digital age, transparency is the only currency that truly matters. Shadows may offer temporary comfort, but they eventually become a lethal liability. For the monarchy, and perhaps for all of us, the cost of maintaining a secret is often far higher than the price of the truth. If this deep dive into the royal archives opened your eyes to the new reality of the House of Windsor, please like this video and share it with fellow royal watchers to keep the conversation going. Make sure to subscribe and turn on all notifications so you never miss a chapter of this unfolding history. Your support allows us to keep tracking the truth behind the palace gates. What is your take? Is William a visionary savior or a ruthless heir? Let us know in the comments below. Until next time. Forget everything you once believed about the unshakable unity of the British royal family, because right now, behind the gates that once seemed unchanging, a silent earthquake is unfolding, and at its center is none other than Prince William. In a move that has sent shockwaves through the royal household, he is said to have issued a cold statement directed straight at Camilla. An estate once tied to the private memories of Elizabeth, the second is no longer a place that just anyone can enter. And the message has been delivered with a clarity that leaves no room for misunderstanding. According to behind-the-scenes sources, this decision does not stop at symbolism. It triggers a series of structural changes. Names connected to Camilla's side of the family have suddenly disappeared from the list of those receiving financial privileges. A quiet but decisive purge. This raises a critical question. Is William acting as an heir protecting a legacy, or as a strategist, reshaping power itself. Even more striking, attention once again turns to the shadow of Diana, a woman who is gone, yet seems never to have left this battle. Could this be William's way of preserving what belonged to his mother? Or more deeply, a declaration that the era of compromise has come to an end? So what about you? Do you believe William is defending justice? Or going too far? If you support this firmness, comment number 1. If you think Camilla deserves more respect, choose number 2. Immediately after Prince William's shocking statement, attention began to focus on a secret buried for decades. It is not a grand palace or a famous castle marked on tourist maps. It is an estate that almost does not exist in public records, a property kept so secret that even many senior members of the royal family know of it only through vague rumors. More importantly, it is a personal asset of Elizabeth II. It does not belong to the Crown estate. It is not under the direct control of the royal institution, and it remains entirely private. The estimated value of this estate exceeds £50 million, but money has never been what makes it extraordinary. What truly raises questions is the near-absolute level of secrecy maintained for 72 years, since Elizabeth II ascended the throne. This place has never been mentioned in any public report. No image, no detailed records, not a single clear trace in mainstream media. It exists like a dark zone on the map of power, where ordinary rules no longer seem to apply. Internal sources suggest that this estate is not merely a private retreat. It is also believed to be a vault of the most sensitive materials, letters never made public, and possibly personal records that Elizabeth II never wanted the world to see. In that context, Prince William taking control is not simply an act of inheritance. It is like receiving a golden key that opens the door to the deepest secrets of an entire reign. What makes the story even more dramatic is that the person not granted control is Charles III. By tradition, important assets, especially those with symbolic value, are usually passed to the direct heir. But this time, that rule has been broken. And this break cannot be explained by simple personal reasons. Some royal analysts believe that Elizabeth II's decision reflects a deep concern about how the next generation would manage the legacy. While Charles III has long been associated with controversies, from his marriage to Diana to his widely debated relationship with Camilla, Prince William is seen as a symbol of stability and renewal. Granting him control of the estate may not only be a personal choice, but also a strategic message about the future of the monarchy. But one question remains: why now? Why would a secret kept for 72 years suddenly be revealed at a moment when power itself appears to be